Allons, silence, on fait silence, à casse passe-t-il. Et d'écrit Célestin, le taureau s'élance en bas des auditories. Il s'élance, il entre et frappe, en chevelure, entraînant un pic d'or. Ah, bravo taureau, il le voilà, le taureau va, il vient, il frappe encore. En séquence et banderilles, plein de fureur et roule, sur que plein de sang. En ses sauts, on franchit le cri, c'est un deux maintenant. Allons, encore, allons, toréador, on garde, toréador. Et songe bien, oui, songe combattant, que le noir te regarde, et que l'amour t'attend, toréador, l'amour t'attend, toréador, l'amour t'attend.
Senator Malika will be doing the prayer for the rest of session. And I cannot wait. Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Senator Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields, Gardner, Senator Gardner,
Excused.
Janal, Gonzalez, Senator Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Senator Kirkmeyer,
Lisa.
Kolker, Liston, Senator Liston,
Excused.
Lundin. Good morning, sir. Marchman. Senator Marchman.
Excused.
Michelson Janae. Malika. Pelton B. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Senator Priola.
Excused.
Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Senator Simpson. Smallwood. Senator Smallwood.
Excused.
Sullivan. Van Winkle. Senator Van Winkle. Thank you. Will. Winter. Senator Winter. Thank you. Zenzinger. Senator Priola. Senator Gardner. Senator Liston. Senator Gonzalez. Mr. President.
Here. Morning roll call is 31 present, 0 absent, 4 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Baisley, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you please rise, and everyone in the gallery and all the wonderful people from Teller County, please rise and join me in Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of May 2nd, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 3rd, 2024, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 205, 214, 221, 223, and 226. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 1355, 136, 141, 153, 216, 220, 224. Correctly revised House Bills 1010, 1059, 1076, 1115, 1283, 1288, 1322, 1326, 1342, 1344, 1351, 1371, 1442, 1451, 1453, 1455, 1461, 1465, and 1466. Correctly revised House Bills 1009, 1050, 1063, 1278, 1286, 1327, 1331, 1350, 1368, 1372, 1438, 1440, 1443, and 1445.
Committee reports.
May 2nd, 2024, Committee on Health and Human Services. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1045 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1075 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1382 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1031 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1431 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1456 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1153 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. House Bill 1217 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1038 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1384 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. May 2nd, 2024, Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1024 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1006 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1458 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 2nd, 2024, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1378 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1307 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2024, Committee on Finance. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1449 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1365 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1314 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1268 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1249 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1157 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1051 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1353 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Will the clerk please add Senators Kirkmeyer and Smallwood to the roll? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Mark.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion. Withdraw my motion to pull up another motion to ask the Senate to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
The motion before the body is for the Senate to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the Majority Leader for accommodating me here. Members, I have wonderful neighbors and friends visiting here today from Teller County. This includes even at least one elected official, County Commissioner Dan Williams, and a former County Commissioner and one-star General Army retired Norm Steen. At any rate, one of you all would please help me in welcoming the good folks of Teller County. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
On your desk, members, is a piece of paper that talks about tardive dyskinesia Awareness Week, which is next week, but I think we're all going to be a little bit busy next week. So I just wanted to point out, no, you don't think so? Tardive dyskinesia looks like the uncontrollable movements that you sometimes see that are like tics. They're side effects from very heavy mental health medications, and so people with mental health challenges sometimes have tardive dyskinesia. We know now that we can control it or we can ease it, and it's very important that people know. Nearly 65% of Americans with tardive dyskinesia go undiagnosed. 600,000 people are living in the U.S. with tardive dyskinesia. So be aware and get help if you need it.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now renew my motion to proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order and take up third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the bills on the third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Catlin and Lukens concerning funding for rural health care and a connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1076 by Representatives Marshall and Weissman and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning creating a program to recognize public schools that provide certain services to military-connected families and connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1115 by Representatives Young and Joseph and Senator Fenberg concerning access to prescription drug label information and connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1326 by Representatives Ricks and Brown and Senators Smallwood and Zenzinger concerning continuation under the sunset law of the licensing of certain games of chance, including bingo, and connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1342 by Representatives Soper and Bacon and Senators Roberts and Rich concerning testing accommodations for Coloradans with disabilities. House Bill 1344 by Representatives Leader and Ricks and Senators Pelton B. and Fields concerning the continuation of the State Plumbing Board in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1371 by Representatives Hartsook and Lukens and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning regulation of massage facilities by local governments in accordance with statewide requirements and in connection therewith requiring a local government to establish a process that requires periodic criminal background checks for massage facility operators, owners, and employees. House Bill 1442 by Representative Lindstedt and Senator Fenberg concerning modifications to the Capitol Building Advisory Committee. House Bill 1455 by Representatives Weissman and Frizzell and Senators Fields and Gardner concerning the effective date of the 23rd Judicial District.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 1076, House Bill 1115, House Bill 1326, House Bill 1342, House Bill 1344, House Bill 1371, House Bill 1442, and House Bill 1455.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1115, 1344, and 1371.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1115, 1344, and 1371. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1371.
Senator Henriksen will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1371. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be a no vote on 1326.
Senator Bridges will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1326. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 221 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton B., Simpson, Liston, Peltnar. Will. Hinrichsen. Fields. Priola. Buckner. Michelson Janae. Cutter. Jaquez Lewis. Bridges. Janal. Zenzinger. Exum. Mollica. Please add the president. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1076 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cutter, Michelson Janae, Priola, Bridges, Exum, Mollica, Roberts, Hinrichsen, Buckner, Janal. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1115 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Priola, Buckner, Exum, Will, that's it? Nobody else? Oh, Winter. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1326 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1342 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Michelson Janae, Cutter, Sullivan, Priola, Exum, Mollica, Buckner. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1344 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Priola, Zenzinger, Janal, with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1371 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1442 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Mollica, Priola, probably the most important bill of the year. I'm not sure why there aren't more co-sponsors. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1455 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Peltnar, Van Winkle, Gonzalez, Will the clerk please add Senator Danielson to the roll? Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up third reading of the bill's final passage consent calendar out of order.
Motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for the purposes of taking up third reading of bill's final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1381?
House Bill 1381 by Representatives Kipp and Soper and Senators Hansen and Malika concerning the continuation of the Division of Financial Services in the Department of Regulatory Agencies and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move for the passage of House Bill 1381 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion?
God, you're handsome.
Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1381. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton R., Pelton B., Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Will, Gardner, Liston. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1381 is passed. Co-sponsors.
I have a feeling you're going to try hard over the next few days.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill
I might want to talk
214?
about income taxes. You made it onto the thing.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Hansen and Cutter and Representatives Amable and McCormick concerning the implementation of state climate goals and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 214 on third reading, final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 214 is passed. Co-sponsors. Hold on, y'all. We'll come back for co-sponsors. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 214 is passed. Co-sponsors now. Senators Michelson Janae, Sonia Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Priola, Buckner, Exum. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 223?
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Fenberger and Gardner and Representative Snyder concerning licensing issues for clinics that perform services related to fertility.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 223 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 223. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton R., Pelton B., Smallwood. With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 223 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Priola. Will the clerk please add Senator Mullica as a co-sponsor to 223. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 226?
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Fenberg and Marchman and Representative Herod concerning modifications to the College Kickstarter account program.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 226 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 226. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 226 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Exum. Don't see any other people who want to co-sponsor another bill. Oh, Senator Priola? Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senator Rodriguez and Representatives Titone and Rudinell concerning consumer protections in interactions with artificial intelligence systems.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I personally ask for a third reading amendment.
Please tell us why you would like to offer a third reading amendment. Senator, Majority
Because,
Rodriguez.
colleagues, as the good senator from Monument has worked on policies similar to me, this type of policy never stops changing. Just like anything in technology that we have 18 bills on artificial intelligence this year and 5 or 6 bills on consumer privacy, this is always evolving. But as I did the strike below, we had taken a lot of feedback from the stakeholders and the tech groups to make modifications. And some of them we weren't there yet with that strike below. But during your guys' debate on parking last night, I took a call and we went through further discussions of things we could accept from the tech industry, and these amendments will do that. So I ask for an aye vote.
The
That's not
question
a bill
before
anymore.
the body is Majority Leader Rodriguez's request for permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. Will the clerk please read L005?
L005, amend and gross bill, page 4, lines 9 and 10, strike materially, increases the risk of, and substitute results in. Page 13, lines 6 and 7, strike secret or other confidential.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
Mr. Chair, wow.
Mr. President, see, that's why I don't let you.
That's why, Mayor,
That's
this
why I
is
don't want
trouble
him to
all the
count
time.
the chair anymore.
That's a proper motion. Please tell us about L005.
So L005 does some clarification languages that the tech industries asked for, changing to change the materially, increasing the risk. Took out some wording for confidential and proprietary information that they requested on risk assessments and information they disclosed. It changed the word data, inserted the word data somewhere, and then we had some wording in there about consumer requests for review that we thought was a protection for them. They felt it was overburdensome, so we decided if that's what they would prefer, we would strike it out.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L005. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill or L005 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 2. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I appreciate the discussion. Mr. President, you're never chairing the cow for the rest of the session.
No more chairing the cow.
That is called, yes. Only if you had the most updated data would you have gotten it right. Okay, so colleagues, I appreciate the discussion we had yesterday, and I know that a lot of people think that this is scary policy, but you know, this is scary policy because we're in scary times with technology. And this bill, as I have touted the fears and the federal requirements and all that other stuff, well, my good colleague who's worked on this policy knows that that is not going to happen. Is this bill everything I wanted? No. This bill started with a much broader scope of artificial intelligence being carved in. This bill, realizing that this is a new evolving technology, we conceded that we would work on this in the summer. I'm going to put a task force in this bill, or I'll convene a study group again for the next year and a half, like I did with this one, to go into the other parts of the general purpose artificial intelligence. But at the core of this bill is high-risk decision-making artificial intelligence. Whether it was the argument we had on the algorithmic rent stuff, other bills that we're dealing with artificial intelligence, this bill doesn't go as in-depth as those are because this bill is the foundation of all that policy discussions we're going to be having. This bill just tells these people that do this kind of discriminatory practice that they need to disclose it, fix it, be accountable, and have some accountability to it. It doesn't open rights of action. There is rulemaking in this so the AG can develop what that rebuttable presumption, the affirmative defense is. And this bill doesn't go into effect until 2026, which if there's chaos, I know we run bills all the time here that are going to change the world as we know it, and then the next year we come back and fix it. None of the thing in this bill is going to end the world as we know it. This bill will not stop jobs. This bill will not stop innovation. This bill will just require innovation to be accountable and let people know. So it doesn't go into effect for 2 years. Plenty of time if we have to do any tweaks that if I'm ruining the world. But this is a simple, common sense step in the future of a technology that's coming faster than we can legislate. Where this will be in 2 years by the time this goes in effect will be completely different. But I don't know why anybody that's doing this technology, we wouldn't expect them to have disclosures and accountability to their decision-making processes. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Got that right, President. You know, I'd like to respectfully suggest that a no vote on this bill because it's unnecessarily complex. The underlying concept and concern that it's trying to address is a good one, and I'm in agreement that we need to protect those folks who are applying for loans, housing, and all that could be affected by misuse of the technology. However, it's not the technology, because we cannot cover all the technology. This addresses specifically artificial intelligence, but there are cousins to that are not addressed in here. Machine learning, compositional intelligence. We could go on and on and on about the different, yes, thank you, natural language processing and so on. We will not cover it all because it will continue to be invented as we do as Americans. We invent stuff, so there will be new technologies that will come about. And rather than trying to stay on top of all of the technologies, let's just broaden the underlying rule, as the good senator from Colorado Springs talked about earlier. Let's just not discriminate. And let's just say that all machine-based decision-making tools will be in compliance and not be used for discrimination. So I just think it's gone in the wrong direction. It is unnecessarily complex, and we ought to come back and just expand the protections that are in statute now, rather than trying to address every new technique that's coming up. So I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 205. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Pelton R., Liston, Roberts, Danielson, Sullivan, Hawkes Lewis. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 205 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janay, Priola, Cutter, Winter, Finberg. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1010?
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Joda and Soper and Senator Michelson, Janay, and Will, concerning limitations on drugs covered under an individual's health insurance policy that are administered by a provider in a setting other than a hospital and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Michelson, Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1010 and ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
Will you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Well, yesterday we came up with an excellent compromise on the floor that brought Senator Smallwood into the support space that I thought was very important. And we cleaned up that language and narrowed it even a little bit more, and I ask for an aye vote.
The question for the body is Senator Michelson Janay's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. Will the clerk please read L021?
L021, amend revised
Senator
bill, page
Michelson
3.
Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L021
To the amendment, Senator Michelson Janay.
as described.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L021. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, L21 is adopted. Any further discussion on 1010? Seeing discussion, I'm playing.
Mr. President, good morning.
Senator Smallwood, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Want to thank the bill sponsors for working with us on this. So colleagues, if anybody saw this bill as it was coming over from the House and thinking that it might be something that they shouldn't support from a policy perspective, particularly from a financial perspective, I want to make sure everyone knows that this is now a very different bill than how it came over from the House. This is now a very different bill than how it came over from the House. How it came over from the House, I felt was extraordinarily broad, basically giving carte blanche authorization for non-hospital purchasers of prescription drugs to now be able to dispense these medications without intrusion from the health plan itself. That I feel would have unnecessarily raised premiums. So raising premiums means patients are going to pay more, premium payers are going to pay more, employers are going to pay more, but they probably really wouldn't. They'd pass it down to the employees is what tends to happen. So that is kind of what I felt 1010 looked like previously. And because our governor has been so vocally, at least in my opinion, on record of saying that if things raise costs in the healthcare, health insurance space, that this would be something that he vetoed. So we wouldn't have seen 1010 anyways, I don't think, without the amendment. I feel pretty strongly about that. So if you look at the amendment that we just adopted, we are now narrowing, truly narrowing the patients that we are now telling the health plans to provide this basically exclusionary benefit towards. So we went from mandating something on health plans for anyone with a chronic condition, with a complex condition, with a rare condition, or with a life-threatening condition, to now truly narrowing this to life-threatening conditions. Okay? And I think most of us would be hard-pressed to make the argument that delaying care for people with a life-threatening condition, A, is conscionable, B, smart financially, right? If we're gonna delay care for folks with a life-threatening condition, I think we can reasonably assume that we are now taking folks from a relatively stable state medically to potentially putting them into a very acute, very expensive state. We're taking the administration of chemotherapy, for example, into an emergency room visit, a stay in ICU. So we have taken, and I probably shouldn't say we, the sponsors have taken and remembered my commitment to now support the policy. So apparently I'm now co-sponsor of this bill. Have taken this from a very broad, very expensive policy to now something that is extremely narrow, extremely well-focused, and extremely fiscally prudent now, not only for the plans, but for all of us who are paying premiums. So again, if you were thinking about voting no on House Bill 1010, I was with you on that before the amendment. And now with this change, with this very fundamental change, and candidly, I hope the governor's office is paying attention too, because this is now, I think, really, really good policy for the patients and for the premium payers, and would ask you to join me as an aye vote on House Bill 1010.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1010. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1010 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Janal, Colker, Winter, Buckner, Cutter, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Liston, Jaquez Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1059?
House Bill 1059 by Representatives English and Ricks and Senators Hansen and Winter, concerning compensation for state elected officials and in connection therewith creating the Independent State Elected Official Pay Commission and modifying the amount of per diem allowed to members of the General Assembly for expenses incurred during sessions of the General Assembly.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1059 on third reading.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1059. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Will, Van Winkle, Liston,
20%.
Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood, Roberts, Kirkmeyer, Colker.
I could have put 60 miles.
With a vote of
You didn't do it.
20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1059 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Buckner. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1283?
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Wilford and Marvin and Senator Malika, concerning a requirement that the Secretary of State review a campaign finance complaint that arises out of a municipal campaign finance matter under certain circumstances and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1283 on third reading and final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1283. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1283 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Exum, Priola, Winter, Hansen, Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1288?
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Rutan, Allen, Sirota, and Senator Hansen concerning means of increasing the number of claims for certain income tax credits that support children and in connection therewith making appropriations.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1288 on third reading.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of 1288. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1288 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1322?
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Brown and Byrd and Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez concerning the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing conducting a feasibility study to determine whether to seek federal authorization to provide services that address Medicaid members' health-related social needs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1322 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1322. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Pelton R., Van Winkle, Smallwood. With a vote of 30 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1322 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Buckner, Exum. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1351?
House Bill 1351 by Representatives Amable and Lindsted and Senators Lundin and Priola concerning the continuation of functions related to banking and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report from the Department of Regulatory Agencies for the Division of Banking and the Banking Board.
Okay.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1351 to the end of the third reading calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1351 to the end of the third reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1351 will be laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1453?
House Bill 1453 by Representative Ricks and Senators Coleman and Colker concerning the relocation of the Climber Act from the Department of the Treasury to the Office of Economic Development.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1453 on third reading and encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1453. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Pelton B., Pelton R., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle. What's going on? That's as high as my octave goes. Will, I even have a bolo tie on. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1453 is passed. Co-sponsors, amazing bill. Co-sponsors, Senator Exum, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Sullivan. Please add Senator Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1461?
House Bill 1461 by Representatives Martinez and Pugliese and Senator Gonzalez concerning an exemption from the limit on earned time for earned time awarded to nonviolent offenders who complete an accredited higher education program.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1461 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1461. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Pelton B., Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader again, and again. With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1461 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Smallwood, Priola, Buckner, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Henriksen, Fields, Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1451?
Senator
House Bill-
Buckner.
House Bill 1451 by Representatives Harrod and Ricks and Senators Buckner and Coleman concerning protections against discrimination based on hair length that is associated with one's race.
Senator Buckner.
We move House Bill 24-1451, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Man, this is a great bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of 1451. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle,
Who used to have an afro over here?
Baisley,
Who used to have an afro over here?
Rich,
Tony had an afro.
Gardner, Liston,
Hold on.
Pelton B, Pelton R.
I'm not getting paid by Bubbly.
You see how I stood on my tiptoes?
Thank you. You know what I'm
With
saying?
a vote of
He was saying he had an afro.
On an
He
afro.
didn't count you as a no vote.
On,
I was asking if he had an afro. He had his head.
I did not.
dreadlocks.
With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1451 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Exum, Roberts, Colker, Bridges, Fields, Mullica, Henriksen, Sullivan,
Okay, we're doing the first one.
Jaquez Lewis, Cutter,
Because it was the reverse yesterday.
Michelson Janae, Priola,
And I was going very slow. I'm like, where's Rachel? Yes, yes, yes.
Janal,
4. And then I saw you and I'm like, 1, 4. Hey, am I here okay? Thank you.
Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1465?
House Bill 1465 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning changes related to programs funded with money the state received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and in connection therewith changing appropriations.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1465 on third reading, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1465. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Liston, With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1465 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1466?
House Bill 1466 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning exchanging money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund with state money and in connection therewith ensuring that money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund is spent in accordance with deadlines established in federal law and making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1466 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1466. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1466 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1351?
House Bill 1351 by Representatives Amable and Linstead and Senators Lundin and Priola concerning the continuation of functions related to banking and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report from the Department of Regulatory Agencies for the Division of Banking and the Banking Board.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1351 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1351. Are there any no votes? Senator Sullivan. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1351 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators listed. Senators Michelson, Janay. Committee reports.
May 3rd, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1008 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1043 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1135 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1216 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1260 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1262 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1290 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1302 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1313 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1320 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1333 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1355 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1360 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1364 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1446 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 84 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 95 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 107 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 228 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 229 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 230 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
May 3rd, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes House Bills 1142, 1462, 1223, 1055, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2nd, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes House Bill 1464.
I don't need the script. Proceed out of order? I'm ready.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1034, 1043, 1262, 1290, 1333, 1355, 1360, 1364, and 1446 on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar at the hour of 10:22.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills mentioned by the Majority Leader on special orders consent at the hour of 10:22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 10:22. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills consent.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
ready? All right, y'all, the committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1034 by Representatives Mobley and Bradfield and Senator Fields concerning adult competency to stand trial. House Bill 1043 by Representatives Taggart and Hamrick and Senators Hansen and Van Winkle concerning payments to the statewide Death and Disability Trust Fund to pay benefits for Fire and Police Pension Association members hired before January 1, 1997. House Bill 1262 by Representatives Garcia and Joda and Senators Buckner and Michelson-Janay concerning maternal health and connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1290 by Representatives Bradfield and Kipp and Senator Zenzinger concerning an appropriation to reduce financial barriers for students entering the educator workforce through the Student Educator Stipend Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1333 by Representatives Hamrick and Bacon and Senator Danielson concerning the continuation of the Private Occupational Education Act of 1981 and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Review by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1355 by Representatives Mabry and Amable and Senators Michelson, Janay, and Gardner concerning reducing the competency wait list and in connection therewith creating a wraparound care program and making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1360 by Representatives Ortiz and Clifford and Senator Rodriguez concerning mechanisms to support the integration of Coloradans with disabilities into their communities and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office in the Department of Labor and Employment, moving the Colorado Disability Funding Committee and its functions from the Department of Personnel to the Colorado Disability Opportunity Office and making and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1364 by Representatives McCluskey and Bacon and Senators Bridges and Lundin concerning measures to support education-based workforce readiness and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1446 by Representatives McLaughlin and Hartsook and Senators Buckner and Pelton B concerning improving resources for science educators and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader? Oh, is there any discussion
No,
on?
I have to move them all.
Is there, let's see, Majority Leader Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, and the associated committee reports for House Bill 1034, House Bill 1043, House Bill 1262, and the appropriations report.
And the HHS report?
House Bill 1034 and the Judiciary Report, House Bill 1043, House Bill 1262 and the Health and Human Services and the Appropriations Report, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1355 and the Judiciary Report, House Bill 1360, House Bill 1364 and the Appropriations Report, and House Bill 1446.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes will have it, and the motion is adopted. We will rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met and considered several bills. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the report?
May 3rd, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1034, House Bill 1043, House Bill 1262 is amended, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1355 is amended, House Bill 1360, House Bill 1364 is amended, House Bill 1446 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Report. House Bill 1034, 1043, 1262 is amended, 1290, 1333, 1355 is amended, 1360, 1364 is amended, 1446 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 84, Senate Bill 95, Senate Bill 107, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 230, House Bill 1008, House Bill 1135, House Bill 1152, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1216, House Bill 1260, House Bill 1302, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1308, House Bill 1313, House Bill 1320, House Bill 1356, House Bill 1370, House Bill 1437, and House Bill 1452. At the hour of 10:32.
The motion is that the Senate take up all of the bills listed on the special orders calendar at the hour of 10:33. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up
I don't know.
The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up all of those bills mentioned on special orders at the hour of 10:33 a.m. Will the clerk please add Senator Marchman to the roll? Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
It gets easier. Steve probably threw it away.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 84 until after Senate Bill 230.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 84 until after 2:30. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over accordingly. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 95?
Senate Bill 95 by Senator Kirkmeyer concerning measures to address ozone levels in areas that do not meet federal ozone national ambient air quality standards.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2495, including the Transportation and Energy report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations report.
To the T&E report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had several amendments in here that we worked on with the Department of Transportation, CDOT, the RAC, with some environmental groups, including COPERG, NCAR, NREL, Clean Screen Program, and everybody likes this bill. Well, almost everybody. Urge and I vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the T&E report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the T&E report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the finance report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the finance report, we just had one amendment, and it was a cleanup. Urge and I vote.
Further discussion on the finance report. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted as well. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On appropriations, we had two amendments. One was to ensure that we had no general fund appropriation and got that wiped out. And then we had one from the good senator from Denver to make a change in one of the enterprises from 80% to 50% so that we can get more local governments money to fund more vehicles. That's what it does. More local governments money so that we can fund more vehicles that help our air quality.
Is there further discussion? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
It's a good bill. I appreciate my co-sponsors' work on this bill to get everybody in a supportive position and her ability to listen and take feedback to tweak out her bill. So I'm honored to be a co-sponsor with her. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
No.
See, you're giving me a hard time.
Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 95. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just going to echo the comments from my co-prime on this. We did a lot of work to get this bill into a really good spot. and it is good for air quality in the state. We're utilizing enterprises that were created a couple of years ago and in the way that they should be utilized to get the funding out to clean up air quality standards here in Colorado, and I would urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the diligent work of the bill sponsor who brings this forward, the good senator from up north in Brighton, Colorado, representing Brighton, Colorado. However, I was a no vote in committee because it actually is stemming from the underlying legislation of, I don't know if you recall, Senate Bill 21-260, which was a major overhaul of the funding system for the state of Colorado. And one of the things within that bill was this enterprise. And what it did, it raises fees on Uber and Lyft rides, and it puts it into this enterprise to then fund things like the high emitter vehicle program and electric lawn equipment and things like that. What this bill does is it expands upon that bill and those efforts and those fees that were raised in Senate Bill 260 by increasing a fee by $10, which will ultimately actually raise a lot of money. It will ultimately raise $10 million, and then that will boost the efforts of Senate Bill 260 to put more money into the high emitter vehicle program vouchers, the electric lawn equipment rebate program, the Clean Fleet Enterprise expansion, and then further additional ozone studies on top of a lot of the ozone work that we're already doing and that we're going to hear about in a bill here in a few minutes. And so I was a no vote in committee for those reasons and do appreciate the bill sponsor's thoughtful efforts at bringing this bill. 10 million is the one I have, which is April 29th.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yep.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And unfortunately, this fiscal note did not get updated as much as it should have prior to appropriations today. Hopefully, coming out of appropriations, they will update this fiscal note because our fiscal note's from April 29th. So I just need to point out a couple of things, and I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Douglas County, but here's the idea. First of all, the high emitter program that we have in here, which puts forward an $850 voucher for those vehicles that do not pass the emissions test on their second time. So vehicle goes through, it doesn't pass, the owner of the vehicle has to spend $200 and then try and get their vehicle to pass emissions again. If it doesn't pass on that second time, then there is an $850 voucher essentially that goes to the people who fix the vehicles to make sure that the vehicle gets fixed. And that's why it's called a high emitter program, so that then they can pass and come into compliance with the emission standards that we have here in the state. The money is coming out of, for this program, is coming out of the non-attainment area air pollution mitigation enterprise. This is a program that was designed after a very successful program in California, in the San Joaquin Valley County. And again, very successful in that it eliminated tons, and I mean tons of pollution out of the air. The other thing that it did is vehicles that were not getting registered because they didn't have enough money to pass emissions, all of a sudden their registration started going up as well, which is again is another good thing for in the state. The non-attainment air pollution mitigation enterprise is intended, and it was created in 21-260. There is actually approximately $10.6 million that is in these total funds as of 23-24, and this enterprise is to provide incentives for the owner of a passenger car or light-duty truck to voluntarily repair their vehicle in order to reduce emissions of ozone precursors. Under current law, vehicles that fail emissions tests, and I'm reading this right out of the fiscal notes so everybody knows, must be repaired. And if they subsequently fail again, as I mentioned earlier, they receive a certificate of emissions waiver. That the program identifies vehicles that have received a waiver or which have been identified and as having high emissions from the Clean Screen program that we've had here in the state since about 1993, and then there is providing a voucher to offset the cost. Sorry guys, it's a little loud. Thank you. So anyways, with regard to the non-attainment area air pollution mitigation, if you remember earlier, I said that there were amendments that were put forward, and this was specifically Amendment 005, and those were in working with the Department of Public Health and Environment and with the Department of Transportation to ensure that we were using the funds and asking for the funds appropriately from this enterprise. And we are. And in fact, they looked at it and they said, yes, that the funds used for this high emitter program, again, to get these vehicles off the road, makes sense. And they said, yes, it follows the mission of their enterprise. And it's not like the department takes a yes or no on these or support or oppose, but they said that it fit within their mission. So we felt confident and we did a couple amendments to make sure that it did. The other thing, though, if you're looking at the fiscal note, and I don't blame you all for looking at fiscal notes because I do that quite a bit, it looks like there is a $10 million fiscal note in an enterprise in 2025, 2026. And again, I mentioned this in the T&E, and then I mentioned it again in finance. And because we moved pretty quickly into our appropriations, didn't have the time to get this totally cleaned up, but I know that there's a new fiscal note, and it might have been on the J amendment this morning, and I don't have that with me. But anyways, the addition of a $10 fee does not increase any fees or any dollars into the general fund or any fees into the enterprise. And the enterprise that we are talking about now, because there are two enterprises, the enterprises that we are talking about now is I believe it's the Clean Transit enterprise. And again, that they were saying that these fees would go into, and that's incorrect. The fiscal note is incorrect. What we did in Amendment L09, and this came from the good senator from Henderson, we increased a potential increase in the costs for emissions inspections. In 1995, the fee was set at $25, and it has remained that way since 1995. All we did with an amendment to this bill was say that the cost to do emissions inspections and evaluations can rise up to $35, and then we put an inflationary escalator on that as well, because again, it hadn't been increased since 1995. And the purpose of that is so that the people who do and it's Air Colorado, the people who run this inspection program, the emissions inspection program, would have the ability to do more clean screen programming throughout the state. You know those things that you just drive by and they check your car, and they want to put up more of those types of facilities throughout the state on more highways to make it more convenient for people. That fee of $15 does not change. It's the fee if you have an issue and you have to go in. So if you buy a new used vehicle, new to you, used vehicle, you have to go have it retested on emissions. And if you go in to do that, currently that has been $25, and it still is $25. But again, that has increased, and the Air Colorado has not been able to increase their sites throughout Colorado. So that fee has that emissions inspection fee that you would pay to Air Colorado, now in law, can be up to $35. But that is something that has to be negotiated in their next contract with the state, with the Department of Public Health and Environment. So it's not an automatic, it's just a recognition that the fee has not been for emissions testing, again, not a fee that comes to the state of Colorado, has not been increased since 1995. How many years is that? Almost 30 years, basically? Almost 30 years kind of thing. So that's all that does. It then allows the folks who do the emissions testing and inspections the opportunity to negotiate on an increase with the Department of Public Health. The reason for doing so is they would like to add some new areas that people with their vehicles can go in and get their emissions testing and screening accomplished. Like when you have a vehicle that doesn't pass and you've got to go. It used to be that the lines were extremely long behind these. I know there's one not too far from me, about 5 or 6 miles north of me, so that's easy for me. But their first areas that they want to put, because of such a growth and increase in population, their first areas that they want to do this in is Adams County, and I think they were saying even in the Brighton area, which is not in my district. Just because it says I'm from Brighton doesn't mean that it's in my district. I live in Weld County, not in Adams County. But anyways, and Douglas County as well, so that we have more convenience for people, more encouragement for them to get their emissions test or their vehicles fixed. Because again, we found out in going through and doing this program that that what will happen is that, God, now I lost my track. We found out that in doing this program that if we have convenience, that more people will be more likely to go in and get their vehicles fixed. But we also found out that it's like 5 to 10% of the vehicles are causing 50% of the NOx issue in our state, and that's something that we want to clean up. So again, the fee that was talked about that is in Senate Bill 95 does not go to the state. And it is not an automatic that your emissions inspections will increase by $10. That's not how this works. There has to be a negotiation and a contracting. The other thing that Air Colorado wants to do is put up like kiosks, so more drive-by abilities, more convenience for the people of Colorado, you know, in supermarkets, you know, and large box stores, retail stores. Put these up in those parking lots, again, for more convenience for people. And then what we also did this morning in appropriations is an amendment with regard to the photochemical modeling that, again, this was something that was driving a fiscal note. I'm not sure everybody understood. We tried to work with folks. We just couldn't get communication going the way we needed to. So I put in an amendment that said that they would use photochemical modeling and data analysis. And photochemical modeling is that up-to-date point source modeling that I think we all want to know where the heavy pollution is coming in so we can attack those sources and really make sure that we're working to clean the air in the state of Colorado. And so we said that photochemical modeling and data analysis has to be used in the state, the next revision to the state implementation plan, which is a couple of years out. But again, it is point source modeling. Our current SIP from 2021 is based on data from 2016. That is 7-8 years old at least. That is not what we should be building a state implementation plan on for air quality in the state of Colorado. So by putting this amendment on this morning in appropriations, I was told by our JBC analysts, our JBC folks who do the fiscal notes, that, or whoever does the fiscal notes, that this would take off the general fund requirement that the health department put on, because originally we had that they had to do this modeling and they had to do it now, and that drove about a $642,000 fiscal note. So again, understanding where our budget is at this point, really work to ensure that we had a fiscal note that would not be a burden on the state's general fund and on our budget at this point, so that's why that was put on. So that's a more clear understanding and explanation of the fiscal note. And I still urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 24095. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Did we adopt the report?
We're on the bill.
Yeah, we already did that. We're on to the bill now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the thorough explanation. Actually, it didn't occur to me that I might have an idea for an amendment for this bill until you started explaining it, and then a light bulb went off. I had a bill that I brought forward to the General Assembly that actually passed out of this chamber twice unanimously, and then mysteriously did not move forward in the House, that had to do with on-board diagnostic tests. In the state of Colorado right now, we essentially fake fail people. If your check engine light comes on in your vehicle, you automatically fail your emissions test. It's automatic. Even if your check engine light has nothing to do with your emissions. So what we were trying to do was to say, hey, we think it's really important to catch people that are having difficulty with their emissions, but, and the check engine light generally drives about 98 to 99% of those. Just to be honest. I mean, the majority of the time when the check engine light goes off, it is an indicator that there is something wrong with your emissions, but not always. We had people that came and testified, multiple people that came and testified and demonstrated that they were able to pass a tailpipe test, and that tailpipe test said, no, you're fine. You do not have a problem with emissions. You're emitting the proper level. You're falling within the range that is appropriate for the state of Colorado to continue driving your vehicle. But yet, we're fake failing people just because of that indicator light. So, we suggested, instead of just automatically failing people, if your check engine light is on, how about you do a tailpipe test, just to be sure? And if you fail the tailpipe test, then obviously the check engine light was about that, and you still fail. But if your check engine light has nothing to do with your emissions, why do we continue to fail them? Is my question. And it was a question that I asked of this legislative body, and we agreed unanimously twice. So, I would like to work with the sponsors to entertain an amendment that says that the check engine light, which the reason I was told that they were unwilling to change this policy is because at that time, we had adopted, as part of our SIP, that we were only going to go by that onboard diagnostic test as the indication in order to earn credits toward our air quality correction plan. And I said, wait a minute, how does that help our air quality if what you are doing is fake failing people? I don't get it. Don't you just want to make sure that you're failing people who are not passing that emissions test? And if they are able to demonstrate through a tailpipe test that they can pass, what's the problem? And they said, that's because the standard of your onboard diagnostic test catches more people. It fails more people. And it demonstrates to the federal government that we're tough in Colorado. And I said, yes, but if they're passing an air pipe test, how does that not benefit our air quality? It's demonstrating that they are in compliance with the standards that we have set. And they said, yeah, but sometimes you pass a tailpipe test even though you are an emitter. And I said, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why do the test in the first place then, if we're going to fake fail people? So I would like to perhaps maybe take a quick senatorial 5 so that I can. Oh, okay, great. I just wanted to, as the good senator from Weld County was describing this bill, it occurred to me that maybe this might be an opportunity, even if we have to do it as a pilot program, even if we have to do it only in certain areas, I think that the good citizens of Colorado would appreciate it. Because here's the deal, here's the impact. When you fail people automatically for their check engine light, is that oftentimes, as was the case for my vehicle, and that's how I know that this is a true thing, is that this occurred to me, is that I had an electrical short in my programming of my Prius. Yeah, let me just point that out. I was driving a Prius. that had no problems with my emissions. But yet, I was automatically failed in emissions because of my onboard diagnostic test. My check engine light was on. We take it to our local automobile place, my local Lake Arbor Automotive, which is a great car place to get your car fixed. They looked into it. They did a test because they also do emissions there, and they said, no, it's not your emissions. We cannot explain why your check engine light is on. And I said, they said, we hooked it up to our computer, we've run it, we cannot figure it out. I had to pay for that, by the way. So they had to send me to a specialist that only dealt with Priuses in Denver. So I drive my car to the dealership, to the special place that only deals with Priuses in Denver to say, hey, can you figure out why my check engine light won't turn off? They ran a series of tests and they said, yes, we know on occasion this happens. We will reset it for you. But here's the deal. During that time, I was unable to get my license plate renewed because I couldn't pass an emissions test. I couldn't pass the emissions test because my check engine light was on. I had to wait to get an appointment at Lake Arbor Auto. I had to wait for them to try and figure out what was wrong with it. Then I had to make another appointment to go to a different place, which I was not able to get into right away. I had to wait to get into that place in Denver. I had to wait for them to do the assessment to figure it out. And by that time, my license plates had already expired. Already expired. Now, I found it very annoying because I see license plates driving around all over that are expired, and I always wonder, do they ever get pulled over? Do they ever get tickets? Well, I can tell you I did. So, this is an issue that I would really like to fix. I would like to work with the sponsors to see if there is a way that we might be able to address this. It seems like it fits under the title. It seems like it would fit in keeping with the program. And thank you for an opportunity to talk about this.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request to lay over Senate Bill 95, 2 bills on the calendar, after 228.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 95 until after Senate Bill 228. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will lay that bill over 2 bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 107 after Senate Bill 84.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 107 until after Senate Bill 84. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over accordingly. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 227? Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 227?
Senate Bill 227 by Senators Bridges and Peltonar and Representative Young concerning removing the authorization for a public school to refuse a donated automated external defibrillator if the donating party does not agree to be responsible for the upkeep of the automated external defibrillator.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 227 on second reading.
To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, colleagues, a few years ago, Senator Roberts and I passed a bill requiring public spaces to accept donated AEDs. When we did that, we inadvertently repealed a law that was passed in honor of a friend of mine from high school's brother who had passed away, David. That was David's law. This bill today fixes the mistake that we made in repealing that law and ensures that schools must accept donated AEDs, and they are responsible for the maintenance of those AEDs. Just want to say thank you all for your support on this. Thanks to the folks outside who have worked so hard, and apologies to Jessica and the family. We are making it right today.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my co-prime for including me on this bill, and it's a good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 227. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Malika and Lundin and Representatives DeGroote, Kennedy, and Pugliese concerning mechanisms to refund excess state revenues.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 228 to lay over on the calendar after House Bill 1152.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 228 until after House Bill 1152. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Winter and Priola concerning measures to mitigate ozone pollution in the state.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 229.
Along with the Appropriations Committee report?
Along with the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Approps report.
The Appropriations Committee made the appropriation to the bill. And
Is there
I
further
ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps report to 229. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 95?
Senate Bill 95 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez and Representatives Bacon and Evans concerning measures to address ozone levels in areas that do not meet federal ozone national ambient air quality standards.
No, we did not. The Majority Leader, to clarify, the Majority Leader laid over Senate Bill 95 till after 227. So we need to go to that, I'm sorry, to after 228. So we need to go to that first, and so I'm calling back up Senate Bill 95.
I'm laying it over.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is not ready yet, so I move to lay over Senate Bill 95 until after Senate Bill 107.
Okay. The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 95 until after Senate Bill 107. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over. Back to Senate Bill 229. We have adopted the appropriations report. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of 229.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 229? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 229. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 230?
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Fenberg and Cutter and Representatives McCluskey and Velasco concerning support for statewide remediation services that positively impact the environment.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 230 and the Finance Committee report.
to the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee adopted, I believe, 3 amendments. Didn't dramatically change the policy in any way. One was cleanup. The other 2 were largely related to a potential measure that may or may not happen into the future to protect the merits and intent of this existing bill, Senate Bill 230. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Finance Committee report. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report to Senate Bill 230 is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L004?
L4, amend printed bill, page 21,
Mr.
line
President.
11.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L4.
Discussion on L4. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L4 is a purely technical amendment. There were a few things that we caught overnight. And number 1, it removes the word each to refer to each planned service change, and instead makes it more clear that the reports can summarize service changes. Every time there's a service change, they do not have to write a new report for the legislature. And then the second part of this bill is, again, a correction. It did say subsection 1 of this section, and instead it should have said this subsection 1. So it's just a rearrangement of the words there. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L004 to Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 230. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm assuming, after reading the beginning of this bill, that this is the deal that's been in the press that everybody has been talking about with the fees on oil and gas production to be able to pay for transit. And if I remember right, it's a 46-cent fee on every barrel of gas or oil coming out of, I'm sorry, is it 1.2 cents or $1.12 per MCF of gas, oil and gas, and 48 cents for every 40 cents of fraction or 40 cents by which the average gas spot price exceeds $2.20 per MMBTU of gas. So, I'd like to go back in time, Mr. Chair, and talk about the Ozone Committee that I sat on over the summer, and talk about how over and over again there were people coming in front of us talking about how the air was not, they were not able to breathe the air. On high ozone days, there was terrible bloody noses. People were afraid to go outside. And now we put a fee on oil and gas and all is forgiven. I don't know how, I'm going to guess that oil and gas is going to have to ramp up their production to be able to pay for this. I'm assuming that's going to be the case because that's kind of a large fee that we're putting on them, and all to pay for transit and the choo-choo train going up north. And I I just don't believe that this is the way that government's supposed to work, Mr. Chair. I have a big issue with pay to play, something that oil and gas companies were accused of during that Ozone committee. And that's what we feel like that we're doing here. Again, let's go back to, I think I'm on page 12, line 12, where it says greater than $1.40, but less than equal to $1.80 per MMBTU of gas, an amount determined by the enterprise with a maximum amount of 64 cents per MCF of gas. Again, more fees on top of to pay for the choo-choo train. I just don't know why we're punishing somebody in production oil and gas for a choo-choo train other than it's pay to play. That's what we're doing. This sounds something straight out of a mini-series on HBO that I used to watch all the time. This is just very frustrating to me. I felt like that, government's not supposed to work this way. We're supposed to come to agreements that are not where we punish a complete industry to get our way, to move forward in a direction that the state wants to move forward in. I think my biggest frustration is I sat in that Ozone committee all summer long, and when people were paraded in front of us, people on the committee had tears because they were so concerned about the air quality, and now the air quality is going to have to suffer again because we're going to have to ramp up oil and gas to be able to pay for these fees. This is not the way we're supposed to do government, folks. This is not New Jersey. This is Colorado. That's not how we do things. Very frustrated with this. Very frustrated with this whole deal. I do appreciate the fact that my oil and gas workers that I represent in Weld County will stay working. They're going to have to. They're going to have to really work because they're going to ramp up production to be able to pay for this. But just frustrated in the whole intent, the perception of it, and how it looks. Being a former county commissioner, I remember we did a lot of things where we always worried about perception of what we were doing, because this does not look good on any of us here at the state capitol. Not on the first floor, not on the second floor. This is bad news. Anyway, I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 230.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I come up. I have a looking through the bill, but I do have a few issues with this bill, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the wildlife aspect of it. And if you want to look in the bill to about page 37 or so, but it's talking about the money in the fund that's from oil and gas that's continuously appropriated to the division for purposes specified in subsection 3B of this section. And then you go down to 6 there, page 37, lines 20 and 21. But I just want to say that this bill, in my opinion, needs way more sideboards on the language and how CPW can use this money. And I don't think it should be, just with the past issues we've had, I don't think that the CPW ought to be maybe using this money for reintroduction of predators. And I'm speaking more specifically to the issues we've been having with wolves. And, it's always out there, and you hear grizzly bears. You've heard me say at the mic before when we were talking about wolves and the reintroductions of wolves into this state. There's 6 million people in the state of Colorado, and whether you love wolves or hate wolves, it's not fair to the species. because they're going to be in constant conflict. We see that in the news. Just look at the 10 that's been released into the state and how many conflicts and issues we've already had. So under they're under there for the native species conservation, rehabilitation, and reintroduction. I think we need to have some sideboards there, and I'll probably have an amendment to that effect that maybe we shouldn't be using this money to reintroduce predators into this state without a real comprehensive plan and evaluations of what that might do to the state, what it might do to livestock producers in this state. So that part of the bill does concern me. I do understand some of the other issues that I was going to talk about was with the Wildlife Action Plan and the CPW's research, and there's all kinds of supporting literature and examples of ways species have been impacted by climate. And one that pops into mind right away is we talk about water in this chamber all the time. We talk about snowpack and runoff, and that there are some huge issues affecting especially our aquatic species, and that has to do a lot with river temperatures, et cetera. So that part of the bill I like. I just I don't like the part about the reintroduction of species and these funds going to that. So just asking for sideboards in the bill so we're not introducing predators into this state. And you've heard me here at the mic with Senate Bill 171 with the wolverine reintroduction and the right way to do it. The good thing about wolverines, they're not going to be causing problems with livestock producers in this state, but there are other predators that could be reintroduced into this state. Grizzly bears, for one, that would have a huge impact on recreation as well as our livestock producers in the state. So for those reasons, I'll probably be a no on this bill unless we can get those sideboards on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So haven't had a lot of time to digest the bill, but it just strikes me, and had a conversation with the senator from Boulder, the president, about, look, this is all in an effort to improve air quality standard, and I know it serves dual purposes, but the air quality standards here where in the Front Range where we're in severe non-attainment. I like, my preference would be, and I love the funding for CPW and conservation efforts outside of here, but it seemed like we ought to invest all this time, effort, energy, and resource into getting this problem solved on the Front Range and the severe non-attainment. And I just conceptually was thinking about it, maybe even a trigger that says we can shift these funds and these resources to other places if we reach some sort of metric or target that says we've actually made a difference. My fear is we have not figured out how to really fundamentally change the air quality standard on the Front Range. Here's an effort to put, 50, 80, $100 million towards a problem, but I'm not terribly optimistic that this is going to solve the problem, and would rather see us, if we're going to do this, and the oil and gas industry has agreed to do this, focus all those efforts on making a true significant difference, and then again a trigger or something that says, all right, now we can invest outside in natural resources, which I love to see more money in conservation efforts and wildlife habitat and water projects and a lot of places we could go. But anyway, that's partly the reason I voted against the bill yesterday, and again, I haven't had an abundance of time to process all of this. So for right now, I would continue to be opposed to Senate Bill 230. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, whenever we have a bill of this complexity this late in the session, it becomes really important that we slow down, contemplate what we're doing, and understand the implications of it. The fiscal note summary says that the bill creates new oil and gas production fees to be used to expand transit service, frequency, ridership, and fund passenger rail projects, and to fund wildlife and land remediation services. I had someone stop me outside the chamber yesterday, I think it was. It all kind of runs together this time of year, and say, Senator, do you think that's constitutional to create those enterprises with a fee, or is it too attenuated when you start doing production, oil and gas production fees for transit service, frequency, ridership? I will say this, while I think it's too attenuated, the 7 people across the street I don't think will. I don't think they've ever found anything too attenuated. I think you could impose a fee on young people to pay old people for being old, and they would not find that too attenuated. In fact, we probably do that all the time here if I analyzed it very long. So, new oil and gas production fees for this, and we're going to have 2 fees going to 2 existing state enterprises, the Clean Transit Enterprise in CDOT and the Colorado Parks and Wildlife in DNR, and the Department of Revenue is going to administer them. That should give you comfort, he said with some irony in his voice. Revenues from the fees are exempt from Tabor. Of course they are. One more set of enterprises, one more set of fees to get around what the people of Colorado said in 1992 about asking the voters for taxation. Anyplace else, this would be a tax. An economist would say it's a tax. So the maximum amounts at which the bill permits the enterprises to set fees are shown in the tables. You might want to say that, take a look at that. You know, and if oil is oil production, you know, $40 per barrel, you're getting only 4 cents a barrel. Doesn't sound like much, but every incremental change is borne by consumers. And as you go on up, if you get above $60 a barrel or more, it's $24 or 24 cents per barrel, plus 12 cents per barrel for each $10 or fraction thereof, by which the spot price exceeds $60 per barrel. Now, how are we going to know what the spot price is? Well, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission within DNR is going to calculate the average oil and gas spot prices from the previous quarter and publish those prices on their website. And then the commission's required to provide written guidance to the enterprises that we're going to create here, or existing ones we're going to fund, on the current condition of oil and gas markets and the market sensitivity to higher or lower production fee amounts, and to take into consideration national emergency and security needs and extreme new regulatory burdens on producers. I wonder what those might be. And then a month from when the Commission posts those average oil and gas prices from the previous quarter on the website, those enterprises are going to set the production fee amounts that will be applied to the previous quarter's oil and gas production. And oil and gas producers are required to file a return and pay the production fee. Sounds like a tax return. Sounds like a tax return. And by the way, if you don't think there'll eventually be some litigation over whether these fees were properly calculated when you get millions of dollars at stake, you know, because 4 cents a barrel doesn't sound like very much, but when we start looking at what the numbers here for the collections, they get pretty high pretty quick. So to comply with Prop 117, Prop 117, do you recall Prop 117? That was the proposition approved by the voters of Colorado that was going to rein in enterprises. Now, Proposition 117, and this is to this bill because it shows what the effect of Prop 117 has been. It was very high-minded. The proponents of 117 wanted to limit the numbers of enterprises, but, you know, if you limit the size of them, then instead of getting several, I say several, a few big ones, apparently you get dozens of little ones. So to comply with Prop 117 for FY 25-26 only, the Clean Transit enterprise is required to reduce fees so that the total revenue it generates from the production fees and from the current law retail delivery fees does not exceed $100 million, because that's the magic number that you have to ask the voters, can you have that enterprise? $100 million over the 5-year period between 21-22 and 25-26. So now, Clean Transit enterprise. You know, the Clean Transit enterprise, this bill creates 3 new cash funds within the enterprise, as described below. The fiscal notes do a really good job, by and large, of taking you through the legislation without having to read this and semicolon that, semicolon or, and then that, and then that. So it's good. 70% of this is going to go to local transit operations cash fund. So money credited to the local transit operations cash fund is going to be used to expand transit service. So every time you fill up your car, because these fees are going to find their way, and there's also on natural gas production, so every time you move your thermostat to 68 degrees, or if you're a little cold-natured, 70, you're going to help fund local transit operations. So just when you're standing there at your favorite lowest price in town gas pump, just feel good. Feel really good that you're subsidizing transit while you're doing that. You don't need to feel guilty about driving around in your vehicle anymore because you're paying your blood money. What is that money going to do? It's going to expand transit service, transit frequency, and improve transit networks to increase transit ridership. Well, that's a worthy goal. Increase transit ridership, since when I'm driving home and I drive past those RTD trains, they all look empty. Why? Because of frequency, reliability, places, even population density, quite frankly. There's no transit system in the country that does not take substantial subsidies in some way or somehow from the citizenry. And that's what we're doing here. You may think that's a social good, and if you do, you're probably going to be a no on this. You may think that that's not a social good, and you may be a no on this. So, money's allocated to eligible entities. There's going to be all this, eligible entities are local governments, local regional transit districts, regional transportation authorities serving one or more communities with a total population of at least 1 million. Let me think about that a second. Money is allocated to eligible entities, paren, local governments, local or regional transit districts, or regional transportation authorities serving one or more communities with total population of at least 1 million. Can you, that's, I think, sponsors can tell me differently, but I think that's a very long phraseology to say Denver. Applicants must provide a service improvement plan. You know, we create more employment. They're going to have a bunch of people create a service improvement plan and describe how the money will be spent to expand transit services and increase frequency. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated. That means it's not going to go away and it isn't going to go back to taxpayers. They're going to keep it and keep spending it. That's 70% of it. 10% is going to go to the local transit grant program cash fund. So we're going to give some grants out. It's to provide competitive grants to eligible entities for operating and capital expenses with providing public transportation. Doesn't say what eligible entities are, but I guess they're probably local governments, local or regional transit districts, or regional transportation authorities. RTD in Denver. 20% to the rail funding program. Money credited to the rail funding program cash fund is to fund passenger rail projects. Money in the funds continuously appropriated. Again. Okay, so we're gonna push transit, whether your demand is there or not. We're gonna elevate the cost of driving. We're going to subsidize the cost of taking the train, and eventually we're going to hope that you get tired of paying more and more to drive, and that because we subsidize it. Heaven help us, by the way, if we ever quit using oil and gas, because if we do, there won't be any subsidy for the transit. You know, this, we don't often think about this. Maybe there are folks here in the chamber on one side of the aisle that think that the use of oil and gas in large quantities is a sin. If they believe in sin, we put fees on alcohol, and we put taxes on cannabis, and we cross-fund, and we really tax that gambling stuff, and we cross-fund that, and we have this schizophrenic kind of a thing of, we want you to quit gambling, it's a problem, but don't quit gambling because we need you to gamble to fund all the things that we need. So, you know, it's a problem, but we're going to pay some blood money to have a harm reduction program. Well, think of this as the liberal idea of a harm reduction program for transit, because all that money is going to be needed for transit. Don't quit using oil and gas because we need to tax it. Not a good idea. We're going to have oil and gas production fees to Colorado Parks and Wildlife credited to the Climate Resilient Wildlife and Land Cash Fund to be used for funding of broad investments in land, wildlife, and habitat conservation restoration. Those aren't bad things, but I bet that's a political football. I bet it's a political football about who's going to get that money and who decides who's going to get that money and whether it's going to go to Wolves or Wolverines. So we created an entire reporting system, and so by March of 2030, although interestingly enough, this is going into effect in 25, 26, but we don't get around to reporting until March of 2030, and every 5th March, 1st thereafter, so we're only going to do this reporting in 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50, but I won't be here, I don't think. Both enterprises are required to complete an analysis of the production fees, revenue generated, and the use of the production fee, and they're going to put it up on their websites. That's going to make for some interesting reading, and you know, hopefully that'll be an accessible website. It'll be accessible for everybody. And now we get to it. Got these enterprises, going to help all the state. Well, looked like RTD in Denver to me, but going to help all the state. But now we got the Longmont rail line, not the Southern Colorado rail line. Longmont, is that out by Boulder? I don't know. The bill requires the RTD, remember them, to prioritize the completion of the Northwest Rail line to Longmont by cooperating and partnering with the Front Range Passenger District. So, I just read here that if I did want to take the train from Colorado Springs to Denver, which wouldn't have been a bad thing over the last 16 years, not again it, just wasn't there. I mean, I quite frequently, when I lived in Washington, D.C. about 2 lifetimes ago, I quite frequently took public transportation, both bus and metro, and found it to be quite good because it ran all hours of the day and the stations were pretty close together. But by the way, you affect real property values a lot by where those stations are. And if your neighborhood's not near one of those stations, that might seem like a desirable thing to you, except if you want to go to work. So I think we're going to increase the property values even more out Longmont Way. Now, this is complicated legislation for a lot of reasons, but it's complicated for this reason. There are some ballot measures out there. And so it has to have a provision that says if a ballot measure is approved by voters at the November 2024 general election that requires voter approval of fees assessed for the purpose of or that may be used for funding mass transportation, the bill imposes restrictions on how the fees may be used if voters do not approve their broader use. I think all that's to say if the voters say you can't do what the bill says you can do, then you can do less. But the enterprise will still be there. That's interesting, isn't it? So we're going to play a little, I don't want to be politically correct and pick on the Russians, but it is a common term. We're going to play a little Russian roulette with the ballot box if you approve this, because you may find that what you thought was the broad usage is much narrower. Enforcement. Oil and gas producers that fail to register with the DOR are subject to a petty offense. I bet that's a real deterrent to them. And a civil penalty of $50 a day for noncompliance. Well, they're going to comply. But there is a comparable crime analysis. I can and will go on and on, but I see I have a colleague here in the well that might wish to speak further on the bill, and so I will yield the floor for my colleague.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I take a senatorial 2-minute?
Senatorial 2 is requested.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the good senator from Jefferson County and the good senator, Mr. President from Boulder, for working with me on this amendment and my issues that I had with the bill, and I talked about on page 29 and line 7, where it's talking about this money to CPW, that they can use it for native species conservation, rehabilitation, and reintroduction. And I had issue with the reintroduction because I didn't want any predators, more predators, reintroduced into this state that have negative impacts on agriculture and negative impacts on livestock production. So, with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
To the amendment. One moment, Senator Will. Okay. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
L9, amend printed bill, page 29, strike line 7 and substitute reintroduction except for the reintroduction
Senator Will.
of grizzly.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me move the amendment. I move Amendment L009 to Senate Bill 230.
To the amendment.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, and it applies to line, or page 29, line 7, and also page 37, lines 21, where it talks about the native species conservation, rehabilitation, and the reintroduction. Obviously, the conservation and rehabilitation, not an issue. It's the reintroduction, and that's what this amendment goes after in the bill. So it will change it to where reintroduction, except for we still have reintroduction, but it's except for the reintroduction of grizzly bears and gray wolves that negatively impact livestock. And I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L009? Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to say thank you to the senator from Newcastle for bringing this forward and having a sidebar conversation about it. We do think this is reasonable, and we think this is fine, and probably the strangest friendly amendment I've ever accepted on a bill, but urge and I vote.
Further discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to rise in support of L009. You know, these things need to come in order, and there's already fees and stuff, monies that can be used for this. So thank you to the sponsors for working with the amendment sponsor and getting to approval of this. So I'd urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L009 to Senate Bill 230? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading through the bill, and especially on pages 28 and 29, there's language in there that has to do with land acquisition, creation of new parks, wildlife areas. You know, there already is kind of a process in place to where they go through county commissioners and the different people that are affected, but I would like to see in this bill itself language that has to do with anytime any land is being purchased, that it has to go through the local planning and zoning boards and also then through the county commissioners, because that land will be taken off the tax rolls. And so with that, I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L008?
I don't know about Dolores.
L8, amend printed bill, page 38, after line 5, insert 4, notwithstanding any
Senator
provision
Pelton.
of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008
So moved to the amendment.
Thank you. And I kind of explained about it a little bit before, but we need to be careful on all this government land acquisition because pretty soon they will control so much land that, and all of a sudden it goes off the tax rolls. We may have some real problems in some of these counties with meeting their budgets and stuff. So with that, I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just had a really quick discussion about this right before it was run, so we didn't vet this completely. But for now, I think we would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I'm not sure how this would depart from current practice and how significant it would be to require this. I think what we don't want to do is create a standard that a private property owner who wants to voluntarily sell their property to prohibit that, to require the government to be able to sign off and approve a private land transaction. So I don't know how often land acquisition happens in a way where the county does not want it to happen. But I just don't think it would be appropriate to tell a local property owner that they can't sell their property unless the local government approves it. Because at the end of the day, they are voluntarily selling it, and for whatever reason, it might be in the best interest of the community, of the landowner, of the state, et cetera. And so I think this would be an unnecessary hurdle. So for now, we would ask for a no vote, but happy to continue having the conversation about it.
All right, is there any further discussion? Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the good senator from Boulder brings up a good argument on that. But my counter argument is that yes, if a willing seller, right? But what this amendment says, there's lots of other funds and lots of other money that CPW can use for acquisition of those properties. What this amendment does is says that the production fees that come out of 230 cannot be used to purchase that without approval from county commissioners and the planning commission. So it doesn't hamstring the agency from acquisition of good conservation properties or those kind of acquisitions. They just couldn't use the production fee money. With this amendment, they couldn't use that for acquiring those properties that a willing seller had. So most of those properties will not be coming out of this production fee thing. Most of them are already there in place of what they're doing now. So I stand in strong support of L008. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of L008 to Senate Bill 230? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L008 fails. To the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, once again, here we are getting the bill fairly late in session on a really pretty quick turnaround timeline. Trying to figure out what's all in this bill is pretty amazing considering, and a pretty daunting task considering it's 49 pages long. So I'm going to probably be a little bit all over the place here with some of my comments because I've been trying to gather them just very shortly, trying to deal with all my other comments on other bills that we have to deal with. So I just want to make some comments very similar to the good senator from Logan County's comments. In reading in the legislative declaration, it talks about that according to modeling conducted by the Division of Administration in the Department of Public Health and Environment in 2023, oil and gas development is the leading source of ozone precursors in Colorado's ozone non-attainment areas and is responsible for 41% of the volatile organic compound emissions and 45% of the nitrogen oxide emissions, so NOx. And then it goes on to speak that the adverse impacts of oil and gas production affect both urban and rural communities, and justifying investment in transit service improvements in communities across the state to reduce local pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions and benefit disproportionately impacted communities. Now, I'm just looking at this language in the ledge deck. The adverse impacts of oil and gas production affect both urban and rural communities, justifying investment in transit service improvements in communities across the state to reduce local pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions and to benefit disproportionately impacted communities. Man, I've had this discussion and asked this question several times. What the heck is a disproportionately impacted community? And I'm thinking in this case, with regard to oil and gas production that has these supposedly adverse impacts, that the disproportionately impacted communities are probably in the areas of the state where there's actually oil and gas production. Because I'm looking at the readings from the towers that are in, that are in the state of Colorado, the air monitoring towers, and trying to figure out where the adverse impacts of oil and gas production would be and where the disproportionately impacted communities would be. So essentially, out of the towers that are along the Front Range, and this information comes from the Department of Public Health and Environment. I'm pretty sure it's from the RAC is where it is. Yes, it is. It's the Regional Air Quality Control Council. You can go and look this up yourself. But the NREL monitor. Now, all the monitors that I'm going to talk about are along the Front Range. They are not. They are not, however, where the oil and gas development occurs. They are not there. Because the tower in Greeley, which is in the heart of the Wattenberg Field, which is in the Denver-Julesburg Basin, and it is one of the most, or it used to be until people down here decided that wasn't a good idea apparently a few years ago and been going after it. But I think it still is probably in the top 5 or 7 most producing fields in the nation. So you would think that if there were disproportionately impacted communities that are adversely impacted by oil and gas production, that those would probably be in Weld County. But even when you're looking, and I'm saying maybe they are, I don't think most of the communities in Weld County would tell you that they are disproportionately impacted by oil and gas. But again, we're talking about the adverse impacts of oil and gas, and I will just tell you, in the monitors along the Front Range, the ones that we have the most problems with, so the NREL monitor, which is like over in the Golden area, 2.2 parts per billion out of approximately 75 parts per billion is related to oil and gas. So I don't think that you can say that area is a disproportionately impacted community as it relates to the adverse impacts of oil and gas production, because it's 2.2 parts out of 75 parts. I mean, quite frankly, the area that the item that is causing the most impact in oil and gas production, or is in that area, that urbanized area where the towers are, 5.2 parts per billion is from light-duty vehicles. So that's not oil and gas. So you can't relate this to oil and gas, and you can't relate and say that disproportionately impacted communities that are adversely impacted by oil and gas production are along the Front Range. That's one tower. It gets better. In the Fort Collins Tower. And the reason I'm mentioning these is because this is where the Front Range Rail is going to be. Not in Weld County, where 80% of the state oil comes from, 53% of the natural gas comes from, and that's from 2023. Not in Weld County. These transit agencies, these transit projects, the Front Range Rail, Weld County is not even in the Front Range Rail District. We're not in the taxing district. There will be no stops in Weld County. I mean, I'm not arguing that transit does not improve air quality. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is, right here in the ledge deck, it says that inverse impacts of oil and gas production affect both urban and rural communities. Not arguing that. Justifying investment in transit service improvements will benefit disproportionately impacted communities. And I'm reading this as those disproportionately impacted communities are disproportionately impacted by the adverse impacts of oil and gas production. That's why I ask all the time, where's the disproportionately impacted community? Which community are we talking about in this case? So in this case, we're talking about disproportionately impacted communities as they relate to the adverse impacts of oil and gas production. So if you basically don't have hardly any, if at all, any oil and gas production along the Front Range where these monitors are and where the rail system is and where the transit systems are, then we're not talking about those disproportionately impacted communities. This is talking about adverse impacts of oil and gas. Because as I read, in the NREL monitor, it's 2.2 parts per billion out of about 75 parts per billion is related to oil and gas. But 5.2 is related to light-duty vehicles, light-duty motor vehicles. In Fort Collins, it's about 1 part per billion out of somewhere less than 74 parts per billion. I think the last time I saw these actual monitoring, they're at about 72 or 73 parts per billion. They're scheduled to go down to, they're trending down to like 71. But so let's just say it's still even 74 parts per billion. One part per billion. So I don't think you can say that Fort Collins, towers right in Fort Collins West, I don't think you can say that they're a disproportionately impacted community from the production when only 1 part per billion out of 74, even if you want to say 75, that there's 75 parts per billion there, 1 part per billion is related to oil and gas. In the Rocky Flats monitoring, which I grew up close to Rocky Flats, so I don't know exactly where the tower is, but I do know where Rocky Flats is, and it's over there off of Highway 93, again, north of the Golden area, right along the Front Range, where pretty much no matter what you do, you're not going to get below tower readings of 70, 68 parts per billion. We'd all have to go away for that to happen. There's like this about 58 or 60 parts per billion that's naturally reoccurring. Had nothing to do with us. And again, that is not from me. That is from our Department of Public Health surveys and studies and reports and everything they put out. So Rocky Flats, 1.9, so just under 2 parts per billion out of what's projected to be, it's going to be less than 75 parts per billion, so I'm taking a guess here. 73 parts per billion, maybe 72, 1.9 parts per billion. At the Chatfield monitoring, now that's now down by Chatfield Reservoir, so farther south, it's 2.5 parts per billion out of what looks like they'll be right at about 72 parts per billion projected by the State Department of Public Health and Environment, by the RAC, who does these things. So, again, we're sitting here talking about adverse impacts, and this is just in the ledge deck. The adverse impacts of oil and gas production affect both urban and rural communities. Not arguing that. Justifying investment in transit service improvements? Sure, if those improvements are in Weld County, if they're in Greeley, where the production is occurring, because the tower readings there, even though they are projected to be under not only the 2008, but the 2015 EPA standards, which are 75 parts per billion and 70 parts per billion, they're projected to be under that. They are just right at, just a little bit over 70 parts per billion right now. Sure, there are more parts per billion of oil and gas read at that tower, because that would make sense. it is in the area that would be impacted by oil and gas production. And that comes forward in those tower readings. So I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is this whole bill is on the justification of charging a fee, a big, huge fee, that comes up to about $175 million, at least that's what the fiscal note says, in fiscal year 26-27. In 25-24, it says it's about $109 million. But they're saying $175 million in 26-27. That fee that they're charging is supposed to benefit disproportionately impacted communities from gas production, oil and gas production. And I told you earlier, 80% of the state's oil comes from oil-producing wells in Weld County. Not in Fort Collins, not in Larimer County, not in Boulder County, not in Jefferson County, not down in Arapahoe County, if that's where Chatfield is. Is that Arapahoe County or Douglas? Not in Douglas County. It's both. Thank you to the good senator from Teller County. Thank you. It's not there. 80% of the state, 80% of the state's oil comes from producing wells in Weld County, 53% of the natural gas, and these are 2023 numbers. So recent numbers come from gas-producing wells in Weld County. So you would think that disproportionately impacted communities would be related to those areas in Weld County. So again, just want to remind you, not in Weld. The Front Range rail line, no stops. Not even close to Weld. They're over on the other side of I-25, a few miles to the west. Not even close. Transit services, sure. Greeley has a transit service, so I guess if they're going to get a huge chunk of this fee, at least there would be some benefit here, but I don't know if they will or not, because it looks like not. No trains. For the most part, there is not a transit system throughout Weld County. RTD does not come into Weld County. Just doesn't happen. I read you the monitoring data from the RAC, the Regional Air Quality Council. So the disproportionately impacted communities, even though I don't believe that the communities in Weld County would call themselves that, would not be benefiting from this fee. So let's be clear on that part. Here we go in the rest of this declaration. In 2019 legislative session, the General Assembly passed House Bill 191261, which recognized that climate change adversely impacts Colorado's economy. Again, not arguing with that. That they talk about the state of what's going on with greenhouse gas and what's going on, and they're trying to associate this, I believe, back to oil and gas. They talk about how they're unlikely to reach those goals, unlikely to achieve the state's 25 and 2030 greenhouse gas emission reduction goals without further action. So they say that's in the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap 2.0 that came out in February of 2024. So my course of being an elected official was 20 years serving as a Weld County Commissioner. I also served on several rulemaking committees, stakeholder groups, with regard to oil and gas, to work to get the impacts of oil and gas down. And apparently we've done a very good job, especially if you look at the tower readings and the air monitoring that occurs in this state, throughout the state of Colorado. My point on this one is, still talks about how we are unlikely going to achieve our greenhouse gas emissions. But apparently, if we put a huge fee, $110 million, $175 million on oil and gas, on the price per barrel, apparently that goes away. Apparently, just in the last week sometime, we've taken away the argument that oil and gas is so bad for us, we need to get rid of it. Do you remember Senate Bill 159? 24-159 wanted to ban oil and gas. Wants to ban oil and gas. And we sat there for, gosh, 10 hours, 8 hours, listening to person after person, environmental group after environmental group, telling us how bad oil and gas was and how we had a responsibility to eliminate oil and gas, fossil fuels from the state of Colorado. My gosh, there's even been things, bills, requests, that we don't even invest state funds in companies, oil and gas companies, because fossil fuels are so bad for us. I can't tell you how many hearings I've been in where I was told that their children's nosebleeds, that their children's asthma, and their asthma was caused by oil and gas. Somehow, a fee on oil and gas magically reduces that. Magically, it goes away. And apparently, we're believing in unicorns now. But it magically goes away. You know, I think we had, I don't know what happened in the hearing. Was appropriations the committee of reference? No, it was not. I don't know what happened in the hearing. Didn't people show up in that hearing? Because I can tell you in several Weld County Commission meetings, people would show up. I'm just wondering, did somebody contact all the people who live around Bella Rosa Elementary School? Did anybody contact them and let them know that just all I had to do as a Weld County Commissioner is charge oil and gas a fee, a huge fee, on their price per barrel, on top of their property taxes, on top of the severance taxes they pay in. So the oil and gas pays a severance tax, and they pay a property tax. That's how we fund our schools, by the way, a large portion of it. But did anybody tell the people who surround Bella Rosa Elementary School that, God, all of those Weld County commissioners had to do to get rid of all your fears, your bloody noses, your asthma, your concern that your kids were going to be, that your kids, you know, were going to die, that there's long-term impacts. I mean, I have been through all of these hearings, either as a county commissioner or a party to rulemaking at the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, now called the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. I've been to all those hearings. I heard at one hearing, this was a few years ago, a parent, a mom, who lived in Erie, who told me directly that it was my fault that her child was sick because she moved in next to an oil and gas facility, an existing oil and gas facility. She told me it was my fault, personally, my fault that her child was sick and that she was up all through the night worried that her child would die from the oil and gas, the impacts of oil and gas. And I just wish I would have known, because miraculously, if we charge a fee, all that concern goes away. Wow. I wish I would have known that back in the 90s. I wish I would have known that when Senate Bill 181 was going through, and we were trying to do everything we possibly could in 2019 to make it as difficult as possible for oil and gas to get permitting. Remember, that pushed forward like 13 to 16 rulemaking events. We already had, according to former Governor Hickenlooper, now U.S. State Senator, Hickenlooper, we already had declarations from him saying, this is it. You know, we have the most robust rules in the nation. That was back in 2018, 2019. Well, I guess he wasn't here in 2019. That would have been more like 2016, 2017, 2018, in that time. How we had all these robust rules. More robust than anywhere else in the nation, which means basically more robust than anywhere in the world. But somehow, gosh, after we go through all of the robust fee rulemaking, all the robust rulemaking to reduce and try to do everything we can to eliminate oil and gas from the state of Colorado, I mean, there are still other bills out. Senate Bill 159 was just the first bill that was introduced this year. There's 165, there's 166, there's 13 something or other, a couple of those. Those bills were all introduced, though, under the premise that we had to either eliminate, ban oil and gas in the state of Colorado, ban fossil fuel development in the state of Colorado. 159 was by 2030, that we had to get rid of oil and gas. Wish we would have known. I mean, I understand a great deal was made here. I understand that a deal was put forward that said this, that we are going to now stop the oil and gas wars. I understand that. I also understand that in 2019, somewhere in about March or April of that year, after Senate Bill 181 passed and the governor was signing it into law, that same statement was made then. That same statement, this should stop the oil and gas wars. Everyone should be happy. We should be good. I guess it meant only for like 4 years. 3 years. So here we are, a grand deal was made, but it just amazes me, imagining 30 years of listening to people blame me for their illnesses, for their children's illnesses, blame me for their children not being able to sleep through the night, blame me for all of the bad things going on, what they felt was caused by oil and gas. Imagine if I just would have known that a fee, that if I just put a fee on it, magically goes away. Magically goes away. Okay. I understand. That's just me and my frustration. Since 1993, a frustration that I've had, that I had to live through on several occasions. So I just had to vent a bit. I understand that we've gone through and we've made a deal here. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate that we would actually be able to all agree that the oil and gas wars yet again are over for another 3 or 4 years. Because our income in the state, our education in the state, our education fund, our permanent trust relies on oil and gas. Revenue from royalties and leases. I mean, over the course of the last 20 years, I've worked diligently, and it's longer than that, worked diligently with the oil and gas industry to get those tower readings down, like I was saying, to put restrictions on them, to put regulations, working with oil and gas to get them down. So I'm glad that we're realizing that oil and gas isn't the enemy. I just hope we also realize, and I had this discussion to some degree when I was on the committee that heard Senate Bill 159 about the importance. Yes, it's important that oil and gas is done in an environmentally protective way. But we all need to also understand the importance of oil and gas and what it does with regard to funding public school education, along with a bunch of other things, like a bunch of water projects in the state of Colorado. Those are all extremely important to us. And I understand that there's a fee on the barrel. And there is a fee that essentially is kind of like a tax. It's not a whole lot different than the severance tax or the property taxes, but there's a fee. And that if you look on page 17 of the bill, it talks about where this fee is dispersed to. that the fee is dispersed to 70% to the local transit operations cash fund, 10% to local transit grant program, so that's 80% going to transit, 20% to the rail fund. It's going that's how it goes, 80-20. So I'm going to point everyone to the Constitution. And we need to understand that there's about $1.5 billion right now that we collect interest off of that goes towards school finance, that goes to the state education fund. First of all, the $1.5 billion, is in the permanent trust fund, which comes from oil and gas, mineral leases, royalties, fees. And it goes into the permanent trust fund to be used for public schools. And I'm going to read you out of the Colorado Constitution, Section 10, or Article 9, Section 10. People of the state of Colorado recognize that state school lands are an endowment of land assets held in perpetual intergenerational public trust for the support of public schools. And the reason I'm reading that to you is because if you remember, I told you 80% of the state's oil comes from Weld County, lands in Weld County. 53% of the natural gas produced from lands, oil and gas producing wells in Weld County. I know that for a fact from 2009 to 2019 that there was about $100 million of revenue coming off of oil and gas, whether it was leases, rents, fees, taxes, royalties, that went to the permanent fund to help pay for those BEST grants and to also help pay for school finance and education.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
L7, amend printed bill, page 17, line 15, strike 70, and substitute 42. Page 17, line 17, strike 10, and substitute 6. Page 17, line 18,
Senator
strike
Kirkmeyer.
8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
Proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I went through really quickly this morning with help from staff to come up with this amendment, and here's what it does. While I can appreciate that we want to increase transit system throughout the state of Colorado, I'm not opposed to transit systems. You can go back and look at my record and you'll see it when I served on all these transportation committees. And while I'm not opposed to the Front Range Rail, I do believe that a portion of these fees should be going to fund education. I think we all have an understanding of what's going on in our budget, but more importantly, in reading to you that portion of the Constitution that requires that these state lands, these state school lands, where this oil and gas production is occurring, and we have a lot of state school lands, more so than any other county in the state, where a lot of this oil and gas production is occurring, that is supposed to support public schools. That's what's in our Constitution. Essentially, what we are doing here with this bill is putting a tax or fee on oil and gas, on the barrels, which goes into the revenue, and on our mineral leases, that will affect our mineral leases, or they are affected. It's like the same thing. Even our mineral leases go into the permanent school trust fund, the monies that is paid from those. The fee and the per barrel cost is no different than the severance tax. No different than the fee that the state land board puts on oil and gas companies in their mineral leases. It's a fee on production. It's no different than severance. It's a fee or a tax, you could say either one, on production, which is no different than severance taxes. It's on the economic production off of state lands. So I believe that revenue from a fee on oil and gas production on state lands or under state lands should go to the public school trust fund. Just like the money from the leases and the royalties go there as well. I think it's very similar. And so I don't disagree that maybe a portion of the funds could be used on transit and rail, which is all transit. I just believe that a portion of this should also be going to education. So very quickly this morning, I was trying to figure out what that portion might be, given the large production that occurs in the Weld County area, where there is a large portion of public lands. And given what I knew, over the course of time, that again, over a 10-year period, there was at least $100 million from these leases, taxes and such going into the permanent fund, that on page 17, on line 15, that we would strike 70 and substitute 42. So that 42% would go to public school education. 40%, well, actually, I'm sorry, that 40%, if you lower that down, it would lower down to 42%. The next one would lower down to 6%. So that is the local transit grant program would go down to 6% instead of 10. That the 20% going to the rail, again, none of these transit systems, very few of these transit systems, if any, are in the disproportionately impacted community, but that the 20% would go down to 12%, and that 40% would go to the state education fund, or it could go to the permanent trust fund, either place. Either place would be for schools, but 40% would go to the state education fund, period. I mean, create it in section 17.4, article 9 of the state constitution, which is the public school permanent fund. So I'm asking that as we are looking at how we use these funds, there is a constitutional requirement about revenue coming off of state lands that is supposed to be going to support our public schools. Given what's going on in our budget and the possibility of property tax initiatives, drops in valuation, because even when I was looking at Senate Bill 159 and the attachments there about the amount of property tax generated in school districts, we had a drop of about $4.4 billion. Most of that was in school districts within Weld County, which tells you how volatile oil and gas can be and what it does to property taxes. But it also tells you where the oil and gas production in this state is occurring. And if we're going to put a fee on oil and gas, on production, because that's what's going on here. There's all sorts of things in this bill that triggers and how much the fee is and how much it comes in and when it comes in and all that kind of stuff. I'm not even going to go through all of that. But I do believe that a portion of this fee should be going to support public lands. In fact, I think it's required that a fee on production from leases on public school lands should be going to public schools as required by the Constitution. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment L07. If you let me get out of here, I'm done.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a title ruling on the amendment.
All right. We will be on a senatorial 5. Oops, sorry. Senate will come back to order. Right. The chair rules L007 does not fit under the title. To the bill. Is there any, seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 230, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 84?
Senate Bill 84 by Senator Cutter and Representative Garcia, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General undertake certain measures in an effort to prevent the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation in connection therewith making an appropriation.
All right, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 84 and the Judiciary and Appropriations Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
In the Judiciary Report, we just amended, we just did a little technical change to make some conforming language, and I ask for your support.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee Report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee Report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, the Appropriations report, we stripped a large part of the bill in the appropriations. So originally this bill had two pieces. One was a study on mis and disinformation conducted by the Attorney General's office, and that required an appropriation. That part is completely severed. I want you all to understand this is not the bill that it was before. What is the only piece that is left is allowing or instructing the Attorney General's office to develop an optional program, a resource program, to deal with communications and how to promote respectful dialogue for schools. It's an optional program, but it's going to be a really important resource to have available. The Attorney General's office has already developed a similar program in partnership with national organization and bipartisan leaders, and it would be modeled after that, and the initiative is committed to developing and celebrating the norm of respectful dialogue, listening and learning from different points of view, and collaborative problem solving. And it will allow the program in existence already has allowed people from all over the state to talk through questions provided in a conversation guide about issues that matter to all of us: public safety, water, healthcare, housing, education. So this bill will simply bring a program with the same mission to schools who would wish to utilize it. Again, completely optional, but hearing and understanding different views and perspectives from fellow Coloradans, particularly with those whom we may disagree, will allow us to work together and make better decisions and achieve a stronger and more civil society. So that in this bill, they will work with CDE just to make sure that the program is geared towards children appropriately, age appropriate, consider different groups that they want to talk to bring, to structure these programs with different perspectives and that kind of thing. So, and again, completely optional for schools to adopt it, just another resource to help us bridge the divide in our state and promote respectful dialogue. And I ask for your support.
All right, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Senator Gardner. Yeah. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have a lot of discussion on these 2 pages. Starting with now that we've stripped out the appropriation, and now that we have the Attorney General being authorized to do what he's already doing, I have to ask myself, is he doing something right now that he isn't authorized to do? I think the Attorney General would say, no, I'm authorized to do that. He wouldn't want to be saying that he was doing anything illegal or outside the charter of his office. So why am I passing a bill at an estimated $25,000 per bill that goes through this General Assembly in terms of cost allocation every year, some actually more than others, but so why are we doing this? Just to give him the imprimatur of legitimacy? I don't know. It seems like 2 years ago I went to an event, if you will, in my district in Colorado Springs with the former Secretary of State, Wayne Williams, and the Attorney General, where they talked about the dangers of social media with teens and civility and all sorts of things like that. And they didn't seem to need legislative authority to do that, and they seemed to do it. But I suppose that's not my biggest concern here. I'm really concerned about this idea that some government agency would be producing curriculum. Let me back up. Some government agency headed by a partisan political official, however much I like and respect him, he nevertheless represents a political view different than mine, creating a curriculum for our schools on the question of what is misinformation and disinformation. You know, in committee, I posed a hypothetical, and this is just a hypothetical, folks, but I posed a hypothetical and asked a question, and I really didn't force an answer on it, but the hypothetical was this: what if I went on social media? What if I stood on street corners and broadcast by my voice? I know it would be very quiet and no one would notice me. What if I took out ads in newspapers that made this statement? The presidential election of 2020 was stolen. Just a hypothetical statement, not a statement of this senator's belief one way or the other. Was that misinformation? Is that disinformation? Well, maybe it's neither one. It's a statement of opinion. You know, I've asked many people who hold that belief, what do you mean by that? Some of them will tell me that they mean that the election returns, even in Colorado, the election returns were completely false. I think many would say that's misinformation. Because when I ask them, do you really believe that? And I test their, with questioning, you know, and in conversation, do you really believe that? They do. They do, but they hold this belief firmly. So, are they misinformed? I don't know. I guess from my point of view, they're misinformed. Is that statement made by someone who, based on their belief structure, knows whatever it means to know something, whatever it means to know things? Is that, when you try to tell others and convince them of it, is that disinformation? Well, it depends on whether the person stating it holds it as a firmly held belief. Or is, as some people have responded to me and said, well, I'm not saying that there weren't enough votes in, well, let me back up. There are some who say, well, I believe that the other candidate in the 2020 election, I believe that the results in Colorado were accurate. But I don't know about places like Detroit and Chicago. I believe there was enough wrong in the elections there that it might have changed the outcome of the election. Are they misinformed? Are they disinformed? I don't know. You know, you have to get behind what their own belief is about this. And then some people, many people I talk to say, well, I said it was stolen because the candidate did not have access to the media, and the media was biased in such a way that the candidate didn't. I think there are people who believe the election of 2016 was stolen. Is that misinformation? Let's talk about that one. The election of 2016 was stolen. Did that mean that the individual elected in 2016, Donald J. Trump, didn't get enough votes in the requisite number of states to win the Electoral College? Or does that mean that by incompetence and ham-handedness on the part of certain officials in the government of the Obama administration, of all things, fooled around and caused a different result in the election than maybe rightly informed American people would have wanted? I don't know. Misinformation, disinformation, or statement of opinion. Now, do I think it's important to distinguish between accurate information? I say accurate because I hesitate to use the word truth. Hesitate to use the word truth because some people over here on this side of the aisle have said to me, people are entitled to their own truth. And I'm kind of like, well, what does that mean? People are entitled to their own truth. Some things are verifiable facts, so far as we know. I mean, it was a verifiable fact that the earth was flat one time. That was a verifiable fact. if you lived in the culture at that time. You know, the church might even excommunicate you and sentence you if you thought that the earth moved around the sun. So, misinformation, disinformation, opinion. Well, here's the thing. I raised my children, and I hope my children, and I certainly will do my role as a grandparent to try to educate and inculcate my children when they were growing up, and now my granddaughter, to distinguish between things that are, I'll say, verifiable by everything we know versus opinion versus things that just don't comport with the factual information that we have. But if you think that those things are without bias, you kid yourself. And if they are, and if they do come with bias, do you want your, I won't call it your government, I was about to, do you want the government and its partisan elected officials, either side, teaching your children what is misinformation and what is disinformation versus opinion? You know, it's really interesting about this bill. We're authorizing the Attorney General to undertake certain measures, in an effort to prevent the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation. Maybe government transparency would be a good start. Maybe accountability would be a good start. Maybe calling things taxes when they're taxes instead of calling them fees would be a good start. Is that misinformation or disinformation? Well, it's misinformation to call something a fee if on an economic basis and from an economic point of view, it's a tax. You know, we misinform and disinform by putting labels on things, saying some things are okay and some things aren't in our culture. So, I don't know that it's the role of government to determine what is misinformation and disinformation. You say, well, our schools need to teach this. And you know, in my legislative service and even before, when I followed the happenings here in the General Assembly, it seems to me that there were many bills like this one that are well-intentioned and ill-considered, many initiatives and movements and undertakings that were well-intentioned and ill-considered. And this is like the poster child for those. We have on our college campuses today, we have this, I turn on the TV in the morning and it's been tough to keep up with the things going on in the outside world because everything here kind of crowds around you, including the lobbyist, and sort of knowing what's going on out there. But over here on the, I think over here on the Auraria campus, there's some people out there that are they've pitched tents and they're making demands upon the university leadership. And I heard a young woman on the TV this morning, they said, well, you had a meeting, that the leadership, did they answer your demands? And because, by the way, the university leadership said that they had. And this young woman, who's a student leader, said they did not. They offered to invest more money in Israel and corporations in Israel, which was quite the opposite of what we asked for. And I had to turn off the TV and go to appropriations, so I don't know what the truth about that was. Was that misinformation? When let's just assume for a moment that the young woman who was talking into that microphone, she certainly believed what she said. At least I'll take it at face value, literally face value. She believed what she was told, and the university told her a thing, and she said it wasn't true. Was she, were they misinforming her, disinforming her? I mean, did the university believe what they told her? Did they believe it to be responsive to the demands of her group? And if they did, then I guess she was misinformed. Or did they know good and well that what they told her was inaccurate or not responsive to her demands, in which case that would be disinformation. Or, which is rather more likely, is they took a set of actions that they believed was responsive, and she was the recipient of that information and believed it not to be responsive to her demands and her group's demands, in which case it was just their respective opinions about the situation. When I talk about anti-Semitism, I'm not going to go too far down that road. But what we have on our college campuses today is classic government interference for years and years about what was an acceptable message and what was an unacceptable message. And now what was unacceptable, others have said, well, if you were value neutral, this comes from both sides, by the way. If you were value neutral about that speech, then I ought to be allowed to do this. And the other side says if you were value neutral about what your policies were, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Turns out as nuanced and perhaps esoteric as it sounds, the labeling of things as misinformation versus disinformation versus something that's not particularly factual in any way is simply opinion is quite difficult. What if somebody said, I'll use myself so that nobody thinks that I'm maligning you. What if one of my constituents said, Senator Gardner's a crook? I haven't been convicted of any crime. I haven't committed any crime that I'm aware of. So that must be misinformation, right? That person must just be misinformed. Made a false statement about me. Really? Huh? Well, I don't know. The person who made it was the campaign manager for my opponent, let's say. And they made it in a mail piece that arrived in my mailbox. And say that campaign manager knew good and well that whatever they had concocted. I had a piece not long ago all over social media saying that I was the protector of sexual predators. That's fact. Because of my particular stance on a particular concurrent resolution. Now, I know none of you would know anything about that, but I thought that it was both misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation because my legislative record would not, in general, support that. Although there's this one thing that people differ about what they believe about it. So it was done by political opponents and those who desired to influence me in a negative way, if you will. So I guess it was a campaign of disinformation. We need to outlaw that. Disinformation. A concerted campaign to mislead people concerning the record of Senator Bob Gardner. Or, while I wasn't happy with that social media ad campaign, intellectually, and as someone who has run campaigns himself, while I might think it was appropriate or inappropriate, I have to accept the fact that on a First Amendment basis, it was political speech of an opinion-based nature. It wasn't like saying I had literally, factually been convicted of a crime. It was just the construction of my position about a piece of legislation, and that in a way I thought was misleading, and they would say perfectly accurate based on your position, Senator. I could say about almost any one of you, you are fleecing the taxpayers. You ever vote for a fee? You ever vote for a fee on anything? Maybe a handful of you, well, maybe not even quite a handful. Maybe one or two of you have never voted for a fee on anything.
I'd like a senatorial 5, Mr. Chair.
Senatorial 5 granted.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the good sponsor from the senator from Jefferson County pointing out to me in the Appropriations Committee report. Just so we can review, you might want to get out your bill. And what we did in Appropriations this morning is we amended the printed bill. Now, the text on page 2 is still there. On page 3, we started at line 4, and we struck that all the way to the bottom of the page, line 27. And then we struck all of page 4, and lines 1 and 2 on page 5, which and we did struck 4 through 7, which is the appropriation. So now the bill, which raises an interesting question to me. So if I ask for the bill to be read at length at this time, with the Appropriations Committee report having been adopted, would the reader be required to read everything in the current version of the bill? Or would the reader be able to read only those lines that were still existing in the bill after the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report? There's an interesting question for you, and I will endeavor to find an answer later. In any case, I can read the entire bill to you myself, and will. First of all, we changed the title. The title now is, we got to strike 102 through 104. And so now we're going to say, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General, it's a requirement now, that the Attorney General coordinate with the Department of Education in an effort to prevent the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation by sharing resources to encourage respectful discourse. Now, what's left in the bill, starting on page 2, line 1, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. Now remember, that line has to be there, because if it's not there and we enact all of this, it really isn't enacted. It isn't a law. That, if you ever want to do something, strike the enacting clause. Put that in some amendment that you come up here and go, well, this is a little amendment. It doesn't do very much. It just strikes page 2, line 1. Just a technical change. I think in times past that has been done here at the General Assembly by some clever senator. But in Colorado revised statutes add 2431-117. So we add a whole new section to the red books back there. You wonder how, I think when I first got here, you could get them all on one shelf. But no, now they're down there about a third of the way, approaching a half of the second shelf. And that's even after changing the thickness of the paper. It's thinner today, but it's very strong. But we're going to add to it with this bill. My comment is about the bill, because what the bill is doing to the CRS and the size of the CRS, it's just making it bigger. Making it bigger because the Attorney General can already do this. But now we're requiring him to do it. I guess he needs us to require him to do something. What's interesting to me is we often start to require an independent elected official to do something, and the pushback from us is you're you're putting a requirement on me, but I guess he wants to do this one. So it says misinformation, and by the way, the good senator from Jefferson County was concerned because I was spending a good deal of time talking about misinformation and disinformation. But those terms remain in the title, and those terms remain in the lead-in to this paragraph. Misinformation and disinformation prevention campaign. Study, report, appropriation, repeal. I guess there's no appropriation. I think the reviser will probably, this is not substantive, but it's there. I imagine the reviser will remove that word appropriation. There's still a repeal here, by the way. To prevent and combat the sharing and spreading of misinformation and disinformation, the Attorney General shall, at a minimum, establish an initiative to encourage respectful engagement and discourse. Well, I'm not sure how that necessarily combats the sharing and spreading of misinformation and disinformation. You know, if you're spreading misinformation and it's an out-and-out lie, how do I respectfully call you a liar? Well, you say things like, I think that's a bit disingenuous. And say, my facts are different. You might want to check the facts on that. Or you could just say, sometimes the thing to do is to say, with all due respect, that's a lie. What's the Attorney General supposed to do? Develop and share a curriculum that can be used by schools, organizations, and community leaders to facilitate productive and honest conversations regarding statewide and national issues to help people find common ground, and collaborate with organizations across the state to develop and update the materials that are used in connection with the curriculum. Why is the Attorney General getting into the Department of Education? I mean, I applaud the Attorney General for maybe wanting to go out to our schools. I applaud our court for, you know, the Supreme Court and Court of Appeals periodically sit at high schools around the state, and with the, I think with the consent and concurrence of the counsel involved in those cases, they go around and they conduct those cases in the oral arguments, which is a good way, by the way, to demonstrate how to have civil and respectful discourse. But before we took the senatorial 5, I was pretty far into a discussion of misinformation, disinformation, and opinion. And I think I was talking about political attacks on people, using a political attack on myself as an example, because I didn't want to use in the political attacks I've seen on any of you, some of which are scurrilous, by the way. Perhaps accurate, I don't know. You probably think they're misinformation and disinformation. I thought they were highly accurate. I guess we have a difference of opinion. So this bill not only encourages, it now requires the Attorney General to get into our high schools and give his view of what is misinformation and disinformation. Again, I applaud our elected officials being engaged in educating our children, our young people, but what constitutes misinformation can be pretty interesting. I mean, every morning we have someone who, before we convene, by the way, have you ever noticed that before we convene, we have a prayer? And people pray to God, Allah. Those aren't, and others, by the way, the Great Spirit. I've heard of. We had someone not long ago who was an atheist, proclaiming that the truth is that there is no God. Now, let's take that statement for a moment. There is no God. Is that misinformation? How many of you think that's misinformation? What if somebody believes there's a God and tells people there is no God? I guess that would be disinformation. What if you say, I talked to God last night. From time to time, someone tells me God told them to do something. And I'm always a little skeptical myself, but it depends on how that came to them. And what are articles of faith? Are they misinformation or disinformation, or? I think they are statements of, I mean, it's kind of a different thing than even opinion. It's a statement of faith. And when we move away from complete statements of faith, we start getting into things like there are people that believe that we did not land on the moon in 1969. And they go around telling everybody that. I think they believe that. I mean, many of them believe that. And so when they state that, I think they are spreading misinformation. Although, by the way, while I saw that on TV, I was very young. When I saw that on TV, I couldn't follow the chain of custody, as lawyers might call it for the courtroom, to prove that there really was, that wasn't a fake deal, that wasn't fake news. I mean, I think we have to take the testimony of Neil Armstrong and others involved in that and accept that, like you would in the courtroom, that we accept their witness of that. But it's interesting because that's not a lot different than things you read in the Bible of things that people said they saw. And other people say, well, that just didn't happen. So when somebody says, we didn't land on the moon, it's a government thing, I think they're crazy, but I can't, I personally can't prove them wrong. We have a resurgence of the UFO movement. Now, I think there's a new term of art for that, but I'm stuck with unidentified flying objects. I think it's unexplained aerial incidents. I think that's the new acronym. UAI, unexplained aerial incident. And I saw one on the news the other day. There was this thing in the air, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it was fake news. Maybe it was artificial intelligence. Maybe it was a deep fake. Members, you may be asking yourself, why is he spending all of this time on 2 paragraphs? Maybe he's just trying to delay the calendar for the day. Well, that's misinformation, folks. That's disinformation. If you're saying that, that's just not true. What's true is that we have to have guardrails. We need guardrails on things like this. You know, the senator from Thornton knows that you need guardrails on things. And we need some guardrails on what government does. And government defining our truth, government defining truth for us is not a business that we should get into. That's why this 2 paragraphs is well-intentioned and so ill-considered that I have spent a good time explaining to you what is information, is misinformation, is disinformation, what is opinion, and what is a statement of faith. Now, I would say this: if the Attorney General's curriculum would have that kind of discussion with my children, then I might think it was okay. But somehow I think the misinformation and disinformation is aimed at a particular political view of the world. And is intended to discourage that political view. There's nothing wrong with discouraging political views, but that's what it is. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 84.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 84, and I will be brief, but I do want to make a principled argument that you heard a very philosophical argument just a few moments ago, and I'm going to pull that down just a notch or two to kind of the principled and political level. My main concern with the bill is the fact not that there is misinformation and disinformation out there, and we should be aware of that, we should be thoughtful about that, and we should be prepared, especially our young children should be prepared to reject and deal with that. But my principal concern is not that we should have matters in society that help us deal with misinformation, disinformation, or the old word I would use, ignorance. And you just need people to understand what's truly going on, and what is honesty, what is truth, what is factual, and what is driven by feelings or ideology or things that are not actually reproducible except for an individual's experience. And the argument against the bill is that it takes this really important aspect of making sure that we're not ignorant, that we do know what is factual, what is not factual, that we understand what, what in the good old days we used to call the truth. But truth is not in ascendancy apparently in the moment. Feelings and narrative and ideology seem to have a larger purchase. My concern with the bill is that it takes this necessary critical pursuit of awareness and it hands it to the government. Now, the minute you hand it to the government, you begin to put yourself in a challenging and difficult spot because the foundation of America, the principal concern, the First Amendment to the Constitution, is about people being able to argue with the government, to be able to, the fancy word that gets used in the First Amendment is, and to petition the government for redress of grievances. And this is very important, that people have the ability to push back and tell the government, no, that's not what I want, because that is disconnected from what I know to be the truth and I know to be real. And so when we give government, government becomes the repository of a management of what the conversation among the people looks like, we run the risk of government controlling that conversation. And that is not acceptable. That is a very challenging element. Now, sponsor of the bill sent to me, and I'm grateful for the sponsor's improvement and work she's done on this bill. I'm grateful for that. Sent to me earlier today an example of what would be a resource that would be put into this repository controlled by the government, but an example of the resource. When you look at it, it's this wonderful website that engages people or helps facilitate the engagement of people in conversations. It specifically is designed using algorithms to connect people up who have different perspectives so that they can engage in conversation and maybe find some common ground. I think that's incredibly important. And when you roll all the way down through the how this functions, on the website, you get down and you get a couple of testimonials that say, hey, this is really good, this is really important, please participate. Now keep in mind, this is a resource that is not created by government. It's created by a group called Unify, let me get it here, Unify America. And Unify America is an incorporation, so it's potentially for-profit. I hope it's for-profit, because if they're making a profit, that means they're creating value, and they are therefore able to extend what they're doing, unifying America. Good objective. I think this is exactly what we want. Well, where I was going with that is the two testimonials come from a current elected official, so using the authority that comes from having been elected and being part of the public conversation, and an immediately past in office statewide. These are both statewide individuals. One is of the legal class. They both happen to be lawyers. One is was in a law office that was law enforcement for the state of Colorado. The other was in the management of elections and management of business information. So you can imagine we're talking about a couple formers, a Secretary of State, and an Attorney General. Well, this is great that we have people from very different political philosophies, very different political parties saying, hey, let's all figure out how to interact in a positive way to get to truth, avoid mis- and disinformation, and have a positive, engaging public conversation. Love that. That's spectacular that we do that. The challenge is when we give the ability to curate these resources to government, which has an enormous amount of power and control over our lives, we cede and give away, we cede to government and give away from ourselves the authority of people and society to manage what that looks like. Well, what's wrong with that, you ask? The challenge is control then over the narrative and the direction of the conversation and the establishment of what may be perceived as misinformation or disinformation, or the objective truth, whether it's objective or not, is now controlled by government. And that, I believe, flies directly in the face of the First Amendment to the Constitution. And it's not that it's, okay, now this bill is going to be determined to be unconstitutional. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to promote the principles that cause America to be exceptional. And one of the things that makes America exceptional is the fact that the people are more powerful than the government. And the part of the way the people remain more powerful than the government is that they have authority over the conversations, that they have authority over the identification of what is, in fact, misinformation or disinformation. And so bundling this all up, saying we're going to control this by virtue of government, I think is a terrible mistake that leads us down a wrong path. Ultimately, I think the bill's a bad bill just based on this big philosophical framing of how it, I think, over time, creates a risk that, in fact, misinformation and disinformation might just become controlled by government, and it all becomes government information, and then we fall apart. The great experiment that is the exceptional country known as America begins to become unhinged when government controls what people understand to be truth and falsehood, misinformation, disinformation, or reality. So I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 84 based on this philosophical/political argument. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just last year actually listened to the audio version of the book 1984 for the very first time. I do a lot of that audio book listening while traversing across the large piece of land, beautiful piece of land that is Senate District 4. And I'm just so reminded of that book, which was intended to be a novel. But it seems to be a suggestion, a recommendation in a lot of cases. And this bill, Senate Bill 24-84, seems to be taking up the challenge to help become, the state to become this fount of truth. The main problem I've got with that is if one person, or even a Politburo of people, a group of people are intended to be that resource that determines truth and maintains what is true, then what qualifies them to be in that position? The thinking seems to be that once you become a government employee, not only do you have ultimate power over the folk, but you have the ultimate position of being the truth maker or the truth determiner. And why would that be? Well, the only reason I can imagine is because they have the weapons. The folks have limited weaponry, ultimate use of force. But other than that, there's not a good reason to say that if you're a government employee, that you have a greater stronghold on what is true than otherwise. Scientists, the true scientists, who are open all the time to correction, that's a true scientist. That's not necessarily government or not. But just say we have and this is really disturbing to me, to prevent and combat the sharing and spreading of misinformation and disinformation, the Attorney General. Why the Attorney General? Well, one reason why is because the Attorney General is the enforcer of law. And not only does that Attorney General create this engagement of truth, but then develops and shares a curriculum to facilitate the productive and honest conversation to help develop that common ground. Why would we have the person who enforces law develop this common ground where we're all in agreement? Remember that, forgive me if the good Senator, Minority Leader from Colorado Springs just said this, but when the people are in fear of the government, we have tyranny. When the government's in fear of the people, we have liberty. I'm concerned that when the holder of the truth is considered the government, then there will be ultimate tyranny. So this is a bad idea. Unfortunately, it also keeps, this is like the third or fourth attempt that I know of for some government entity in K-12 and now in our judicial branch to become that ministry of truth reflected in George Orwell's book. It seems like a dangerous and very unhealthy thing, and we ought not to go there. We ought not to go there. Let's adhere to and take up the advice of Thomas Jefferson prior to his stepping in as third president of the United States, and continue to pursue the truth, but not to stand as the truth and try to displace the one who did claim himself to be true. Let's vote no on 084, please.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 84. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 84 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 107?
Senate Bill 107 by Senator Gardner and Representative Evans concerning adding certain crimes to the list of crimes subject to the crime of possession of weapons by previous offenders.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 requested and granted.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 107 to the end of the calendar. Let's pull it up later.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 107 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order to take out House Bill 1320.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1320. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1320?
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Lukens and Velasco and Senators Marchman and Malka concerning creating a task force to study school staff safety issues and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1320.
And?
The Education Committee report.
Perfect. And to the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Education Committee report, we just changed the makeup of the stakeholding group. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L011?
L11 Amendment, Gross Bill, page 3, line
Senator
6.
Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we're just making a slight adjustment to the task force here. We substitute one public school teacher from a suburban district, and then we strike 2 and put in one public school teacher from a rural school district and one public school teacher from an urban school district, and then just change President of the Senate and Governor around on several of those appointments, and then push back the date from July 1st to July 31st. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a great bill. We know how amazing our teachers are, and they're responsible for our future, and they take care of our kids. But we also have to understand that we are often seeing the environment that they have to do that in becoming more and more dangerous. And teachers become teachers because they care about kids and they want to have that positive influence and be responsible for them. And so what this bill is doing is it's creating that task force to really start looking at how do we create the safest environment possible for these teachers to do this important job. And I think that this is a minimal thing that we can do to really start looking at that. And I think also, members, you know, what this does is it not only protects our current teachers, but it's going to create an environment where it's going to be an environment where future teachers want to come in, but it's also going to create an environment where our students can learn to the best of their ability. And so with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Baisley.
Sorry, Mark, let me get my stuff up. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the committee, I heard the bill. I was a no vote in the committee. I certainly like the idea, who wouldn't? We're trying to make improvements in the safety there. My objection was the makeup of the task force. So the task force is going to be made up of educators, all educators from different stripes, but all from the same group, same environment, where this problem has arisen over a lot of years. So I used the quote then from Albert Einstein that we cannot fix a problem using the same thinking that was there when we created the problem in the first place. So while all these educators necessarily and importantly need to be advisors to a task force. I think it's a mistake for them to be the task force. So for that reason, I'm very concerned that the task force will simply not be successful. So that's why I urge a no vote on that. I'd be a yes vote. If we had a task force of outside folks who listened to all these educators and then came up with a different approach. So respectfully, I urge a no vote.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. Thank you to Senator Baisley or the good senator from Woodland Park, because we did have an offline conversation and definitely appreciate where he's coming from. But I would argue, members, that it is important that we have teachers on this task force. They are at the heart of this issue. They're the ones that are being impacted, and they're the ones that we need to hear from when it comes to making these policy changes. You know, and I think that there's a strong desire when you hear from these teachers that they want their voices to be heard, and they want to make sure that those voices matter and that they have a vote and a real impact on making that change. And so my last words will be just thank you to the teachers. Thank you for everything that you do for us, for our children, and for our future. And hopefully through policy down here, we can be doing our end to make sure that that you're safe and doing a job that we all know that you love, and we all know how important it is. And so thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, there is further discussion. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One quick comment, rise in opposition to House Bill 1320. We have this challenge, line after line after line, bill after bill after bill during the course of the session, where we always want more money for public education. And then all the marginal increase in available funds go to shiny objects like this. This is $168,000 that isn't going into teachers' salaries, which is where I would prefer to put more money. It's going into a task force, a project, which is a normal course of the administrative effort of the districts. So I would just say when you add this bill, and I promise you, we will have more shiny object bills in the education space that spend money that is not about academic attainment before the end of the session here. I will bring back to you and run the tally. I'm going to tell you the tally of additional mandates and things we put on the schools that are not about academic achievement for the students is going to be tens of millions of dollars. And this is just, it doesn't seem like a lot, but I tell you what, I wish all teachers were making $168,000 a year, but they're never going to get there if we keep consuming the budget on shiny object projects and task force and things of this nature. So I rise in opposition to this bill on behalf of the teachers, as counterintuitive as some would argue that will be.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1320. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. I believe we are not at 84, because that's after 230, and we're not on 95, because that's after 228, and we're not on 107. We'll take a senatorial 5. Senator Winter.
1356. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and hear House Bill 1356.
The motion is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1356. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1356?
House Bill 1356 by Representative Harrod and Senator Mullica concerning prohibiting the sale of electronic smoking devices to minors and in connection therewith establishing the sale of electronic smoking devices to minors as a deceptive trade practice.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1356.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1356 is a good bill, members. It's a bill that provides clarity on the Colorado Consumer Protection Act in regards to enforcement of selling tobacco, electronic smoking devices to anyone who's under 21. Really just trying to make sure we have clarity and making sure that the Attorney General has that authority to enforce these laws and shops who sell to minors. And so really good bill. I think we can all agree that we want to keep these products out of our youth's hands, and House Bill 1356 will give us some tools to continue helping ensure that these products stay out of our youth's hands. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1356. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out and Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1216.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1216. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order.
Will the clerk please read title 1216? Will the clerk? That's not 1216. Oh, yeah, that airport's in my district. You think I was consulted? You think I was consulted on this?
Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1216?
House Bill 1216 by Representatives Bacon and Hernandez and Senator Coleman concerning multi-level supports for youth in varying stages of the juvenile justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1216 and the
Education
Committee report.
That's right, to the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the committee, we ran a technical amendment that deleted frontier and replaced with small. We also ran an amendment that is consistent with our prior amendment request as necessary to ensure courts don't order an expelled student back to school, and I ask for aye vote on the Education Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Hey.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Coleman, there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L028?
L028.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L028.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a technical amendment that does it changes the date in the bill. It aligns CDE's date to contract with an entity to establish a hotline with the date for said entity to report interactions using the hotline with justice-involved youth and families, and I ask for an aye vote on L28.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L28? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L28. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did hear this bill in committee, and I certainly appreciate the sponsors where he might be coming from. I know his heart's in a good place, but this is why I'm a no. The bill seems to be a massive government overreach into the juvenile justice system, and it sugarcoats with the attempt preservation of juvenile innocence, except these kids are in custody for criminal activity and under the age of 18, so justice's wrath doesn't sting as much. No one disagrees with the idea that all children should be educated regardless of their circumstances. However, the idea that juveniles, or what you're calling them, I guess, or justice-engaged students, should receive all of the same treatments and entitlements as any other young peer is where the disagreement begins. So, education, of course, is a human right and should be treated as such, but this bill goes far beyond what should be classified as a part of that right. Many portions of this bill doesn't appear to include nor consider stakeholder input and feedback, yet there is a crusade in this body to force this piece of legislation through the governor's desk. I just don't feel like this bill is necessary, and I'm asking for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1216. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1452.
The motion is to proceed out of order in order to take up House Bill 1452. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1452?
House Bill 1452 by Representatives Ortiz and Bacon and Senators Priola and Buckner concerning airport accessibility requirements.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1352 in the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members in the Judiciary, we made a minor technical amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is outstanding. Representative Ortiz brought this bill to us because, as we all know, he is wheelchair bound, and he wants the ability for all individuals with disabilities who face hardships to be able to travel at the airport without the problems that he goes through in a wheelchair, and those who go through these issues at the airport in wheelchairs. This bill is mandating accountability around mutually agreed upon timelines for securing basic access in specific areas of the airport. It establishes an advisory committee to support expanding and improving accessibility features, and it mandates minimum accessibility features, including wayfinding technology and family accessible bathrooms with adult changing tables in each concourse. This bill is for the human rights of all people, especially those with disabilities, for having accessibility at the airport. All of the stakeholders came together, and we feel that we have a fine bill, and we're asking for your positive and yes vote on this important bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing this bill before us today. It was an interesting discussion in a Judiciary Committee. One of the things, and the very first thing that struck me when reading the bill was, does the state of Colorado have jurisdiction over Denver International Airport? And it was an interesting kind of back and forth we had as to who has proper jurisdiction over Denver International Airport. And it was discovered that essentially the mayor of Denver and the city council of Denver have a tremendous amount of influence, authority, and jurisdiction over Denver International Airport. Now, the FAA plays a role, especially when it comes to the airlines, when it comes to airline operations, when it comes to the planes, loading the planes, anything pretty much on the tarmac underneath you when you're looking out the window at DIA. That largely is the FAA that has authority over that, but it is actually the city and county of Denver that has huge authority, and you could say Denver has the proper jurisdiction over things like restaurants that go in there, accessibility, which is the case here. Elevators, escalators, security. Well, security is FAA, but the Denver City Council, I guess, to decide things like where it should be. Should it be on this concourse, that concourse, upper, lower, things like that. So the question is, does the state of Colorado have jurisdiction? And it was discovered after a long back and forth, essentially, that the state of Colorado does have jurisdiction over Denver International Airport. I believe it was said that essentially, for purposes of us in this body, it's essentially just like any other employer, even though the jurisdiction lies almost exclusively with the city and county of Denver, but because it's any other employer. So essentially, members, if you've always had a gripe with Denver International Airport, or you have an issue with Denver International Airport, you can bring a bill, and you have proper jurisdiction and authority to overrule essentially the city and county of Denver that has the jurisdiction to change DIA as you might see fit. I ended up voting no. I believe I ended up voting no. It was like midnight or 1 a.m., I think, was one of those committees this week. I believe I ended up voting no at the end because simply I'm not sure we need a bill to do this. It seems like there's a lot of people in this chamber that have a lot of cell phone numbers of Denver City Councilmen and women, and we know the mayor of Denver. I do believe he used to serve here in this chamber. We could simply call them and say, hey, please follow ADA. In fact, if anyone in the state of Colorado doesn't believe that Denver International Airport is following ADA requirements, they could bring a lawsuit as well, which was actually quite interesting because there was a portion of the bill that was taken out just now, actually just a moment ago, that said an individual alleging damages resulting from a violation of a duty set forth in these sections, meaning the bill, may bring a civil suit in court of contempt jurisdiction against the airport pursuant to this section, and may seek a court order requiring compliance with the provisions and sections and all remedies available pursuant to section 2434-802. Now, that was removed from the bill, but it always actually puzzled me why it was removed from the bill, because right now, if Denver International Airport isn't following ADA, which this means to go above and beyond, which probably is necessary given the technology changes and the like. If Denver International Airport is doing something egregious or something that is not providing good accessibility, the citizen could sue them right now in court, and it sounds like maybe that is the case. It sounds like Denver International Airport, despite having the jurisdiction of the mayor of Denver and the city council of Denver, might be falling short, which is why we have the bill before us today. So the question is perhaps calls have been made to the mayor and the city council of Denver who have jurisdiction, and perhaps they just, I don't know, maybe they don't care, or maybe they think they're doing a good enough job, and there's a difference of opinion there, but to bring a bill to put words into the statute that will be the law of the land that is literally only aimed at one airport in the state of Colorado, and that airport being DIA, which has the jurisdiction, again, of the mayor of Denver and city council. It seems like if we want to tell the mayor that he's doing a very bad job, that there's different ways to do that. You could write an op-ed. But to bring a bill and put those words in the statute just to tell the mayor he's doing a very bad job, it doesn't seem like the proper thing to do. And so I voted no in committee for that, and I would urge you to vote no as well. And if you have a problem with Denver International Airport, yes, you can bring a bill, but you can also just call the mayor and tell him to do a better job managing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I want to know what you would do if you're in a wheelchair and you can't get through the airport. That's what this bill is about, those with disabilities getting through the airport. The reason that DIA is the only airport that fits into this category is because of the size of the airport. That's it. And we had testimony from the city attorney, from Jack Johnson with Disability, Disability Law Colorado, and we all came to agreement, and I'm really frustrated for the disability community that we can't do better, and this bill is helping us do better. I'm asking for an aye vote for this bill.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might come around on this bill because we did hear about, actually in testimony, I forgot, but we did hear about how Denver International Airport is, among the big airports in America. It's also one of the busiest airports in America, but we heard about how it's one of the least accessible for the handicapped members of our community of all airports in the nation. And our Denver City and Council and the mayor, they really ought to do a better job, at least from what we heard in testimony. They've really dropped the ball when it comes to accessibility. So for us, the state Senate and the state House and the governor to come in and say, essentially, do your job, Mayor of Denver. It's a drastic step. It might be too drastic of a step, but at the same time, there is wide acknowledgement, and we heard it in testimony, that DIA is one of the worst airports to travel through for a member of the handicapped community. So thank you to the sponsors for bringing the bill.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I kind of want to just tell a personal story why I support this bill, signed on to it. As many of you may know, I broke my leg fairly badly, January of 2015, that those of you who were around back then. And before that happened, my perception was that there were plenty of handicap parking spaces. After it happened, and I had a handicap parking placard and I needed handicap parking, my perception changed that there weren't enough handicap parking spaces. The reason I'm bringing this up is we here in this body don't necessarily fall under the provisions that the bill allows for. But given this is the 6th busiest airport in the world, I think it's very apropos that we as a legislative body or the state of Colorado make an affirmative act to say that for those who live in Colorado or visit Colorado or simply passing through DIA from somewhere heading to somewhere, regardless of your ability to walk or so on and so forth, or what special needs you might have, DIA is open for business, and DIA will do everything it can do to make sure you have a safe trip. That's why I asked for an aye vote on House Bill 1435.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1452. Is there any opposition? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Nope, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1437.
The motion is to proceed out of order with House Bill 1437. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1437. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1437?
House Bill 1437 by Representatives Weissman and Duran and Senators Fields and Michelson-Janay concerning prohibiting a municipality from using specified payment structures for indigent defense services under certain circumstances.
Senator Fields.
Madam Chair, we move House Bill 1437 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1437. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1135.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1135. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1135?
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Soper and Snyder and Senators Roberts and Will concerning offenses related to requirements for operating a vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1135.
There are no committee reports, so to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this bill does a couple things. The biggest and most substantive change that it makes clear that if somebody is driving a commercial vehicle without a commercial driver's license, that currently is a traffic petty offense. This bill would raise it to a traffic misdemeanor offense. We've seen some really unfortunate accidents over the last few years involving people driving a semi-truck without a CDL, obviously without the proper training. And this bill is supported by the commercial trucking industry because those types of accidents put a very bad stain on their reputation and the good drivers that work in the industry. So we appreciate the work on that. The other section of the bill adds a few pieces for the TLRC, the Transportation Legislation Review Committee, to look over this summer. And I can let my colleague go into what they'd be talking about, and I think we're going to have a discussion about adding one more topic. But the bill started off very large in the House. They pared it down significantly, but the substantive change about the penalties for not having a CDL is very important for public safety. I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill makes a lot of sense. And, you know, that we see so much, especially on our passes, and we've talked about that with a lot of other bills, but, you know, we got 80,000-pound loads and people that don't have a commercial driver's license or know what they're doing. And, you know, the trucking industry supports this, and it should not be a traffic infraction, and being a Class 1 misdemeanor makes all kinds of sense. This is an easy bill, a common sense bill, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1135? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sincere thanks to the bill sponsors who this bill, I know it didn't just come to us out of the blue. It's actually been in the process for some time, actually going back even into the fall. So sincere thanks to the tremendous bill sponsors who have been carrying this piece of legislation. And I do have an amendment here, so let me just move the amendment and then discuss it.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
L9, Amendment to Gross Bill, page 3, line 24, strike 2.1 and substitute 2.1, comma, 2.2, comma, and 2.3.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what L009 goes towards is what in the bill there is a list of things for the TLRC, the Transportation Legislative Review Committee, to look at this summer. And one of the tragedies we've had in our communities in the last recent years are actually a dramatic increase in pedestrians being injured and, in fact, killed by vehicles. There was a tragic incident that happened in Littleton, not far away, and there was actually one that happened literally just walking distance from my house where a young man in Highlands Ranch was killed just walking to, well, he was riding his one-wheeler to school and he was killed. And the issue is when that happens, oftentimes the person pays like a $500 fine, the driver of the vehicle, and serves no jail time whatsoever. Now, there are times where an accident is truly an accident. That happens. And so it's a little more complicated than just saying if there's an accident resulting in a death, careless driving resulting in a death, that person ought to be thrown in jail for 5 or 10 years or something. It's much more complicated than that. And so instead of trying to force a bill through right now to try to give district attorneys an extra tool in their toolbox for these circumstances where a child does get killed by a pedestrian is killed by a vehicle, this seems like the perfect place to ask the TLRC to take a look at the issue and take a look at that careless driving resulting in death. And I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Is there any further discussion on L009? Senator Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I just want to thank the good senator from Highlands Ranch for bringing forward a very important and tragic issue. Unfortunately, we think it's an absolutely great thing for the TLRC to study this summer. So those members who are on that committee, heads up. We think this is a friendly amendment and would ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill, or House Bill 1135. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L009 is adopted. To the bill, our Majority Leader Rodriguez. Sorry. All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1135? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1135. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1135 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee will proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1370.
Will the clerk please read House Bill 1370?
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Kipp and Wilford and Senator Winter concerning measures to reduce the cost of use of natural gas infrastructure and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1370.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1370? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1370. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1370 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1308.
1308?
1308.
Okay. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1308?
House Bill 1308 by Representatives Frizzell and Lindstedt and Senators Gonzalez concerning provisions to facilitate the effective implementation of programs for affordable housing and in connection therewith adding annual reporting requirements by the Division of Housing
Senator Gonzalez.
concerning applications for affordable housing programs and money in and issued from the Housing Development Grant Fund, creating a process for reviewing and approving applications for all affordable housing programs by the Division of Housing, making modification to the city housing law to allow a city to own or lease and manage, operate, or maintain, or contract for management, operation, or maintenance of housing projects, and specifying the requirements for an application and annual reports for purposes of a property tax exemption for a community land trust or nonprofit affordable homeownership developer for property that has been subdivided.
Senator Rodriguez, I'm sorry, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1308 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1308? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1308. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1308 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Request a senatorial 5.
The Senate will be in a senatorial 5. Yeah, that'd probably be best. Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 95.
Will the clerk read the title of Senate Bill 95?
Senate Bill 95 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez and Representatives Bacon and Evans concerning measures to address ozone levels in areas that do not meet federal ozone national ambient air quality standards.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 2495 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 95? There's a minute on the desk. Will the clerk please read L019?
L19, amendment in gross bill, page 12 before line 23, insert
Senator
section
Zenzinger.
8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L019. Members, I brought this up during the debate earlier in the day. This allows this program to acknowledge the onboard diagnostic test or also known as your check engine light. If you go in for an emissions test, that would not be the sole criteria in which to fail you. You could also then follow up with a tailpipe test or an IM240 emissions test, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on L19. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We consider this a friendly amendment, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L019 to Senate Bill 95. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L019 is adopted. To the bill.
I ain't heard that since Senator Gonzalez has been up there.
I like it. To the bill.
To the bill.
To the bill.
Bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 95? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 95. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 95 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1260.
Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill? The motion is to read the title of House. Oh, yeah, okay. The motion is to proceed to House Bill, proceed out of order to House Bill 1265. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order to House Bill 1260. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1260?
House Bill 1260 by Representatives Duran and Hernandez and Senator Danielson concerning a prohibition against disciplining an employee for refusing to participate in employer speech and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1260 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any discussion on House Bill 1260? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a prohibition against employee discipline. We're, as you know, and you've heard me say many times, this won't be a surprise, intruding with the authority of the state into the relationship between business and their employees. In my experience, which was very small business, the biggest company, and I was always, I like to think I was a good partner with my teammates. We considered them to be teammates and family. But I lived in the smaller end of the business world. Biggest company I ever had 150 employees at its peak. So my personal experience is from dealing with a smaller environment, not the great big enterprises like some of the companies that are so fundamental to our economy. But we really felt and interacted and respected our teammates as exactly that, teammates and family. We really didn't even use the word employees except in the sense that the government required us to use the word employees and told us certain things about how we should interact with our teammates, which in my experience was always a little bit less attentive to the specific and actual needs of my teammates. It was more robotic and policy-oriented. It was much more bureaucratic in nature than, in fact, what we developed as a team. So this particular bill prohibits employers from requiring their employees to attend meetings, speeches, or view communications concerning religious or political matters. Quite frankly, in my experience, we always offered up anything of that nature optional to our teammates, and they would engage and be involved as they saw fit. There was no, by virtue of respect being the guiding factor, there was never any question of whether there would be any reprisal or even a consideration of looking at someone differently simply because they saw the world differently than you did, either politically or philosophically. That just wasn't part of what it was, because that wasn't part of our culture. It also it prohibits employers from threatening employees, subjecting them to disciplinary actions, or discharging them for refusing to attend such meetings. Really don't have a big disagreement in that, but don't really need a law to make that happen, is where I enter into this conversation. Certain communications are exempt, such as those that are legally required or necessary for an employee's work. Employers are required to post notice of their employees' new rights. That's something we always did, in the break room. And quite frankly, when we had one company, we had various job sites. On all the various job sites, we posted up all of the mandatory government-required disclosures, and we always sought to make sure that our teammates understood their rights, and whenever those rights changed, either more permissively to their benefit or more restrictively occasionally, we were sure to communicate that with them. The bill creates a legal pathway for aggrieved employees to seek pay, lost wages, and compensation costs. So the real challenge I have here is we've got the state inserting itself into the relationship between employer and the employer's teammates, as in my experience. And it sets up and seeks to, actually that's not true. I don't want to project what it seeks to. With my experience, this sort of thing tends to create much more of an adversarial environment between the individuals who are ultimately working together for the benefit of the mission that they have come around together as a team and as an enterprise and as an effort to create value and provide value in the form of a good or a service to their customers. So the bill portrays itself as neutral and would say it's an employee rights bill. It seeks to protect the First Amendment rights of Colorado workers by preventing employers from forcing them to attend political or religious events. The bill also exempts religious and political organizations from the bill, since their work is inherently religious and political. A court, religious in the case of a religious institution, political in the case of a political institution. A court process for aggrieved employees to receive compensation from their employers is also created in the bill. However, there's always a but. There's always a turn, a change, a grimace, a realization, a eureka moment, a light bulb going off above your head. This bill would likely only target businesses of a specific political nature, conservative businesses, I would argue, perhaps. It includes an exemption for diversity, equity, and inclusion training, so you've got a specific narrative moving a specific way that has its roots in a political narrative and political background, being exempt. That sort of inculcation, ideological expansion is exempted. And so immediately you begin to see the tilt of the bill. It's not even-handed. It in fact is putting a foot on the scale, not just a thumb on the scale, but a foot on the scale for a specific movement of society through businesses in a specific direction. Conservatives across the country rightfully decry, and then we've seen, and I have my remaining company at this point is a wealth management company, an investment company, and we watch very much, and we're a small business, very small business. There's only half a dozen of us in the team at this point, but we interact with, by virtue of investing in, the big publicly traded companies. And we saw years ago, a movement towards ESG and DEI, and this pendulum swung way, 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 way out, and it was driven by a very specific political narrative. And what happened is those big enterprises then realized this isn't achieving what we thought it would achieve. In fact, it's creating dissension and difficulties. And so that pendulum has started swinging back. Well, this bill shows up late to the party and says, no, we need to prop that pendulum back up in suspense up into the position where it had swung. The bill is also the only political meeting that is widespread. For being, let me back up. The meetings that are acceptable, that are allowed, that are political in nature would be the DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion type meetings that have a very, as I was saying, very specific bent, and that's what's exempted. There are no cases of businesses forcing conservative messaging down their throats, employees' throats. Many employees that are enterprises that I have experience with that are larger in nature don't require employees to attend workshops or meetings or events that are in alignment with, and I can think of a couple very large companies where the leaders of those very large companies are very specific in their perspectives, but they don't require their employees to share their beliefs. They don't require their employees to participate. And I think that is, quite frankly, the best of America. That is the best of a free market, and that is the best of what we hope to be. I think that this bill arrives in our conversation with the conclusion, the perspective that the only way to get to a better place is by inserting government into the conversation, and I do not believe that is accurate, and therefore, for the aforementioned reasons, argue against and would encourage you to consider a no vote on House Bill 1260. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that we brought up the adversarial environment that my colleague wishes to avoid. That's the whole purpose of the bill. The reality of it is that people are getting fired if they refuse to be subjected to unwanted religious or political speech in their workplace. If not fired, then they're retaliated against. So that is exactly what the bill aims to avoid. There is no exemption for the speech that my colleague just described. The way that we define political matters means matters relating to elections for political office, political parties, legislation, regulations, and the decision to join or support any political party, or political, fraternal, or labor organization or nonprofit organization established for charitable or community welfare purposes. So nothing in there about any exclusions for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Where religious matters we define as matters relating to religious affiliation and practice and the decision to join or support any religious organization or a nonprofit organization established for charitable or community welfare purposes. So that's the extent of it there. Like I said, the point of this is that, when we heard story after story after story after story of workers who were punished if they chose to avoid political speech or religious speech in their workplace. I think that that's a really worthy cause to protect these workers this is where they earn a living. We shouldn't force them to decide between earning a paycheck and being forced to listen to their employer's religious perspective, or who they wish to be elected to office, or why someone should vote a certain way. That should not be a term of your employment. It just goes a step further to ensure that these workers' rights are protected, that they can go to work free of this kind of harassment. And if they choose to avoid this kind of political speech or this kind of religious speech when they're at their job, then they can't be retaliated against because it's happening, it's prevalent, it's real, and it has an impact on this economy, and it has an impact on the workers that we are here to protect. I also want to just remind everybody, I'm sure you read the bill, that this has nothing to do with a voluntary conversation. So if an employer wishes to speak to their employees about political matters or religious matters, and the employee agrees on their own to voluntarily engage in these discussions, that's fine. The bill doesn't apply to that. So this is really just about employers, companies, forcing employees to sit through political or religious speech and currently being able to retaliate against them. This bill would end that, which I think is a really worthy cause.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1260? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the comments from the sponsor. I rise in opposition of House Bill 1260. I do appreciate some of the efforts, or what appear to be efforts, to make House Bill 1260 seem, as you heard from the senator from El Paso County, neutral, right? Like we're treating everything sort of equally. I don't really view House Bill 1260 that way. I wasn't in committee, wasn't in this particular committee, didn't get to hear the debate on this bill in committee. But, and candidly, I don't know who the proponents of a bill like House Bill 1260 would be, but I'm gonna go way out on a limb here and assume that it's not employers that we're pushing for 1260. Again, out on a limb to say it's probably not the business groups, the chambers of commerce, and that sort of thing that we're saying, you know, here's a problem we identify in society. Here's what I think, what the changes that we need to make within enterprise within the state of Colorado. And here's the reason why I say that. So again, appreciate the work of the proponents when it came to carving out some exclusions around this. So remember, as I'm looking at page 5, lines 1 through 6 of the bill, we're talking about that an employer shall not threaten or subject an employee to discipline, discharge, adverse employment action on account of an employee's refusal to attend or participate on an employer-sponsored meeting concerning religious or political matters, or for declining to listen to, speech, or view religious or political communications from the employer or the agent, representative, or designee of the employer. And so that part sounds perfectly sane to me. It does. Like when I hear an employee shouldn't be punished, shouldn't be discharged, shouldn't be fired just simply because they agree politically or religiously, at 30,000 feet makes perfect sense to me. It's when you get into the details, right? Because in this chamber, in this building, it's always these darn details that, you know, when we hear, I'm sure everybody read the bill, I'm assuming that was tongue in cheek, because if you had read all of the bill, for those who have, and you realize that political matters is defined as matters relating to, and these are also ors, so we have to remember that. Anytime you see a comma, and I know I'm not speaking to people that don't understand this in the 35 people here, all with rapt attention, I'm talking more to the other 5.976 million Coloradans who aren't in this chamber. When we were looking at page 4, political matters means matters relating to elections for political office or political parties, and here's the most important one, or legislation. Remember, colleagues, these are ors, or legislation or regulations, and the decision to support or join or support any political party, political fraternal types of things. So when we've now created what is, I think for the first time, a legal definition of the word political matters, and we've included in the definition of political matters legislation or regulations, colleagues, we've really blurred the line. There is politics in this building, and there is policy in this building. And the two are tangentially related, but the two are not the same thing. And we know that because we have heard bills here this week that folks from both sides of the political spectrum have agreed or disagreed, but from a policy perspective have agreed or disagreed. There's been bills that died right here in the last 2 weeks. Legislation that died, meaning folks from both political parties disagreed as to whether or not it was good legislation or going to create or authorize good regulation. So what I'm submitting to you, colleagues, and you can agree or disagree, if there's people in this room, if there's people in the lobby who feel like politics and policy are the exact same thing, I will be stunned. I will be stunned if you say, oh yeah, we're going to run a piece of policy, we're going to run a piece of legislation, and we know that it's going to fail because all of the Democrats don't like it and all of the Republicans do like it. Or we know it's going to pass because all of the Democrats like it and all of the Republicans dislike it. That happens a lot in this building. That happens, what, a half, 2/3 of the time, right? Democrats in this building run nonpartisan legislation, I should say partisan legislation, what, 2/3 of the time for those in the majority party? How often do you guys pass bills without a Republican on it? 2/3 of the time? Roughly? Half, 2/3 of the time that there's no Republican support? Let's say half. Let's say half. That means that half of the time you have bipartisan support. There are Republicans and Democrats that support the legislation. In fact, I think you can go back into the bills that I've ran personally and find that 100% of them have had both Republican and Democrat support. 100%, I think, of the bills that I've had signed into law have had Republicans and Democrats supporting it. And because of that, and because of the fact that we've had legislation die that had Republican and Democrat support, I don't think that we're stretching logic to say that politics is the same as legislation, that politics is the same as regulation. But what we're doing brilliantly as lawmakers here in the state of Colorado is we're now defining what is political matters in our state and saying, that's great, Senator from Douglas County, but we think perhaps that you might be, just maybe, an idiot. And actually, if you were smarter, you would realize that political matters are the same as legislative matters, or the same as regulatory matters. You can hear the applause, the thundering applause. Yes, decorum, please. Decorum, please.
What's that for?
Right? I think universally, colleagues, we can dismiss all of this as what I would call the absurd, but clearly we don't use that word in this room, not in this chamber. because politics and legislation are not the same thing. If they were, I wouldn't have stood here 3 hours ago when one of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle is sponsoring a bill, and I say, not only do I support it and I'm voting yes for it, but I'm going to co-sponsor it. You would not hear that if politics and legislation meant the same thing. It is asinine, it is ridiculous, in my opinion, to put them in the same paragraph.
Senator Smallwood, to the bill, to the bill.
That's what I'm reading. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. So what I'm reading from, Mr. Chair, to make sure we know we're talking about the same thing here, is I'm on page 4 of the bill, line 15, when it comes to the definition of political matters. And what you'll notice, Mr. Chair, when you look at page 4, line 15, as we start to define political matters, is you will see that political matters in this bill, in House Bill 1260, is defined as matters relating to elections for political office, political parties, legislation, regulations, and the decision to join or support any political party. And, Mr. Chair, what I'm doing is simply stating that to create a definition where political matters means not only political parties, and I'm on line 16, Mr. Chair, of the bill, line 16, you'll notice that political parties and legislation is separated only by a comma. So, Mr. Chair, speaking to the bill directly, what you'll notice in the bill, colleagues, is that there is a definition of political matters which, in my opinion, foolishly, in my opinion, is stating that there is an equality between political parties and legislation. And if that wasn't a ridiculous assertion, then there would be nobody in this room who would ever have voted for or been a co-prime sponsor with or co-sponsored any legislation from the other party. Because this says they're the same thing, and you can't have it both ways. You cannot say political matters is both. Otherwise, none of us would have ever co-sponsored anybody else's bills. None of us would have ever co-primed any bills. None of us would have ever voted for each other's bills. And we do it in here every day, all day long. That's the point, Mr. Chair, that I'm trying to make, and I don't think I'm off topic when I'm dealing directly with page 4, lines 15 through 20, with all due respect, sir. That I reject the definition in House Bill 1260 that says political matters and the equating of political parties with legislation. And here's why that's important. You can say, okay, fine. We agree. You can end it, Senator from Douglas County. We get it. You made your point. All right, enough. Relax. Calm down. So that's what we'll do. Let's say we'll concede that point. We'll concede that point. Political parties and legislation aren't the exact same thing. Because again, if there were, there would be no such thing as bipartisan legislation. There would be no such thing as us voting for each other's bills, which we do all day long. There'd be no such thing as co-primes from the other parties, which some of you do. A lot of you don't, but some of you do. Some of you choose to be bipartisan in this stuff. I don't know. I haven't even looked at this bill. This bill's not. As an example, this bill's not, but lots of bills are.
Senator Small, would you like to sign on to House Bill 1260?
We should probably talk to the prime sponsor, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that suggestion. I'm not sure what kind of enthusiasm that would be met with, especially since I'm going to vote no on the bill. But as always, you're 3 steps ahead of me in the chess match. But here's the point that I'm trying to make with that, right? So let's say we all calm down, or at least I calm down, and we say, okay, fine, we concede that political parties and legislation aren't the same thing. That the wording on page 4, lines 15 through 20, might be, if not flawed, maybe up for debate. How about we say that? It's up for debate. Because again, as I was standing right here, it's 4 o'clock, so 6 hours ago? As I was standing here 6 hours ago, talking about how a piece of legislation from the majority party, which I am not a member of, was a good piece of legislation, and I was voting yes for that legislation, and I was going to co-sponsor that legislation. So even though you might say, well, no, political parties and legislation are the same, so because I'm a Republican, I can't possibly support Democrat legislation, right? So I reject that, but let's say at some point you decide to concede that point to me. Here's why it's important. Because I agree, so I want everybody to listen to this part. I agree about the political parties piece of this. I do not believe that any worker should be forced to listen to, sit through speeches of, sit there and kowtow to their bosses who are telling them that the party on the other side of the aisle is the only party they should listen to, and everybody else is ridiculous and that kind of stuff. So if you're a Republican, you shouldn't have to listen to that from your Democrat boss. If you're a Democrat, you shouldn't have to listen to that from your Republican boss. If you're a Libertarian, you shouldn't have to listen to it from either. If you're a Green Party person, you shouldn't have to listen to it from either. I'm okay with all of that. I am on your side. However, because in what I believe to be a misguided way, we have lumped something like regulation in with political parties. When you work for an organization and regulation is about to be enacted in the state of Colorado that says that, I don't know, your organization can no longer exist because we view it to be horrible. This, colleagues, is a nonpartisan issue. If there is legislation that is going to put your company out of business, because let's face it, colleagues, regulation in and of itself, like you need to do this. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about pharmacies, for example, okay? So I'll use that as one example. And Mr. Chair, in case there's any agitation there 15 feet behind me, I am on page 4, line 17, the very first word, regulation. Regulation. You, as an employee under House Bill 1260, would be prohibited from hearing any speech from the powers that be in your organization about regulation. Mr. Chair, that's in the bill. That's in the bill. So let's say, for example, you work for a pharmacy. Just one hypothetical example. You work for a pharmacy. And the state of Colorado, in its infinite wisdom, because of the leaders and the, what I would say, caring, perhaps loving lawmakers here in the state of Colorado, we decide to pass a bill which becomes a law, which gets turned over to a regulatory body, whereas they create regulation around pharmacies, talking about how telepharmacy, as again, just one example, might be expanded in your area. And there's some new rules regarding telepharmacy that folks need to know about. So what we're going to do, colleagues, we're going to get the team together and we're going to talk about the new regulations that have been passed by your friends at the General Assembly regarding telepharmacy. An employee, any employee who's savvy at all, any employee who would like to make more money than they're making today by using the legal process should, in my opinion, say, hey, hold on here. Hold on here. We've got House Bill 1260 that Governor Polis, I don't know, wisely signed into law? Guess that's up for interpretation. That says, I don't have to sit through squat about regulations affecting my industry. And why don't I? Because regulations, according to House Bill 1260, are political matters. And the employer's going to be like, ma'am, what are you talking about? We're just talking about like regulations, like because we passed a bill around telepharmacy and there's some new rules going on. And that employee is like, well, Madam Employer, Mr. Employer, that's just fine and dandy, but I'm not sitting through anything because that is a political matter. Think of this conversation. Think of this. I'm not sitting through your meeting, boss. I'm not here to learn about regulations or the new laws that Colorado created, because laws are legislation and rules are regulation. And I'm happy to accept any debate that regulation isn't the same as rules and that legislation isn't the same as laws. So anytime an employer gets their group of people together to talk about either laws or rules, any employee at any time, particularly those that are savvy and would love a reason to sue the boss, will say, nope, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Why is it not going to happen? Because we have House Bill 1260. And 1260 says, I do not need to sit in front of any meeting. I do not need to be part of about any conversations on political matters. And that poor boss, I feel sorry for her. Like, what are you talking about? This isn't political at all. Like I'm a registered independent and I'm atheist. Like, what are you talking about? This isn't political or religious. I'm just talking about the new laws in the state of Colorado. And the world will be like, shame on you, boss. How could you be so stupid as to not know that political matters is not just about political parties. Political matters is about not only political parties, but legislation and regulations. So it's this kind of stuff. It's this kind of what I would consider to be not necessarily lack of attention to detail, just maybe a tone deafness or a blind spot around different perspectives, right? If people have never been an employer before and had to get their employees together, and I don't know who the proponents are behind this. I don't know if they employ people. I don't know if they get people together for work. I have no idea. But I will tell you from the perspective of somebody who has, for decades, gotten employees together to talk about the new rules, to talk about the new laws, that the fact that I could have, I don't know, half, 2/3 of my team saying, no, I'm not going to be part of any of these conversations. And the reason being is because I don't have to. I'm now protected from attending any meetings, regardless of how they might assist in team building, regardless of how they might affect company culture, organizational ethos, any of that kind of stuff. Because if you are bringing up anything that impacts your business from a legal or regulatory perspective, the employer is now in violation of 1260. And so this is where I say, as I learned from one of my great colleagues who I've worked with now for 8 years, this is a distraction. When you hear like, here's the exemptions and all of that, I'm telling you it is a distraction. Because what you need to look at is page 4, lines 15 through 20, which exempt everything else that you've heard in the bill about why this is okay and that's okay, and you can still do this and you can still do that, because the way I look at it, that all gets trumped, and please excuse the pun, by page 4, lines 15 through 20, which says you cannot bring people together for these reasons anymore. And that makes it very hard to run a company. When you cannot get your group together to talk about laws that impact your business or your organization or your not-for-profit or your school, which I think might be exempted out of here, or your municipality or whatever, you're not allowed to get people together to talk about that. You're not allowed to get people together to talk about regulations, because with a yes vote on House Bill 1260, you have unilaterally changed in the world of business what is considered a political matter. Who would have ever thought that when you get a group of plumbers together to talk about a new regulation that the board put together regarding the kind of angle of drop or degrees of drop for a plumbing this and that, because that the rules were created around that guess what? You're now engaged in political discourse. Who would have ever thought that, colleagues? Think about this. A definition being this broad as it relates to being an employer, first of all, thank you. You're giving me stuff to talk about when I'm out of here for about the next 5 years. When people say, why do you get so worked up? Why do you get so angry and keep declaring that, the General Assembly is anti-business and anti-industry? Why are you so worked up, Senator from Douglas County? I'll say, well, let me give you an example. Let me give you one example. I'll give you one example. Here's one example. We, in the General Assembly, just declared political matters to be discussing at all any new rules or any new laws that were implemented in the state of Colorado. And the business owner, the school district, the municipality will look at me with this raised eyebrow, like, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Political matters? We're talking about the paid family and medical leave program that, we're getting everybody together to talk about family. We're talking about, how you can go out on claim now for 12 weeks if you need to take care of a sick family member. How's that a political matter? And anybody with half a brain will pull out House Bill 1260 and say, oh, you want to know why? Do you want to know why it's a political matter, Senator from Douglas County? I'll tell you why. I'm looking at page 4, line 17 of what Governor Polis is about to sign. And on page 4, line 5, it says regulation. And guess what regulation is? I don't know, the Entire Family Act. We kicked it all over to rulemaking. So there's a law, legislation. Mr. Chair, that's line 16. Then there are all the rules created around it. Mr. Chair, that's line 17. So it's this kind of thinking. It's this kind of thinking when folks that employ people are wondering what in the world we're doing in the General Assembly. Like, why are we trying to make everybody's lives miserable? Are we? Are we not? I don't know. When you come and say you can't even hold a meeting anymore that talks about rules or laws that affect your industry because they're now deemed as political matters? Come on. Come on, what are we doing? We're outlawing this now? What are you going to have a meeting about? Martha's retirement and the sheet cake? What else are we going to meet about? If we're not going to meet about laws and rules impacting your business, what are we going to meet about? The big team building event at Topgolf? That's one of the few things that we're actually allowed to do in a meeting now. Whatever you do, don't talk about laws that impact your business. Don't talk about rules that impact the not-for-profit world, because guess what, colleagues? Those are political matters now when you vote for House Bill 1260. You are declaring these things to be political matters. And if you've ever run a business, if you've ever ran a meeting, if you've ever had employees, you will know how utterly insane it would be to attempt to classify and Mr. Chair, I'm on page 4, line 17, line 16, talking about regulations and legislation, which is in the bill. You tell me, I was asked very politely to not turn this interactive any longer and ask questions, so I'm not going to do that. This will be a rhetorical question. If I were to ask you a question about what would you talk about in a meeting, in a business meeting, if you weren't allowed to talk about the laws or rules impacting your organization, what exactly outside of birthdays and retirements would you talk about? And again, I don't want any answers because this isn't interactive. I just want you to noodle on that just a little bit. What exactly do you talk about? Don't talk about processes. Don't even think about talking about processes, because I can almost guarantee you, I can go to those red books right back there and find something in statute that will tell you that when you're talking about processes within your organization, I can find a rule impacting it. I can find a law impacting it. Therefore, we're talking now about political matters, and nobody needs to attend. Boss, I don't need to go to your stupid meeting. It's concerning that we have something that seems so innocuous, something with language that is written in such an innocuous way that somebody just briefly scanning through it could say, yeah, like, I can live with this. Like, there's a nice exclusion on page 9 that says this doesn't apply to religious corporations. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to put that in the law. Apply to religious entities, religious associations, religious educational institutions, not-for-profit, faith-based health systems, and I'm grateful for all that. Candidly, I'm a little stunned to see it in there, because this place has got me so cynical and jaded over 8 years that I'm actually surprised to see it in there. I'm illogically elated to see page 9, lines 23 through 27, if I can admit that to my 34 closest friends, since I spend more time with you than I do with my family anymore. I'm glad to see that. But here's what you don't see in that. We're excluding religious entities. How many political entities are we excluding? If you work for the Democratic Party, the Democrat Party of Colorado, where's your exclusion to not talk about politics? If you were hired to work for Democrats. If you work for the Republican Party or the Libertarian Party or the Green Party or whatever party. Where's I see the exclusion that says, oh, religious organizations. And again, please, I will not, I don't want to say not allow, because I can't disallow anything, especially not with 12 votes. But I can say I very, very much appreciate the exclusion of religious organizations in here, but I don't see exclusion of political organizations in here, or legal organizations, or regulatory organizations. What I do see is page 5, line 27, which I'm assuming to be kind of a catch-all phrase that says that an employer, that this section does not prohibit an employer from requiring that an employee attend a meeting or event, listen to a speech, or view communications concerning religious or political matters as necessary for the employee to perform their lawfully required job duties. And if the senator from El Paso County was here who went to law school, which I know this is going to come as a huge shock to everybody here. I did not go to law school. I am not an attorney. But for those attorneys in the room and those listening online, the throngs listening online, I'm sure that when you see words like matters as necessary and perform their lawfully required job duties, that gets people really excited. Because if you work for the Democrat Party, let's say, you're like, what do you mean we can't get together to talk about politics? It's like, that's what we do. Like, we're the party. Like, it's kind of the only thing we talk about. It's like your only job is to talk about that. Why don't we have an exclusion for political parties? We do for religious organizations, but we don't for political parties. Anybody view that as kind of maybe an oversight? And if you don't think it's an oversight, you might think, well, yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Senator from Douglas County, who's obviously overly concerned, because we got page 5, lines 23 through 27. And I will say that is like orgasmic as far as an attorney is concerned. To see as necessary to perform their lawfully required job duties. Right? That's like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Right? So my suggestion would be, and I'm not foolish enough ever again to consider drafting second reading amendments, I've learned my lesson the hard way, is if I were in charge of House Bill 1260, here's what I would do. Here's what I would do if I was in charge of House Bill 1260, which I clearly am not. Since we are prohibiting religious speech or political matters, religious matters or political matters, when it came to excluding employers from this bill, I would not only exclude religious corporations, I would also include anyone who's even tangentially related on the political side. Because relying on page 5, lines 18 through 27, I think is very weak. It's fantastic for an employee that's looking to sue somebody. From an employer's perspective, I would say it's extraordinarily weak, in my perspective. And again, I've only employed people for like 3 decades, so it's not like I've done this for 60 or 70 years. That's the first thing that I would do. Secondly, what I would do is I would go in to page 4, lines 15 through 19, and create what I would deem, in my own personal opinion, to be a sane definition of a political matter. I think we can all agree, 35 senators from both sides of the aisle, that political matters means matters relating to elections for political office or political parties or the decision to join or support any political party. Sign me up. Yay, kudos, agree completely. And take out the words that I think, well, I don't think, I'm concerned. The words that I'm concerned about, that it's either inadvertently put in there or deviously, purposefully put in there, that state legislation and regulations. Because that, in the world of industry, those are catch-all words. So, again, I'm not going to try to amend this. It's a whole lot easier for me just to raise my hand and vote no. And I don't really have a great history over the course of the last 6 years of having people, throngs of people join me in those no votes. But for those reasons and many more that I won't bore you with, I encourage a no vote on House Bill 1260.
Is there any other discussion on House Bill 1260? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I was being obvious. Apparently, I was not obvious enough. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1260. Previous speaker was talking about kind of some of the inherent absurdity of restricting political speech for an organization where politics is fundamental to what they do. Another thing that's really interesting to me in the framing of the bill is the only speech that you're allowed to actually compel your employees to pay attention to is the placards and the pronouncements issued by the state or other government entities that tell them and demand of them exactly how they're supposed to interact with each other and interact with their employer. So, and I'm willing to acknowledge that things may be different in the experiences people have in larger organizations. My personal experience, both as an employee when I was younger and as an employer when we got a little bit older and developed my own enterprises where they were smaller in nature. And I said before that my largest company was 150 employees at its peak. But most of my companies were much smaller than that. And we were, even at that bigger company, we're very familial in our interactions with each other. So I believe that maybe we're casting too broad of a net with the bill as characterized, and would propose that we narrow it down a little bit and just say for larger enterprises. And the way I would approach that is an amendment to the definition of employer.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L031?
L31, amend and gross bill, page 4, lines 13 to 14, strike "an individual" and substitute "more than 50 individuals."
50 and smaller exempted, essentially.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move amendment, I believe it's 31. I don't have a copy of it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Amendment 31. If you scroll in the bill, Mr. Chair, to to page 4, line 13, you'll discover the definition of an employer as far as this bill is concerned. An employer means the state or any political subdivision, commission, department, institution, or school district of the state, and every other person employing an individual in the state. So if you hire your brother, you're an employer. What I would propose we do is change that, strike an individual, so it would be every other person employing, and insert the words more than 50 individuals in the state. And so this would have the effect of saying smaller enterprises, less than 50, exempted essentially from this compelled speech, or the absence of compelled speech, as the sponsors would argue it. And then larger than 50, bill proceeds as is. I urge your support of Amendment 31.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill protects employees from being retaliated against for being forced, or I guess refusing to sit through forced political or religious speech. Okay. The bill protects employees from being retaliated against if they choose not to sit through their employer's political or religious speech. So we can't really say that we only want to protect employees that happen to work for a larger company from this kind of harassment. I don't think it matters if I work for a small company of 12 employees or a large company of 1,200 employees. My employer should not be allowed to fire me if I choose not to listen to their political speech or their religious speech. So I strongly urge a no vote on Amendment L31 because we want to extend these protections to all employees, not just those in a large company.
Is there further discussion on L031 to Senate Bill or House Bill 1260? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 031. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L031 fails. To the bill. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L030?
L30, amendment and gross bill, page 9, line 3, strike 10 and substitute 5.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would direct your attention now to page 9 of the bill, line 3. This is the section where we define the penalties to be paid out if someone is aggrieved or perceives they're aggrieved and walks through the aggrievement process and receives an adjudication. And I, quite frankly, should have read the bill more closely. I don't know whether this is an ALJ, administrative law judge, or I guess it's probably a determination by the department is how this happens. The penalty to be paid is $10,000. This amendment, L030, would cut that penalty in half from $10,000 to $5,000, would leave in place or actual damages resulting from the violation, including back pay, benefits, etc. Urge your support of Amendment L030.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Danielson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was, I just respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too rise in opposition of Amendment 30 because there shouldn't be any award as it relates to House Bill 1260. Not for the definition that we've built in regarding political matters. No, if we change the definition of political matters and we keep it to where we all would normally, like if you were to survey 100 Americans and say, give me a few things that you would define as political speech, which is what the penalties in Amendment 30 pertain to. Give me a few things that you think would kind of personify political matters. I think people would say speech around political parties, around elections, like who should we vote for, that kind of stuff. If you were to survey 100 Americans and ask them whether or not rules that have been crafted into law regarding their business and said, is that political matters? Like the rules that have been created by the Board of Nursing or the Board of Medicine or something like that, is that political matters? I'm going to, again, for the second time today, go way out on a limb here and say that Americans, generally speaking, would say, no, rules created by our board are not political matters. So, once this bill gets properly amended, which I'm still like naively optimistic that will happen, to where we come up with a logical definition of what a political matter really is, when your boss drags you into a meeting to talk about her religious beliefs or her political beliefs, then $10,000? Absolutely. I think Amendment 30 is unnecessary. But when we create what to me is a false definition of what a political matter is, and say that political matters are now not only going to be matters that most of us, 99.9% of us, and yes, that's anecdotal, not scientific, would say these are what political matters are, instead of bringing in things like the laws that impact their industry or the rules that impact their job. Once we strike those completely kind of non sequitur words in a definition of political matters, once we strike those, I think Amendment L30 is completely unnecessary. So I would say, let's amend the bill the way that Coloradans would want us to, had they been presented with that, unless of course you're somebody who just wants to earn a quick 10 grand, in which case I'd be suing my boss all day long for this. Say, I'm not sitting in some meeting around rules regarding how many nurses need to be staffed on a floor at a certain period of time that ridiculous Board of Nursing created, some regulation. I don't want to hear about that. I'm not coming to that stupid meeting, right? No, we're not going to do that. And if, so I would say Amendment L30, once the bill's properly amended, is absolutely unnecessary. We're encouraging a no vote on Amendment 30.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030 to House Bill 1260. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L030 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1260? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1260. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1260 is passed. Which one's up next? We're supposed to proceed out of order, aren't we?
Madam Assistant and Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1304.
The motion is to proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1304. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will hear House Bill 1304. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Didn't we put this bill on the parking lot last year? Or yesterday, I guess it was.
Humor. Oh my gosh. First reader.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vihil and Woodrow and Senators Piola and Henriksen concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1304 on second reading and ask for an aye vote. And if I may speak to the bill, colleagues, this bill begins in a spot where it applies broadly to all areas within a metropolitan planning organization, MPO, in Colorado. through lengthy negotiating, I'm about to offer several amendments that will narrow it significantly, and I hope to be able to do that, and then we can talk about the bill, and I'll talk through each amendment as we go. With that,
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of L39.
L39, amendment.
Senator
goes-
Henriksen.
thank you, Madam Chair. L39 narrows it from the full MPO to specified areas around transit, specifically a half a mile around transit areas being a bus rapid transit station, a light rail station, and a fixed route bus service route with service at least every 30 minutes. And then outside of those areas, regulated affordable housing, senior housing, and adaptive reuse. Now, this amendment is the baseline from which several other agreements came later, so we will be amending this amendment later, but I ask for your aye vote on L39.
The question before us is the adoption of L39. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L39 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of Amendment L46.
L46,
Senator
amendment.
Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L46.
To the amendment.
L46 changes the bill to only apply to multifamily housing, adaptive reuse for residential purposes exclusively, or mixed-use adaptive reuse where at least 50% is residential. And it loses all commercial applicability in the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L46? Seeing none, all those in favor of L46 say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L46 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to pause for a brief moment while L40 arrives at the desk.
We are taking a brief pause.
Yeah. Actually, can I call?
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L040.
Okay, there is amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of L40.
L40, amendment Gross Bill, page 13, line 14,
Senator
strike
Fields.
parking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment...
You need to move the amendment, please.
I move Amendment L04 to HB 1304.
To L040.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment makes sure that we optimize parking in a way that increases the production of affordable housing, and it also prioritizes the needs for transportation in communities. I ask for an aye vote on L040.
Is there further discussion on L040? Senator Henriksen.
Colleagues, I consider this a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L040? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L040. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L040 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get my water. I learned you got to bring your own water up here. One sec.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of L065.
L65, amend the Henriksen.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. if we can, I don't know if we can even do maybe a conceptual amendment to this amendment to call it the guardrail amendment. I don't know if we can, yeah.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is actually an amendment to your amendment from yesterday. There's no settled question in this chamber. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I got 2 waters now. Members, this amendment amends Amendment L59, and it just strikes 2 letters, and it strikes and not on line 6, and substitutes or. And it really does, what that does is it allows for some parameters, some guardrails, or a floor around affordable housing to make sure that a city can still at least require 1 parking space per dwelling unit on a new affordable housing development. I think it's a good amendment. I appreciate the good senator from Pueblo and his advocates for working with me on this amendment, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L65? Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I consider this a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L65? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L65. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L65 is adopted. Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is
Hey, Jim. I'll show you where we're at. From here on out, everything. That's all I like. Come over.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read the title of L47.
L47, amendment gross bill, page 10, strike line 27, page 11, strike lines 1 through 5. Renumber this succeeding
Senator
subsection.
Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L47.
Is there any further discussion?
L47, Madam Chair, strikes the language about restrictions on local governments being able to get a grant for reducing parking. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L47? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L47. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L47 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is
Okay, here, go ahead.
an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L48.
L48, amendment gross bill, page 12, strike lines 9
Senator
through
Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L48.
To the amendment.
L48 strikes the requirements for reporting on adjustments to the policies of this bill to the Department of Local Affairs on the part of local governments. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L48? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L48. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L48 is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at, that's okay, the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L52.
L52, amend the Hinrichsen Amendment, House Bill 1304, L39, page 3, line 2, strike half mile and substitute quarter mile. Page 3, line 11, strike half mile and substitute.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L52.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the first amendment that amends L39 that we adopted earlier, and it shrinks everything from a half mile to within a quarter mile of the stations and bus routes. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L52. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L52 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L54.
L54, amend the Hinrichsen Amendment, House Bill 1304.
Senator
L39.
Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L54.
To the amendment.
L54 cuts the adaptive reuse outside of the limited uses that we specified earlier within the parameters around the transit infrastructure that we've already adopted. I ask for an aye vote on L52.
Is there any further discussion on L54? Seeing
L54.
none, the question before us is the adoption of L54. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L54 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L55.
L55, amend the Henriksen amendment.
Senator Henriksen,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L55.
to the amendment.
L55 strikes the addition of senior housing outside the defined transit area and regulated affordable housing that is not within the now quarter-mile zone around the transit infrastructure that we adopted. I ask for your support of L55.
Is there any further discussion on L55? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L55. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L55 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L56.
L56, amend the Henriksen amendment. L39, page 1, line 17, strike
Senator
20.
Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the bill, there is a reference to the maps that are in place by 2030 being the maps by which this regulations around transit is used by. This narrows this down to 2027. There are a couple of agencies within our MPOs that are finalizing their current master plan maps by mid-2026. And so it will be those maps that we're adapting this to, not those that come subsequently. I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L56? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L56. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L56 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L60.
L60, amend the Henriksen amendment.
Senator
L30
Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're down to the last three here. L60.
Please move the amendment.
I move L60.
To the amendment.
And this amendment, Madam Chair, applies this narrowly even further to rail service that has 30-minute or more frequencies at peak hours. So there are a few lines in RTD that are exempted by this amendment. I ask for an aye vote on L60.
Is there any further discussion on L60? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L60. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L60 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Hubler, please read L61.
L61,
Senator Henriksen.
amend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L61.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L61 reduces it to only the bus rapid transit, BRT, and fixed route bus lines that also have service 30 minutes or more frequently at peak hours and peak hours that last for at least 4 hours of the day or more. I ask for your aye vote on L61.
Is there any further discussion on L61? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L61. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L61 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L63.
L63, amend the Henriksen floor amendment. L39.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L63.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so L63 reduces the applicability from fixed route bus lines to a quarter of a mile from fixed route bus stops. And I ask for your aye vote on L63.
Is there any further discussion on L63? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L63. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L63 is adopted. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the bill.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what we have now is a bill that applies to within a quarter of a mile of transit service a stop, specifically a transit stop location, if it is a fixed route bus service that has service at least 30 minutes or more frequently during peak hours, and peak hours that last cumulatively at least 4 hours of the day or more, and the same time frame around light rail stations and BRT stations as well. I ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1304.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition to House Bill 1304. And I also, before I get to the bill, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L57.
L57, amend the Hendrickson Amendment, L39, page 3, line 2, strike half mile.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is in regards to the good senator from Pueblo's amendment L052 is striking the half mile and substituting an eighth of a mile. This may be okay for a lot of folks in some cities and metro areas. In my area, in Fort Collins, that is going to affect a lot of neighborhoods, established neighborhoods, and an eighth of a mile would cut that down significantly as far as it affects the neighborhoods around these transit areas in Fort Collins, as well as probably other college towns, and maybe some other metro areas. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L0.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. One of the reasons for arriving at a quarter mile is that a quarter mile is widely accepted as generally a 5-minute walk. And so when we're talking about areas around transit, being within 5 minutes is a generally acceptable time frame. So this is, I believe, too restrictive, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L57? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with the good senator from Pueblo, except for the fact that when I heard that this quarter of a mile would exempt senior housing, what my concern is that an eighth of a mile would also hurt senior housing in my area in Fort Collins. And that's why the eighth of a mile is so much better for particular. Good Senator from Pueblo said that this would affect most of the metro areas, and you're right. But there are some areas like where I live in Fort Collins that the eighth of a mile would be a much better substitute than the quarter mile. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of L57. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L57 is lost. Senator Janal.
Hold on. I just lost my place here. I did. Bear with me, please. I lost my place on here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1304. You know, we all would like there to be fewer cars, and they're expensive, they pollute, they have a carbon footprint. I understand that, and I think we all understand that. We like to bike and to walk places when we can. And when we can, we do. When it makes sense and when it's safe. Weather, darkness, Other things that metro areas have might not make it safe. Biking and walking is great for those who are physically able, but some people aren't able to bike or walk readily, and they should not be discriminated against. But there are many things a person wants to do that require a car. Here in this state, and in my city of Fort Collins, and I'm sure a lot of other metro areas, they want a car. People have a car. This isn't Europe, it's not the East Coast. Families need cars. Regular adults living regular lives need cars. You can't Uber in my area to the top of Cameron Pass, or take a Lyft to go camping, or take a bus to hike a 14er, or a ride share your whole family to a soccer practice. People who live in Colorado without a car are very rare, or they can't drive for whatever reason that is. And they will continue to be rare for a long time to come. There are some overly large commercial parking lots, and those businesses make those choices. But residential parking is where the problems will occur if parking minimums are completely dissolved. People deserve to have a place convenient to their residents to park their cars. Car or cars, whatever. That's not a luxury, people. A car is not a luxury. It's not unreasonable. People who own cars and expect to be able to park them where they live are not bad people. And most working class people must have cars for their job. No car purists are not better than them. No car purists, those guys who don't want cars. Established residential neighborhoods should not provide overflow parking for nearby apartments that don't have enough parking. There are so many examples of this happening in Fort Collins. But we do have a very car-centric society. That's not going to change in any time in the future. It may change as far as gas versus electric, but that's just a way of life. And it will be that way for a very long time, probably for the rest of our lives. Residential parking should not be oversized. Parking should be right-sized. Eliminating parking minimums completely will encourage developers to underpark new residential construction and only cause problems for those residents who live there and for surrounding neighborhoods, those established neighborhoods. Developers will construct less parking to reduce costs, not pass the savings on to the renters. And those developers will not have to deal with the problems discussed and caused later by insufficient parking. Developers are for eliminating parking minimums. And the reason is profit. Underparking new residential construction will not encourage less car use in any meaningful way. It will only cause problems for those living there and those living near there. Properties should and could be designed so that parking facilities can be converted to residences if and when we need car-free utopian futures. For now, we need places for people to park their cars. It's totally a reasonable expectation. Here's an example that I found with the Stanley Marketplace in Denver, possibly Aurora, I guess. Stanley Marketplace?
Aurora.
Thank you. You should know, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's a really nice retail and dining center, very popular. Multiple large, hip new apartments were then built around Stanley Marketplace without sufficient on-site parking. The residents of the apartments started parking in the marketplace's parking lots. And now they have to enforce time-limited parking in their private lot, which has angered their customers. Parking should be right-sized. I hope that the amendment that was made is right-sized. Right-sized for the development, but for now and not 50 years from now. I rise in opposition because not all of the areas that are within this parking limitation or minimum, get rid of the minimum parking bill, 1304, it fits everybody. It does not fit my city. My city is a university city. Used to be a town, but now it's a city. This bill, 1304, is going to cause more problems in Fort Collins than maybe in some of your metro districts. And I can't support this bill because of what it is going to do to the lovely neighborhoods that are in Old Town, lovely neighborhoods that are all around those transportation corridors, of which there's only one, really. It goes north to south. There really isn't anything else. And there's not that many people who take the bus system in Fort Collins, except for some of the CSU students who do use it. But students have cars, families have cars, seniors have cars. I bet you just about every single one of us that can drive probably have a car. And in the city of Fort Collins, this is going to be detrimental. You know, Fort Collins just recently made, I can't remember what magazine list it was, Prominent magazine. But it has been voted the top most serene city, beautiful city, serene was what they used, in the United States, and the best place to live, the best place to retire. I feel like a commercial for my city, and I am, I'm very proud of it. But if this bill passes, there's going to be a lot of people that are upset because they cannot park in front of their home. And if they're renting, they'll have to walk blocks. Students are going to park their cars, and whether it's for a week because they're in school and there's not that much parking on campus, they park far away. That's also going into the neighborhoods. People that used to be able to park outside their house won't be able to. So I think this bill might be okay for a lot of cities, but for college towns like Fort Collins, it's not the right thing to do. Let the city of Fort Collins take care of this, not the state. You're taking local control away. And local control has worked very well in Fort Collins, probably in other metro areas as well. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1304. I ask for no vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Your water center?
No.
Just community water? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. So House Bill 1304 did not turn out the way that I thought it would. I actually was illogically optimistic, thinking that I would be just tucked in little desk 19 for the rest of the evening and not have to go through what I thought would get amended out of House Bill 1304 to make it a little less egregious, at least from, again, my opinion, one person's opinion. Not speaking for the group, not speaking for the Senate, just speaking from my perspective. And since there were only a handful of folks in here when we discussed this proposed measure kind of last go-around when I was before you, I want to make sure we don't miss anything, so I'm going to kind of restate what I talked about earlier. So for those of you who were here and are looking for a reason to take 50 or 60 minutes to do something else, you are not going to hurt my feelings. There's no reason in the world why you should hear all of this twice. Because we have channel 165. We can just play this back if we want to. But the point that I want to make sure is not missed is kind of the more global perspective around House Bill 1304 and what I would consider the very flawed thinking around this measure. And what I view to be extremely flawed thinking. Because if you were to read not only the bill, but specifically, and I would encourage, since we have folks from the media here, for the folks in the media, I would actually encourage, as a layperson, you to skip kind of what they would say is the meat and potatoes of the legislation and go right to the legislative declaration. Because if you're in the media and you read the legislative declaration and you can summarize that to the interested readers and listeners in the state of Colorado, I think you will tell the whole story of what House Bill 1304 is attempting to accomplish just by studying the legislative declaration, or as I like to refer to it tongue-in-cheek as the legislative bloviation, right? The legislative declaration, which so often allows members like me to say pretty much whatever we want. Like, it's a declaration. Like, I can declare anything. As long as I'm not imputing motives, right? I can kind of declare whatever I want. I can declare myself to be the chair of this committee. I can declare myself to be anything, right? A legislative declaration is exactly that. I declare this. Well, yeah, you declare it, but what does that really mean? Doesn't go into law, but particularly those who are on the Judiciary Committee who have spent their time in law, you know that when you go, why do we have a legislative declaration? You get your pound of flesh out of the people that you're frustrated with or angry with or supporting, right? And you, again, in my opinion, you establish legislative intent. You tell the people of the state and you tell the courts, colleagues, and those in the media, you tell the courts what you think is going to happen and should happen and is going to happen. And that's what's so insidious about a legislative declaration is it's hard to contest, right? It's hard. How many, and again, this is a rhetorical question for the folks that have politely and respectfully asked me not to make this so interactive. So I'm not looking for actual engagement. But how many times have you seen a leg deck actually modified since you've been in the General Assembly? Again, I'm not looking for you to actually answer that, but I would say not very often. Sometimes, not very often. That's legislative. Ledge deck. I'm going to miss Ted, for the record, for those listening. Say Colorado, I'm going to miss. So before we get into the details of the of the legislative declaration, which is exactly that. It's a declaration. It's you can say, by and large, whatever you want to say without anybody really contesting it, because again, you're declaring something. It's not a legislative statement of fact, right? It's not a legislative axiom or something like that, right? It's a legislative declaration. But before we spend time in the legislative declaration, I want to make sure that the citizens of Colorado know why I think that this is not only flawed thinking, but it's backwards thinking, it's harmful thinking, and it is, in my opinion, going to do the exact opposite of what the proponents think that, well, I don't want to say think that's going to do, because how do I know what they think? Right, that'd be a pretty bold statement. It's going to do something different than what they think. I don't know what they think, but I do know what they say. I do know what I've heard. I think House Bill 1304 is going to do something different than what I'm hearing, than what people are saying, not necessarily what they're thinking. Because I've been doing this job, maybe not very well, but long enough to know that people sometimes, I know this is going to sound weird, people sometimes are thinking one thing, but they say something else. Not often, but it does happen in this building on occasion. So again, that's why I'm being very careful not to state that I know what anybody's thinking, but I do know what I'm hearing that they're saying. What they're saying is we're trying to make the state better. We're trying to cut down on pollution and congestion. And we're trying to, here's the part that bothers me, and I professed this last time I was here before you, is that it's the part that agitates me, is when they say that we're trying to improve the well-being of people. And that's where I take great exception. And I listened when the senator from Thornton was talking about the constituency that he represents, which is different demographically than the constituency that I represent. But when you say that you're out to improve the well-being of Coloradans, and then we pass a law, albeit quite a bit neutered, quite a bit trimmed back, as they would say, like House Bill 1304, it really makes me wonder if folks are for sure as smart as they proclaim to be with this. Because if we say we're improving people's well-being, that's multifaceted. Right? Well-being could, we all want clean water, we all want clean air, none of us, I don't think, it'd be weird if any of us really loved sitting in traffic, unless you're, addicted to a podcast that can't get time with any other way. If you got a new car, want to spend as much time as possible behind the wheel. Right? But I think it's safe to say that most people want to breathe clean air. It's my guess. My guess is that most people don't want to spend forever in traffic. Those are a few aspects of well-being. But here's another aspect of well-being which I didn't really see anywhere in House Bill 1304. I didn't see it in the legislation itself. I didn't really see it in the ledge deck, which is, what kind of well-being do you have if you're, broke? What happens if you don't have your job anymore? What happens if you had a career that you've been trained for and that you've honed your skills, and somebody's trying to take that career, that profession away from you, not directly, but indirectly, in a very devious type of way? Again, this is my opinion. I'm not convinced that this isn't the grand plan. Not of the sponsors, trust me. I have complete confidence that the sponsors have the citizens' well-being in mind. And again, I'm not foolish enough to try to tell you what they're thinking, but that's what I believe. Is that they genuinely want the well-being to be maximized as much as possible for the citizens. But the details within House Bill 1304, with as many changes as you want to make, is flawed thinking from this perspective. If you make it harder, I'm going to sum it all up right here. If you make it harder for people to park, you make it harder for people to drive. And if you make it harder for people to drive, there are a number of people in the state that you make it harder for them to earn a living for themselves and or their families. When you make it more difficult to park, you make it more difficult to drive, you make it more difficult to earn a living. And so, here we are. We're in the General Assembly. What do we care, right? We've got parking. We just drive our cars here. I haven't done a scientific survey to figure out how many members of the General Assembly don't drive their cars here and park right up front in the little roundabout that we've got and walk the 11 and a half feet to get to work for us to do our jobs. I'm sure that there are several members of the General Assembly that take public transportation to get here. Several. Right? But it's not most. Not anywhere close. Not anywhere close. Most members of the General Assembly drive themselves, one person in a car at a time, to the Colorado State Capitol and park right here in the rotunda in their cars and walk the 11 to 26 feet to the doors to come to work. Wow. What an amazing blessing. What a privilege that we have to be able to do that. I don't take it for granted. What a privilege. What a privilege. You know how much we pay for parking for the citizens of Colorado? You know how much we pay for parking at our jobs here? It's a rhetorical question. I'm not looking for any interactivity. It's $0. $0.00 for us to come and park here at the Colorado State Capitol. So for those of you who drive someplace and have to pay to park, we don't have to worry about that here as your representatives and senators. That's not a problem that we face. So that's part of what concerns me, is that I fear that it could be perceived that there is a cavalier attitude among lawmakers that, yeah, they don't have to worry about where they park and how much they pay to park, so they can go ahead and legislate for the rest of Colorado where people can park and how much they pay to park, because it's not a problem for them. That's my fear, is that perception is potentially out there. And you know what? I have a hard time arguing against that. Because I'll tell you a little secret. I drive here in my car, and it's just me. And I don't pay to park. And I have the 4th closest parking spot to the West Steps of anybody in the place. I think it's the 4th. So whatever you try to do in 1304 isn't going to impact me. I'm not speaking on behalf of me right now. I'm speaking on behalf of people that aren't this blessed and aren't this privileged to be able to go to their jobs and park for free and walk 11 to 28 feet to the front door of where they work. Right? Hurts to say that out loud, maybe. I think it needs to be said. I think it needs to be examined. So when we go through the ledge deck, what I think you will hear is utter disdain for motor vehicles when we go through the ledge deck. That's what I think you're going to hear from me. Utter disdain. Cars are bad. Electric cars are bad. Internal combustion engine cars are bad. Cars in general are bad. We need to get rid of cars. But we're not just going to get rid of cars. We're going to backdoor a solution to cars to make it to where it is impractical to own a car. We're not going to take your car. We're just going to torture you to the point where you're going to want to give your car up. We're going to torture you, I don't mean physically, right? Not Iron Maidens and thumb screws kind of thing. I mean torture you financially and from an inconvenience perspective. We're going to torture you in this way to where you're like, okay, fine. It's not worth it anymore. And when we do that, when we as a General Assembly inconvenience people to that point, what we are telling them is, for a lot of them, you got to find new jobs. You got to find new places to live, or you got to find new jobs. And this is what we talked about when we had our little chat last time, was that House Bill 1304 leaves our citizens with three choices. This is what we talked about. And all three choices, by and large, in my opinion, make people suffer financially, particularly those who are poor, particularly those who are in the trades, particularly those who are struggling to pay rent. House Bill 1304, in my opinion, by design or by accident, hurts people. It's going to hurt people. So how does it make people poor? How does it hurt people financially? Well, we will start with the example that I gave as to paying for properties to rent that include parking. So I shared with this body my experiences in helping my young adults, two of my three boys, super proud of them, couldn't love them more, all three, not just the two that I'm talking about, in helping them find apartments. Both have moved to the Denver metropolitan area within the last 4 years, have carry degrees, graduate degrees, and they're out there doing their best trying to get started in life, okay? Young people trying to get started in life. Exactly what we would, I think, hope for young people in our state. Good for you. You've come here, perhaps you've left your parents' home, you've left your guardian home, you've done education, you've done trade school, you've done whatever you've needed to do, you've done on-the-job experience, you've moved up, and now it's time for you to get your own apartment, your own condo, your own home. And let's say you're naive enough to think that maybe, just maybe, you can do that close to where you work in Denver. So you're looking in Rhino, and you're looking in Jefferson Park, and you're looking in the Highlands, and you're looking in Sunnyside, and you're looking at all these neighborhoods, and you're like, where can I get an apartment? Where can I rent a condo? Where can I buy a home? Where can I rent a home? I would assume that part of your calculus is, okay, how am I going to get to and from work? So let's say, for example, you work in the Denver Tech Center, or you work in Interlochen, or you work in Inverness, or you work in Meridian. These are major kind of hubs, for lack of a better term, for, other than downtown Denver, of course, clearly, goes without saying, for office jobs, technology jobs, engineering jobs, that type of thing. So hypothetically, you work in the Denver Tech Center, but because you're young, you're on your own, not like you have to be young and on your own, but hypothetically, you're young and you're on your own, and things like sporting events are important to you, entertainment is important to you, concerts, shows, right? Nightlife is important to you, bars, clubs. Access to public transit is important to you because you want to take light rail to and from places. So I will tell you, as somebody that's lived in Parker, Colorado since 1996, year of our Lord, if you want any of those things, there is no NFL team in Parker, Colorado. There's no NBA team in Parker, Colorado. There's no baseball team. I'm not saying we don't have concerts, but it's not Taylor Swift, right? Taylor's not coming to Parker, Colorado. So if you're, and the nightlife, which I experience sporadically in Parker, Colorado, ain't what it is in Denver. Let's put it that way. Okay? It's fun, but it's not that. So, again, theoretically, young person, want to live close to where it's happening. You want to live close to the Nuggets. You want to live close to the Broncos. You want to live close to the Rockies. You want to live close to Ballerina, where you can go to concerts and all that. You want the clubs. You want the restaurants and all of that. This might come as a big surprise to many of you, but for you to rent a property in the neighborhoods that I mentioned, and you want parking, you are going to pay a premium for rent. If you want one designated spot to park in, you are going to pay more in rent. If you want 2 spots for parking, you're going to pay significantly more for rent. If you want covered parking, it will be yet more than the previous 2. Parking is a commodity that comes at a premium in Denver. It's supply and demand. Supply and demand. I think I got a D in econ, but I remember those graphs, supply and demand. Maybe I got a C. So when you tell people who are starting off or who are struggling financially that what we're going to do is make it even harder to find for rent properties or affordable to own properties in the state of Colorado that include ample parking, there's going to be, by design, less of it. Supply and demand clearly, inarguably, tells you that the price is going to go up. It has to. It is math. Even math in Kansas is math in Denver. If there's more demand and less supply, prices are going to go up. So, the example as I gave last time during our non-fireside chat was, if you are in the trades and you need tools, as you heard from the senator from Thornton, who represents, I'm sure, more folks in the trades than what I represent. Shouldn't say I'm sure. I'm quite sure. Represents more people in the trades in his district than in my district. What we are telling those people are, you need to learn to take your tools. You need to learn to take your tool belt and your chop saw or your table saw and all of that, and you need to find a way to get that in your backpack so that you can walk to the job site, or you need to find a way to modify your e-bike to where you can mount your chop saw on the back and your framing hammer and all of this kind of stuff. Get all of this on the e-bike, or pile into an Uber with all of your stuff and get yourself to the job site, because there's not going to be parking for you that is affordable. So, realistically, right? I'm saying that I'm trying to be facetious. Nobody is going to put a chop saw on an e-bike. I'm very confident when I say that. I know that's, again, for the fourth time today, going way out on a limb. Nobody is going to pile onto an e-bike with a chop saw. They're not. That is not one of the three logical alternatives for someone in the trades. It's not. So what you realistically can do if you're in the trades is the easiest thing. Write a check. Write a check. Pay more. Write a check. Take more of your hard-earned earnings and plow it into rent. That's the easiest thing to do. Easiest thing to do. It's maybe the most painful. It's the easiest thing to do. Write a check. Buy less food. Have worse health insurance. Go to the doctor less. Eat cheaper foods. Comes later. You can write a check to pay more for the privilege that it will soon be to park in a place like Denver. The privilege for you to take your work truck and park it in Denver. Write the check. That's option one. Option two, you heard from the senator from El Paso County. Don't write the check. Pack up. Move. Move. I have not checked rent prices in Hugo or Burlington or Cheyenne Wells in a really long time. And a really long time, I mean over 53 years. Okay. I have not checked rent prices. But I'm pretty confident that you can rent a two-bedroom home in Burlington for less money than you can rent a two-bedroom home in Sunnyside. I'm pretty confident of that. So, if you're in the trades and you have your tools and you don't want to write the check, so option one is out for you. You're not willing to do it. You want good health care. You want clothes. You want fresh fruits and vegetables instead of the cheap food, which I think we all know. Cheap food tends to be the stuff that's bad for you. Expensive food tends to be the stuff that's good for you. Anybody who's ever ventured into those fancy grocery stores knows that. You want the organic stuff, it ain't cheap. But it's better for you.
To the bill.
We're doing that, huh?
Yeah, we're not talking about grocery stores right now.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So, what the bill says, what you'll find in the bill is that the bill says that, let me go specifically, is that I'm on page 3 in the ledge deck, starting on line 11. So this is what the bill says and what I'm getting at. And I appreciate Madam Chair letting me get to the page 3 in sort of a circuitous kind of way here. Madam Chair, can we skip that piece and we'll just start at the start of the ledge deck? Or do you want me to address that particular point in the ledge deck?
That is all up to you. You have the podium.
Thank you. You're also far too gracious. Maybe it's because it's my last week here and you feel sorry for me. A little bit. So let's start with the legislative declaration, the proclamation. I'm thrilled, to see that the media is still with us, so we can hear the pieces of the ledge deck. So the legislative declaration, the General Assembly, so each and every one of you, because if you're in the General Assembly, whether you have voted yes or no, just so you know, you're included in this. So all of us, all 35 of us, finds, determines, and declares that there is an extraterritorial impact when local governments enact land use decisions that require a minimum amount of parking spaces. Did everybody catch that? There is an extraterritorial impact when local governments do this. Colleagues, I don't believe that's true at all. I disagree with that. But if this law is passed, it is going to state that I, as a member of the General Assembly, find, which I don't, determine, which I don't, and declare, which I certainly don't, that there is an extraterritorial impact when local governments enact land use decisions that require a minimum amount of parking spaces. Do you know, and again, this is a rhetorical question, do you want to know why I believe that? I will tell you why I believe that. Why I do not believe that there is an extraterritorial impact. Because anybody who's in local government will tell you local governments control things, I don't know, within their own jurisdiction. Colleagues, that's why they're called local governments. What they do in Burlington to say, oh, this land use decision in Burlington clearly impacts what's done in Cortez. I mean, I would never be so bold as to say that's a falsehood, but I will be so bold as to say, I don't agree with that at all. I think they can do whatever they want in Burlington, and it has, as far as land use, and it has almost no impact in Cortez. Virtually zero. So I don't find that, I don't determine that, and I don't declare that. None of the three. And if I was a betting person, which I'm not, I would say less than half the people in this room agree with that. That you can make a land use decision in Burlington that is extraterritorial, where the folks in Cortez are like, hey, hold on, what? We did what? What did they do in Burlington? That's extraterritorial. This is really changing what we're doing here in Cortez. No, that's wrong. Has nothing to do with it. You pick your city. What I do with Craig doesn't matter to the folks that live in La Junta. From a land use decision, show me an example. Show me an example. Again, it's a legislative declaration. You can declare whatever you feel like. I declare that I am now chairing this committee, Madam Chair, and I can say whatever I want. I declare that. It's a legislative declaration. Right? And when I declare that, Madam Chair is going to be like, that's hilarious, Senator, now shut up and to the bill. Thank you. But I can declare it. And I can declare that in Silverthorne we're going to make land use decisions. But trust me, in Hugo, they're not going to care. Not on land use decisions. They're not. It's not extraterritorial. So we're starting off the bill. Colleagues, I have made it all the way to line 9. And already I'm like, what are we even doing here? I'm on line 9. No, it's not extraterritorial. So why are we saying that? If we all know, maybe not all of us, if many of us know that it's not the case, that it's not extraterritorial, then why do we say it? Why do we say it in a legislative declaration? I have a hunch. It's just that. My hunch is that there's stuff in the legislative declaration that people want to be able to refer back to later after they're sued to say, no, we already declared this. I mean, we declared it. And if you declare it, you can do whatever you want to do. In this building, almost. So we're starting right out of the gate with claims that I stridently disagree with. Extraterritorial impact when local governments enact land use decisions that require a minimum amount of parking space. No. No. Burlington says, if Burlington town council or city council says you've got to have 11 parking spaces for every 4 rent property, okay? I'm being hyperbolic on purpose, right? They say you got to have 11 parking spaces. Do you think the people in Cortez are like, hold on, what? They're doing what over there? You got to be kidding me. No, of course not. They don't care. I hope I'm making that point. We don't need to cover it a 4th time. I think it's a ludicrous declaration. I would use the word absurd, but we would never, ever use that word in this chamber. I go to page 3, line 11. Madam Chair, this is what we were talking about earlier. So hard to concentrate sometimes, late in the day. Local government land use decisions that require a minimum amount of parking spaces beyond what is necessary to meet market demand, increase vehicle miles traveled, and associated greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe. According to a University of California Institute of Transportation Studies, by the way, that should already be a red flag for you, but we'll repeat it. According to a University of California Institute, bow down, all bow down, University of California Institute of Transportation Studies article, titled, "What Do Residential Lotteries Show Us About Transportation Choices?" Here's the quote that you all can make notes on and study later on tonight. Higher amounts of free parking provided in residential developments cause higher rates of vehicle ownership, higher rates of vehicle miles traveled, and less frequent transit use. The key word, colleagues, in that sentence is cause. Cause. And I'm hopeful that particularly those in the room with degrees and advanced degrees remember statistics better than I do. But when I was learning statistics, there was what was beat into my head, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't, is the difference between causality and correlation. Causality and correlation. And nothing grinds my gears, overstatement. Very few things grind my gears more than when people state correlation and imply causality. Higher amounts of free parking cause higher rates of vehicle ownership. Really? Really? Or did they cause it? Or is it not a coincidence, a correlation that, I don't know, if you happen to own 2 cars and you're looking for a place to rent, that you like places with free parking? That's not causality, that's correlation. Or maybe reverse causality. Colleagues, here's the thing. It's like doing a survey in Boulder. It's like doing a survey in Boulder. We're surveying residents of Boulder to determine what team they happen to cheer for when it comes to college football. And the results of the survey say that an overwhelming number of residents of Boulder root for the University of Colorado Buffaloes. Therefore, colleagues, it is clear that residing in Boulder causes you to be a fan of the University of Colorado Buffaloes. All you have to do, it doesn't matter if you went to school in Notre Dame or in the University of Kansas, according to my survey, if you move to Boulder, it causes you magically to become a fan of the University of Colorado Buffaloes, using the logic on page 3. If you live in Logan County, if we did a survey in Logan County to determine what type of motor vehicles people own, you would find out by simply moving to Logan County, it causes you to own a pickup truck. Who knew? Who knew? You could have hated pickup trucks your whole life. But according to this kind of logic, if you move to Logan County, it is going to cause you to own a pickup truck. Or maybe, I don't know, I'll throw out something crazy here. Maybe because you live in Logan County, you're involved in agriculture, directly or indirectly, and a pickup truck is handy to have? I know that's a stretch, right? I like the logic in House Bill 1304 better, that says that just because you move to Logan County, you are magically transformed and have a desire now that you can't control to go out and buy a pickup truck. And by the way, if you then subsequently move to Fort Collins, you're going to magically be a fan. Causality versus correlation. Higher amounts of free parking provided in residential developments cause higher rates of vehicle ownership. No, I do not buy that at all. According to the article, households with constrained off-street parking drive fewer miles in the journal. It's even a better example of the same point. Guess what? If we take your car away, you're going to drive fewer miles. Hold on. How controversial is that? Who did this study? If you take away somebody's car, they drive fewer miles. Coloradans drive more miles per person than they used to. That is a bold statement. Coloradans drive more miles than they used to. Like when I moved to Parker, Colorado in the year of our Lord, 1996, there were people haven't just decided, well, because there's so much parking, I'm just gonna drive around for fun now. I'm just gonna do loops around the metro area. It seems like a good way to spend a Friday afternoon. No, colleagues, we're stating the obvious here. Coloradans drive more miles than they used to, and which puts stress on transportation infrastructure and increasing household costs. Exactly, because everybody in the General Assembly keeps passing laws that make it so unaffordable to rent properties that we keep having to move farther and farther away. Laws like House Bill 1304 that encourage people to move farther and farther and farther and farther away so that they can pay their bills. And then we come up with a legislature and say, man, people are sure driving a lot. Really, I wonder what caused that. I wonder what caused that. There were 8,000 people in Parker 40 years ago, or less, and there's like 80,000 today. To assume that those people don't work in places like downtown Denver and the Denver Tech Center and Interlochen and Meridian and Inverness, I would say you're fooling yourself. And to assume that those people are going to walk from Parker to Denver, or to use the non-existent RTD that there is from my house to downtown Denver, I don't think we're really being as authentic as we can be. Of course we're driving more miles, and it has nothing to do with parking. It has to do with Coloradans are fleeing to wherever they can afford to pay rent. And all of the initiatives after initiatives after initiatives that we pull in this building are continuing to drive people farther and farther away from the employment hubs. And I don't care if you're in Denver or in Colorado Springs or in Fort Collins or in Boulder. Right? When I was a kid in Colorado Springs, I don't think Powers Road existed. It did, it was a dirt road. So now if you live east of Powers, which I'm guessing tens of thousands of people do now, you drive into Colorado Springs. Drive into Briargate. So people are driving more miles. Well, no kidding. No kidding. The neighborhoods didn't exist before. Of course they're driving more miles. So again, but it's the legislative declaration, so we can declare whatever we feel like declaring. And that puts stress on transportation infrastructure. Well, no kidding, because the transportation infrastructure didn't exist before. And increasing household costs. Maybe it's increasing household costs. I don't know. I will take the wager all day long that if you're moving from the Highlands to Burlington, that you are lowering your household costs. I'll take that bet. In fact, I would say you can drive to and from Denver every day and you're still lowering your household costs. So it's a bold declaration to say this puts stress on transportation infrastructure and increasing household costs. What are we citing? What study are we citing for that? That's right, we're not citing anything. We're not citing any study. It's just somebody's feelings. And it's easy to help make your point that we should try to take people's cars away. Increased vehicle ownership and the resulting vehicle miles traveled impact neighboring jurisdictions by increasing congestion, roadway infrastructure, maintenance costs, air pollution, noise, and greenhouse gas emissions. Well, it shouldn't. Not if the 8 gazillion laws that we've passed around air quality were doing any good. None of that would be happening. We've passed, I counted, I think it was 40 million laws here in the last 2 years. 42 million laws here in the last 2 years about air quality. And yes, that's a joke. We didn't pass 42 million, but we passed a lot. 42 million words. Appreciate the senator from Denver. Probably true. So if our air quality initiatives were working, then why are we still dealing with air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles? Are the emissions tests not working? Do we need to do something different there? Do we need to give more theater? So if there's a legislative declaration that says cars are bad in Act 1, we darn well better try to get rid of them in Act 2. Lived in a shrinking town where there's decreased congestion? How fun is that? How fun is living in a town that's shrinking? Any of these things. I think, if anything, those neighboring jurisdictions are probably pretty thrilled with the fact that there's more jobs, more industry, whatever that might be, more entertainment, more restaurants. You fill in the blank. You can do this. Love this one. And Madam Chair, I'm on line 20. In Colorado's major cities, a significant share of employees commute to jobs in the city but live elsewhere. Hold on, what? What? In places like Denver, employees commute to their jobs, but they live elsewhere. Why in the world would somebody live elsewhere when they work in Denver? You know, I have an idea. Maybe it's because Denver's really expensive and the General Assembly keeps passing laws that make Denver more and more expensive every year. Laws like House Bill 1304. As one example. And when you make a place less and less affordable, then people have to live farther and farther away. Therefore, their commute has to be longer and longer. So I'm not really sure what we're declaring legislatively here, other than we're doing a pretty lousy job in affordability. And House Bill 1304 is going to make things way worse. So why are we doing it? In Colorado's major cities, a significant share of employees commute to jobs in the city but live elsewhere, including, here we go. No, it gets way better. No, we're not done. It gets way better, including 70% of employees in Denver. Those of you that represent Denver, you need to listen to this ledge deck. If you represent Denver, 70% of the people that work in your district commute from somewhere else. Does that not concern you? Why would we pass 1304? Is the goal to try to get that? Are we trying to set a record? We want to get that number to 80, 90, 99? What's the goal? To make it to where 100% of people that work in Denver commute from elsewhere? 70% of the employees in Denver. I don't know if anybody represents Colorado Springs, but 45% of the people that work in Colorado Springs commute from elsewhere. 60% in Fort Collins, if there's any representatives from Fort Collins here. 60% of the people that work in your district commute from elsewhere, okay? 50% in Pueblo. I know who represents Pueblo. 65% in Grand Junction, according to 2021 data from the federal census. So what you're hearing clearly in the ledge deck is we have an affordability problem with housing in the state of Colorado. Yet, Madam Chair, and this is where I appreciate your grace in me being circular, because when I said in my preamble that this is going to make things worse for the workers by forcing them to live farther and farther and farther away, well, that's not true. What I first said is that you have to put your chop saw on an e-bike, but that's ridiculous. Nobody would ever do that. So it's not really an option. The first real option is move farther and farther and farther away. Second option would be write a check, unless I had those backwards. I think it was first was write a check, second move farther away, third, get a different job. I understand you're now a master electrician, you're now 15 years in carpentry and all that kind of stuff. I understand that. That's great. But guess what? That kind of job is not conducive to the goals of the government under House Bill 1304. So I'm sorry, citizens of Colorado, if you're in the trades and you live in Denver or a suburb, I hate to tell you this, but you're going to need to take a different job. I mean, you don't have to take a different job. You could alternatively just move farther and farther and farther away. And if you don't like that option either, then shut up and write a check. Those are the three options I see, because the fourth one is ridiculous because you can't take a chop saw and all your tools on an e-bike or walk. At least if you do, it's uncomfortable, especially when it's snowing or raining or 105 degrees. So, Madam Chair, it might have sounded initially, and I appreciate the concern as to whether or not this is to the bill or not, but when you read the ledge deck, you can see it's very, very clearly related to the point that I'm making, is that House Bill 1304 hurts people financially, period, end of story. So, because this bill has more ledge deck than ledge, we'll keep going. Nearly 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector come from light-duty vehicles, the majority of cars and trucks that Coloradans drive every day. Again, I'm going to let that sink in a little bit. 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from cars and trucks, which is the majority of what people drive. It's like, what's the punchline? It's most of the cars, therefore it generates most of the pollution from vehicles. Were we expecting something different? Were we expecting that the majority of people drive light-duty vehicles? And by the way, there's three kinds of vehicles: light-duty vehicles, medium-duty vehicles, or heavy-duty vehicles, right? The majority of the vehicles are light-duty vehicles. Maybe some of you drive a semi to the Capitol and try to get into the rotunda. I drive a light-duty vehicle to get to the Capitol, like apparently, allegedly 60% of you. So we're stating that most people drive light-duty cars and trucks, and that most of the pollution comes from light-duty cars and trucks. Were we thinking that most of the pollution came from motorcycles? Were we thinking that it came from what? You tell me. Something else that is the minority, the vast minority of vehicles on the road? That's where we were thinking the air pollution was coming from? It's like if we could just get those Ducatis off the road, then air pollution would get better? This is the madness that is a ledge deck. To state something that is so patently obvious, to try to, again, in Act 1, set things up for what is going to happen in Act 2. Act 1, we tell you how bad cars are, so in Act 2, we can tell you why you can't have one any longer. Page 7. And I'm skipping a lot, by the way, for brevity's sake. This is a truncated presentation here, so. Page 7, line 14. And remember, we're still in the ledge deck. We haven't even got to the bill yet, to the actual meat and potatoes of this. Line 14, minimum parking requirements put small businesses at a disadvantage relative to large corporations. Wrong. Wrong, you can't say that. You can't just declare that. In my opinion, you can't just declare that. Minimum parking requirements put small businesses at a disadvantage relative to larger corporations. Large corporations have more capital at their disposal to fulfill costly parking requirements. Did anybody take any economics classes before we wrote this ledge deck? Large corporations have more capital at their disposal to fulfill parking requirements and are less reliant on foot traffic, human scale visibility, and a sense of place to attract customers. Since when? And what companies are you talking about? I can name hundreds of small corporations right now that have more capital than Ampio Pharmaceuticals, a large publicly traded corporation. Look at their market caps. Look at their earnings per share. I tell you pretty confidently, there are tons of small businesses with, I wouldn't necessarily say exponentially more capital, but certainly significantly more capital. So this is kind of stuff that nobody argues. You can just declare. This bill here in Act 1 is going to be good for small business. We declare this to be good for small business with no data to back it up. We're simply declaring it that this is going to be good for small businesses because big businesses, they don't have to worry about this kind of stuff because they're big business and they're bad and they make a ton of money, and so we don't have to worry about them, that type of stuff. Yeah, I vehemently reject page 7, lines 14 through 19. Small businesses are less reliant on foot traffic. Anybody know any businesses? Again, rhetorical question, I'll answer it. Businesses on the 16th Street Mall? Well, I don't know if you knew this, but they're less reliant on foot traffic than large corporations. And here's the best part. Maybe this will be a parting thought. Do we need to go to committee? How much time do we have? Here's the last thing that I'll leave you with then. Here's the last thing and remember, I'm urging a no vote on House Bill 1304 because House Bill 1304 makes things lousier for Colorado. There's no pretty way to put it. Is that here we are on line 20. Impervious surfaces, such as those built for vehicle parking, create an urban heat island effect, contributing to rising temperatures, increasing energy costs for air conditioning, and worsening ground level air quality. Impervious surfaces. So, colleagues, what we're seeing on lines 20 through 27 is that not only are cars bad, cars are bad, but concrete is also bad. Brick is bad. Stucco is bad. Tile is bad. Marble is bad. Impervious surfaces. Asphalt is bad. What's good is like acacia trees.
Like, you want to plant some pomegranate trees or something, right? Or just grass. How about we do this? So that we can make sure to never see a ledge deck again that talks about how bad impervious surfaces are, let's dig up I-25 and C-470, E-470, I-225, 270, I-76, let's dig them up, make them gravel, or better yet, like sod, for as long as the sod will last. Because we know impervious surfaces are bad, like concrete, and there's only one solution for getting rid of, for making concrete not concrete, is you plow it up, you dig it up. And all of those buildings that we have, those annoying buildings here in Denver and then the Tech Center and in Interlochen and those places. The only solution if you're going to fix this problem is we're either going to plant green stuff on the top of them, but it still makes most of them impervious. So we probably should demolish most of these buildings. And quite honestly, since we're plowing up the concrete roads that get us to and from anyways, these impervious surfaces that are so bad, we might as well get rid of the buildings too. If you are to buy what you're being sold in the ledge deck in House Bill 1304, really the best solution is sort of a Stone Age type solution. If there's a way that we can get to the Stone Age or maybe the Imperial Age where we don't have to worry about all these impervious surfaces, things will be so much better for the citizens of Colorado. And the sooner we do it, the better. Or we can do what my proposed amendment, which was not accepted by stakeholders, is to get rid of the ledge deck. To get rid of what to me is nothing more than stating arguable, debatable beliefs, and I'll debate these all day long. And I don't think there's going to be a throng of folks saying, no, impervious surfaces really are bad. Like, keeping them is unconscionable. You're destroying the environment by this. So here's what we're doing in 1304. We're not going to listen to anything that's in the ledge deck, right? Because it's only there to make sure that when the state takes this kind of action, which they're going to, and the local governments sue them, which they're going to, my opinion, just a prediction. I'm not Nostradamus. But when all these lawsuits happen, somebody's going to go back and say, well, nope, here it is, right here in the ledge deck. Here we go. This is what the General Assembly declares. See, you can't sue us, like, not and win. Look what all the lawmakers said and believed that this is, come on. This is laughable. Yeah. So since we're not striking the ledge deck, I'm definitely voting no. I would encourage you to join me in a no vote to protect the jobs of those people that actually have to drive to work, to protect the last fragment of affordability that we have left in some parts of the Denver metro area, instead of just pouring more and more and more gas on the fire here and making things worse and worse and worse. I think a good starting point to help with affordability across our state is to take this bill, just vote no.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1304? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise on behalf of myself, and I think probably very clearly on behalf of most of the members, if not all of the members of my caucus, to associate myself with the comments from the good senator from Parker. Thank you so very much for helping clarify what I believe the legislative record on this bill should look like. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1304? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1304. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1304 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The question before us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Holding on.
I
Mr.
withdraw
Majority
that
Leader.
motion.
Withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar.
The motion before us is to lay over the balance of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The balance of the calendar will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Till tomorrow, Saturday, May the 4th.
Till tomorrow, the balance of the calendar will be laid over till tomorrow, Saturday, May 4th.
May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The question for us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The committee will rise and report.
Let's flip this over one page. And so we're literally going to, you already did this piece right here, right? So now we're at,
Thank you, Mr. President.
yes, that's where I'm at. Yep. Good to go?
Had a number of bills under consideration.
You're not going to take your packet? You can take it in there. Go ahead. No, we don't have to memorize it. Just take it. Is it Julie's?
I don't know.
Senate will come to order. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Will the clerk please excuse Senator Marchman?
May 3rd, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 95 is amended. Senate Bill 227. Senate Bill 229 is amended. Senate Bill 230 is amended. Senate Bill 84 is amended. Passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1320 is amended. House Bill 1356. House Bill 1216 is amended. House Bill 1452 is amended. House Bill 1437. House Bill 1135 is amended. House Bill 1370. House Bill 1308. House Bill 1260, House Bill 1304 is amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1008, House Bill 1152, Senate Bill 228, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1302, House Bill 1313, Senate Bill 107 laid over until May 4th, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 95 is amended, 227, 229 is amended, 230 is amended, 84 is amended, passed in second reading and ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1320 is amended, 1356, 1216 is amended, 1452 is amended, 1437, 1135 is amended, 1370, 1308, 1260, and 1304 is amended, passed in second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1008, 1152, Senate Bill 228, House Bill 1175, 1302, 1313, and Senate Bill 107 laid over until 5/4/2024 and returned to their place on the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the balance of today's special orders calendar, which includes Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1030, lay over until tomorrow, Saturday, May the 4th, be with you. The motion is to lay over the balance of today's special orders calendar until tomorrow, Saturday, May 4th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 130, 1230, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1030 will be laid over until Saturday, May the 4th be with you. The following senators are appointed as members of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. Senators Jaquez Lewis, Chair, Fields, and Van Winkle. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 232 by Senator Rodriguez, considering modifications to the protections for public workers and in connection therewith clarifying certain definitions and standards related to public employee rights and the authority of a public employer to limit such rights consistent with the Protections for Public Workers Act.
Finance.
House Bill 1022 by Representatives Luck and Hamrick and Senator Van Winkle concerning publication of bill drafts online prior to legislative session and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
State Vet and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1055 by Representatives Froelich and Pugliese and Senators Winter and Priola concerning improving child passenger safety.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Rootenell and Bradfield and Senator Buckner concerning comprehensive support for organ donation by living organ donors.
Finance.
House Bill 1142 by Representatives Holtorf and Joseph and Senators Winter and B. Pelton concerning the expansion of the state income tax subtraction for Social Security benefits.
Finance.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Wilford and Garcia and Senator Cutter concerning the improvement of programs that benefit working families and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
State Vet and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1245 by Representatives Story and Garcia and Senator Gonzalez concerning requirements of projects for broadband deployment receiving money distributed by the Colorado Broadband Office comply with certain fair labor practices.
Finance.
House Bill 1447 by Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich and Senator Winter concerning transit reform and in connection therewith requiring the Regional Transportation District to coordinate with the Denver Regional Council of Governments regarding route service changes, requiring the Regional Transportation District to provide a district retention report to the General Assembly, updating the Regional Transportation District's land use authority, creating a subcommittee to evaluate the Regional Transportation District's governance, and to make recommendations to the General Assembly and making an appropriation.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1457 by Representatives Brown and Winter and Senators Liston and Marchman concerning a pilot grant program to award grants to local governments in rural areas to help pay costs associated with abatement of dangerous materials in certain structures.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1462 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Bridges and Zunziger concerning a third-party evaluation of the Department of Corrections budget practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1463 by Representatives Degree Kennedy and Hartsick and Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer concerning restrictions on the authority of a special district to set fees on developments.
State Vet and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1464 by Representatives Weinberg and Lindstedt and Senator Mullica concerning the designation of highway zones wherein work affecting the highway is occurring.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1467 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Zunziger and Bridges concerning modifications to the state employee total compensation philosophy and in connection therewith requiring the Director of Personnel to establish a step pay system for state employees in the state personnel system.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1469 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota and Senators Zunziger and Bridges concerning the classification of certain collections as collections for another government for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending pursuant to Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution.
Appropriations. Message from the House.
May 3rd, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bills 1132, 1463, and 1022, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024. The House has passed on third reading, returns herewith Senate Bills 72 and 171. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bill 1469, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, May 3, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bills 1457, 1447, and 1467, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, Senate Bill 53, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bill 1245, amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, Senate Bills 42, 187, 8, and 183 is amended as printed in House Journal, May 2, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 14, 197, 186, 69, and 37. The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 59. The bill is returned herewith.
Message from the Revisor.
May 3, 2024. We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1464 without comment as amended House Bills 1055, 1142, 1223, and 1462. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1022, 1132, and 1463. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1447, 1457, 1467, and 1469. Without comment as amended Senate Bill 53. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1245. Without comment as amended Senate Bills 8, 42, 183, and 187.
Message from the Governor.
Friday, May 3rd, 2024, honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following act. Senate Bill 94, Safe Housing for Residential Tenants, approved on Friday, May 3rd, 2024 at 3 p.m.
Signing of bills.
May 3rd, 2024, the President signed Senate Bills 19, 68, 115, 125, 180, 188, and 215.
Delivery to the governor.
May 3rd, 2024, to the Governor for signature on Friday, May 3rd, 2024, at 2:05 p.m. Senate Bills 19, 68, 115, 125, 180, 188, and 215.
Announcements. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment to hear the following bills. House Bill 1312, House Bill 1439, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1311, House Bill 1134, House Bill 1240, House Bill 1316, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1369, House Bill 1434, House Bill 1095, House Bill 1379, and House Bill 1153. And also, members, for an announcement, Senate Bill 232 will be added to tomorrow's Finance Committee calendar.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Education Committee will be meeting in 15 minutes in room 357. We will be hearing House Bill 1448, 1376, 1444, 1282, and 1164. Not necessarily in that order.
Further announcements.
Yeah, I missed the puppy day.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few cleanup and,
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you all enjoyed Cinco de Mayo's celebration organized by the Latino Caucus this morning, if you weren't in approps. The Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting today in 15 minutes over in the old Supreme Court. And we're going to take up 1054, 1133, 1459, and 1014. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a few cleanup items. Tomorrow, there will be a finance, transportation, and energy at State Veteran and Military Affairs and Appropriate meetings tomorrow that will be held. Just to give you an update. Tomorrow on Saturday, the plan is to start the floor work at 10 a.m. So approps can meet at 9. The dress code will be dressy slacks, not torn, no requirement for a tie. The Senate will be ordering sandwich platters for lunch tomorrow. It will be delivered around 1 o'clock. Dinner will be provided on Monday and Tuesday evenings. Monday we'll have illegal Pete's. Tuesdays we'll have Mediterranean food from Biblos Cafe. Parking near the Capitol this weekend is going to be a challenge for those who park on the street. Your spots will probably be taken. Please see the secretary if you need a code to park in the garage. There is a big festival across the street this weekend, so enjoy Cinco de Mayo if you have some time. And next week, colleagues, with the last 3 days of session, we'll be doing our departing members' living eulogies. Monday, April 6th, will be Senator Zenzinger and Senator Smallwood. Tuesday will be Senator Fields, Senator Priolas, and Secretary Markwell. Wednesday will be Senator Fenberg, Senator Gardner, Senator Janal, and Senator Will. On that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until Friday.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
For the second time, I'm announcing that Finance, Transportation, Energy, State Veteran Military Affairs, and Probes will be meeting tomorrow.
Do I need to announce the bills? Don't I need to? Yeah. No. Yes. Well, I thought the desk was going to stay open for a bit. Is the desk not staying open? Why not? Because I don't have the final list yet. Do I not need to announce it?
recess for 5 minutes.
Senatorial 5. You're good.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Ugh. Praise. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we will hear House Bills 1024, 1045, 1046, 1051, 1075, 1108, 1217, 1237, 1280, 1353, 1382, 1431, 1432, 1448, 1458, 1462, 1467, 1469, and finally Senate Bill 231. Those are the bills for tomorrow morning. Also of note, for those who are interested, we will be holding an afternoon Appropriations Committee hearing tomorrow, where we will be hearing bills that were heard in committee tonight, possibly even bills that will be heard in committee tomorrow, but who can say? Stay tuned.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion to adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m., Saturday, May the 4th, 2024.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. May the 4th be with you.